that people are like strung out in drugs all day could be a danger to the buses?
Potentially, that may be a small portion, but I feel as though the large majority are.
Kind of like the subway, right? There's a lot of violence in the subways.
Well,
Hi
I feel like the subways
guys.
times 100.
I feel as though wherever you go,
It's time.
And who would pay for that anyway?
I'm unsure of where the funding could come from, but there could be leverage they could pull that come to town here.
Yeah, okay.
You never know. Like, keep an open mind and see where things go.
Okay, I appreciate it, man.
Of course.
Yeah.
Have a great one. Be safe, okay?
Yeah, have a good one. Be safe.
All right, bear with me.
Oh, that was amazing. Dude, how do you click? What are you looking for?
I got it. You're not
This
gonna
is
run
Cam.
out. Super chat. Thank you for everything you do, Sarah, Linton.
So Cam Higbee is up in
What's your favorite policy? He said,
New York
Speed. Somebody
live
said all caps. Speed.
interviewing
They were
people
calling it
about
fishing
why
earlier.
they voted
He's
for
like totally fishing, you know?
yeah.
Speed fish.
Mamdani or whoever they voted for.
Action, you guys. They're good over
Um,
Miss.
so we have that, and then we have up here.
She's doing DeSantis for mayor.
He's like, I'm Floridian. Absolutely not.
We're just chilling.
This is why we come to New York.
What are you guys doing? I know, I'm on earlier than usual.
All right. I think I'm gonna run over to that party. Oh, it's a good one.
Here as we sit
Guys,
here
Mamdani
waiting
or
for the
Cuomo?
returns at how many people have
Who you
turned
got?
out in New York.
You got some?
There have been
But-
more than 1 million voters today.
would've been a good
on
one.
top of more than 7.
You guys know that would have been a good one.
Are we ready for socialism in New York City?
Let me know how the audio is, guys. His
I smell
videos
pancakes.
kind of quiet. Like that's just what it is.
All right, I think I'm gonna head over to the Kalshi party soon. I need to sit down and get some food in me.
Do you have results?
Not yet, but I'm gonna head over to the party soon because I need food and just sit down for a little while. I'm probably just gonna pop in for a little while.
I'll join you.
I don't know if I'm gonna stay. My feet hurt so bad. I'm gonna grab an Uber.
What do you like about him? Gotta catch a train. Okay, don't run in the street.
That's gonna be a free train soon.
Literally, no one wants to talk about this.
They're trying to like get away from my camera, and they're starting to walk. You guys,
Where is that delectable smell of pancake coming from? Mamdani or Cuomo, sir? We know who he's voting for. We know who that guy's voting for. The guy in the kafia. I wonder who he's voting for.
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about this.
No, you don't even know.
Let me see. Let me scrub back. Find somebody there.
Guys, Cuomo or Mamdani?
By the way, it's gonna get down to like 45 tonight.
45 degrees?
I think so.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's not fun.
Yeah.
Actually,
I'm gonna charge for a couple
See, I
more
feel like my
points,
Okay.
couple more percentage points, and then
Andrew
should be good.
Cuomo is from a storied political family.
I have no clue.
Andrew Cuomo is from a
There we go.
Oh, that's Mamdani.
ma'am, Cuomo or Mamdani? Cuomo or Mamdani? She said no.
My man, Cuomo or Mamdani?
Wow, I literally can't say that sentence.
Me either.
Hey. Oh, you didn't.
I can't believe how bad their options are.
I'm charging it.
Sir, Cuomo or Mamdani?
Mamdani.
What's your favorite Mamdani policy? Nothing.
Yeah.
Ma'am, Cuomo or Mamdani?
I can't vote yet.
Oh, okay.
He's insane.
Fitness. She's not. Mamdani.
Oh, no, yeah. No, she's voting for Curtis Sliwa. For sure.
Hold up.
Ma'am, Cuomo or Mamdani?
I think we got.
Who do you got?
Yeah.
Cuomo or
What is it?
Mamdani?
Mamdani.
What's your...
Yeah, we'll pull this.
Until 9 p.m. So people that may have been disrupted earlier in the day could cast their votes. Now, Passaic County is also where the Justice...
I want to find. Yeah, I guess we'll watch
Decided
them.
Curtis
Here we go.
Sliwa didn't have a chance and rallied behind Andrew Cuomo in massive, as you would say, record-shattering numbers. That would be his hope, because he doesn't just need big turnout. He needs the turnout to be disproportionately older, because Mamdani is clear. I mean, you see these in the polls. We've seen age divides before. I gasp every time I see it in New York City. It's off the charts.
Steve, if you can you break down what we're seeing in the boroughs? And we don't have Staten Island yet.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Yes, we don't now, and that is actually Kristen. That's a very important point here. Staten Island is the most conservative. It's smallest by far. It's the smallest.
I
of the
did
boroughs,
not know
but
that.
it's the most conservative, and you can expect this to be a Cuomo jurisdiction tonight. But
Sorry,
let's
I'm
take a look
freezing.
here in Manhattan, and Mamdani lead. Okay, Mamdani leading here by 8 points. About 40% of the vote counted. Cuomo, I think, was hoping to do very well. Upper West Side, maybe Upper East Side in particular, Cuomo was hoping to do particularly well. Bronx, I want to see, because this is interesting. We got about a quarter of the vote in the Bronx. Cuomo's folks have been hoping to do well here. Turnout, the question also was going to be maybe lower here. I think we're certainly seeing that, 28%. Take a look at Queens. If Cuomo's going to have a chance tonight, he's going to want to win Queens. Queens is where his family is from originally. His father, who ran for mayor a few decades ago, was the governor like his son. But you can see that's Queens. Now take a look over in Brooklyn. And Brooklyn is sort of the epicenter of Mamdani's movement here. Again, we talk about that age divide here. You know, neighborhoods in Brooklyn, there are some of them on the waterfront. This is the East River right here. There are some of them in Queens, but there's a lot in Brooklyn.
So this is
you know,
the
with a lot of
highest New
younger
York
voters,
City voter
college-educated
turnout
voters,
since what,
progressive,
69?
very politically engaged voters who've sort of been the backbone of this Mamdani
that
effort.
doesn't surprise
so
me.
he's running up the score most here in Brooklyn. And again, yes, Staten Island is gray. It's gray because it's Cuomo.
There you go.
It makes sense. I'm looking at it like you are, saying,
Oh
why
my
is
God.
Staten Island on there? Oh, man, that's it. Well, we chose a very confusing color here to use. Okay. That makes so much more. I'm trying to figure this out in my head as we go through it. Why would Staten Island not report with the entire city? It did report Cuomo's winning it. Slee was in second place here. I mean, this is the most Republican-friendly by far. So, again, that actually clarifies the picture again. We're not waiting on a piece of the mail and the early vote that would make this closer. We have the mail vote. We have the early vote. Most of the mail vote. We have the early vote. And this is the gap that Andrew Cuomo is looking at. You know, again, this is, it is, okay, we've got some same-day report now. And I'm going to ask, my producer's going to keep tabs on this. Now that we have the benchmark of that early vote, what
a
clip
terrible,
is Cuomo winning, or
god-awful
what is he getting
option
as the same day comes in? Because he's got to win it. He's got to win it by double digits. That would give him a chance here against Mamdani.
All right, Steve, if you get any more votes, yell loudly, and we'll come right back to you. Thank you so
Wild.
much. We do want to head out to
Let
our
me see it.
reporters now. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Sam Brock at Mamdani campaign headquarters, and NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis, who's at the Cuomo campaign headquarters. Sam, let me start with you. The vote starting to come in. Mamdani has this early lead, but too early to call right now. The mood at the campaign, how are they feeling, particularly given that President Trump had that overnight endorsement of Andrew Cuomo?
The mood right now, Kristen, is upbeat. It's optimistic. You don't see this entire room filled behind me, though it's starting to get that way for the simple fact that polls didn't close until 9 o'clock. To Steve's point a second ago about that vote line, right around the age of 45, and what was it consisted of in the early vote? The median age for the
I think
Mamdani's
going to win. Like, I don't even think it's going to be close.
Cuomo, and yet that big dump.
I mean, they should elect this guy.
Advantage for Mamdani, although I know it's tightened a little bit since then. I'm going to hit you with a couple of other data points, and it's important to note
they need to elect the guy that looks like Krauser.
Trump's endorsement of Andrew Cuomo at the 11th hour, or like at the 6 or 7 o'clock hour last night. which is that when you dig into a lot of these polls, they show incredible enthusiasm for Zohran Mamdani. I'm thinking of the Quinnipiac poll right now. The voters were asked, how enthusiastic, excited are you about the candidate? More than 90% were enthusiastic about Mamdani. Under 70% were enthusiastic about Cuomo. For favorability,
Well, who would be
Mamdani was
excited
about
about him, bro?
+5, +10. Cuomo was underwater at a -20. If I gave you all that information, Kristen, and then I told you that the New York City Board of Elections just reported 2 million votes cast so far in this, which is a figure that has not been seen in a mayoral race since the 1960s, when like 80.
I think people are just excited for something different.
So it's
Like even if they don't.
unprecedented in modern times, and all the energy appeared to
No.
be more so on one side.
No, they do not do this for the majority of states' mayoral election. This is a big deal because Mamdani is like wildly socialist, like wildly left-leaning. He's been funded by certain groups that are like questionable. One of them was like, I think it's CAIR, CARE. I think it's CARE. Anyway, some of them are closely tied to some not so nice countries, but he's very progressive. Like he's for like city funded what's it called, like grocery stores and whatever. Dude's, I just, okay, good luck. Anyway, and then Cuomo, he's been in politics for like literally 96 years. He's the guy that like, he was,
I think there's some important
I can't remember, was he governor? I don't fucking know, guys. He was involved in politics a while ago, though, and it came out that he was, like, being weird with some of the girls. And this is the guy, he goes, listen, I'm not a pervert, I'm just Italian. I have an echo.
We have a conversation about what it means to be a democratic socialist, wealth redistribution.
Is that better?
Conversations with folks who say they're just stunned by the level of discrepancy between the haves and the have-nots in New York City, and it's an issue that
tell me if that fixed it.
Americans across the country. Mamdani cannot come in assuming he wins on day one and just change the tax rates in New York City. It's impossible. I would also add to you, and you haven't really discussed it much tonight that I've heard so far, a big part of his appeal here in New York has been sort of the empathy.
Am I fixed? Is it better?
Palestinian solidarity movement. You are talking about a city that has more than 1 million Muslims thereabout. About 1 million plus Jewish Americans too, right? These are massive populations fractured on what's going on.
His wife
looks
like a bitch.
Extremely strong language toward Israel.
Dude, I wouldn't vote for this guy just because his wife looks like a
By the
bitch.
Israeli government, genocide in his words, and refusing to acknowledge Israel as a Jewish state.
Yeah,
he's been described as
insane.
anti-Zionism, but he has also been extremely emphatic that he wants to combat anti-Semitism by any means necessary. This is such a delicate issue, and it really has permeated communities all over New York City. So I would say if the umbrella of his campaign...
Yeah, so like I was saying, Mamdani is like kind of a historic candidate because he is so progressive. He's so left-leaning. I mean, he's like... I mean, I would just say I don't even know if he says he is himself, but I mean, I would call him like a straight up socialist. And then Cuomo, yeah, he's literally been in politics for 90 years. You know, same guy that was like, I'm not a pervert, I'm Italian. But I think Mamdani is gonna win.
I'm so sorry, Kristen. I think you're asking about clarifying remarks. It's been a little bit loud here. I will say that it's one point Mr. Mamdani received
We do not normally do this with elections. We don't normally care this much.
Which for many Jews is a call to violence against the Jewish community. He said he's had conversations with rabbis and Jewish leaders throughout New York City and has come to the understanding that it had a very visceral tone, and he's since backed off of that. There are other positions that Mamdani has moderated when it comes to this conversation. But one thing that he will not change is the idea that Israel should not exist as a Jewish state. It gets to the cornerstone of Jewish identity.
How can
that
you
is the fracture line, right? There's also comments that surfaced from 2023, which he said at a national convention for the DSA, when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's laced with the IDF. Not exactly clear what he meant by that.
He's insane.
That surfaced and since been confirmed, but he has been asked about it. Hasn't really offered much other than I'm looking forward to working with people all over New York City and concentrating on a platform of affordability. He has stuck to those talking points.
Yeah.
But this is big picture.
This is a
such
guy
major
who wants
issue.
to,
And by
like...
the way, another component of this race, the Islamophobia.
Hey,
as
thanks
well.
for the follow,
Kristen,
Vincent.
there have been
I don't
ads
know...
run by anti-Mamdani super PACs that have shown...
So I don't know how many of you guys are, like, familiar. I know, like, some of you guys aren't American, but, this is, like, like I said, this is not something we do for every mayoral election. We don't normally care. This guy is super left-leaning. It's, like, crazy. He's kind of scary, honestly. But I think that the thing is, like, people are so sick of more of the same, that they're gonna vote for anything, whether it's extreme or not, just because they want something different, which is, you know, I mean, that's fair. Seems like something will definitely change under his under his eye. But if you guys are familiar too with New York City, right now, you know, obviously New York, especially New York City, is wildly blue. Like, it just is. What's crazy, though, is, like, Mamdani is very much for defunding the police further, you know. If you even, like, if you just Google this, like, just very surface level research, New York's crime rate is, like, absolutely insane. They don't even punish theft if it's under, I think, don't quote me on it, but I think it's like under $1,000. But it's absolutely crazy. Like, there's no repercussions. People break into these stores, and I'm not just talking any store. They're breaking into, like, your Gucci stores, your Saint Laurents, and they just can turn around and, like, some of the shit, they can turn around and sell it in the middle of the street because there's just no, like, law enforcement present. So he wants to defund police and stuff even further, which is kind of insane, in my humble opinion.
69, and we know that some people were still standing in line to cast their votes at 9 o'clock, so there may be some additional numbers added to that. But the optimism is here, and to the point of how does Cuomo speak to the remarks that Mamdani makes about him and what Mamdani says he will provide for this city in terms of free buses, freezing the rent, and free universal child care.
Yep.
The words from Cuomo are, and this is his words, quoting, he calls it...
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys heard that, but, like, Mamdani is some of his big sticking points or stuff that, I mean, obviously they sound good. He wants free buses, so, you know, free public transportation in the city. He wants, like, some kind of... He has this thing with grocery stores where it's like an open source grocery store. I don't know the word, but it's like city funded. I don't know. He wants free childcare. He wants to defund the police further, like I said. Stuff like that. So it's like, it sounds really great in theory, but I was watching a little bit earlier, one of the streamers was up and he was saying, you know, he was walking around New York City interviewing people, just regular people, asking them, you know, who they're hoping wins and why. And, like, a lot of these people, they were asking, you know, why did you vote for Mamdani? Well, it's because free this, free that, you know, he's doing all this, it's free. And they ask these kids, because, like, a lot of them are younger people, obviously. They say, you know, who's going to fund that? Like, where are you getting funding for that? Where are you getting funding for free childcare? Where are you getting funding for, like, you know, these grocery stores and things like that, the bus, the public, like, all of, where is it coming from? No one really knows. No one can answer that. I don't know. I'm not well versed enough on Mamdani to know his answer to the question. I would assume that he had some. Oh yeah, he wants to tax the rich significantly more, which is okay in theory, right? So this is... I'm going to jump in. This is New York City.
He said that was the most important
wildly expensive.
And look at how they broke here. It may not surprise you, given what Steve is seeing on the big board with Zohran Mamdani. They broke for him, right, by a margin of something like 59, 60%. We're going to show that here next. And so this is an indication that this affordability message that Mamdani was laser focused on, we heard him talk about again and again, that this was effective for the voters who felt like cost of living was the most important thing. You see it here, 63%.
I think most people would say that in New York City. I mean, you're living in shoe boxes for, I mean, it's astronomically expensive. It's unlivably expensive in New York City. Mike, like, how do you expect to reduce crime without a police force? You don't. You don't. And here's the thing. People like Mamdani, people who are, you know, in the like upper echelons of society, they don't have to see that. That's not a problem for them. It does not exist. They're not out there every day on the streets. It doesn't hit home for them the way it does like everybody else, right? So it sounds great in their mind because they can just say, well, we're going to defund the police. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. That's fine. But like your everyday New York citizen is sick of this shit. I mean, these people can't even go to a restaurant and sit outside because there's organized crime groups who are approaching them and just taking handbags, expensive wallets, things like that, like just taking them off their person and walking away or getting on a scooter and driving away. I mean, it's insane. It's really crazy. They will not, that's not an issue. You guys, I was watching a video the other day. It was just somebody filming the inside of like a Walgreens or like a drugstore if you're not American up in New York City. They have everything is in like glass cases, everything with a lock and key, including like the one that struck me was like a deodorant. Like, you know, I know you guys don't use it in France, LOL, but like they're just the deodorant, $23 under a lock and key. Because theft is so out of control. That's rough. That's rough. And so with that, you know, it's not just like, oh, this is obviously it's like obscenely expensive, but also with that comes, you know, your mom and pop, you know, your drugstores, people with family-owned businesses. Shit, they're literally stealing money from the laundromats and stuff up there. You know, they're taking ATMs and stuff out of like mom and pop laundromats, and it's absolutely crazy. Like, so you're driving out a lot of these people who have been, you know, members of this community and contributed a lot to the community because you're doing nothing to protect them. Nothing.
About how they did in the early voting, and that certainly held up. And, you know, again, the same day is just, I was put this up a minute ago, but at 9 points, you know, Republicans want this to be a 20-point county, maybe even more than a 20-point county. So Cheryl's certainly doing well relative for how you'd expect Democrats to do here. You know, we just, Bergen County is still waiting a bit on. But she is overperforming.
I would be curious to know if that is an American thing with the like defund the police.
This one up a little while ago.
It's just really bizarre.
County. Now more than 80% of the vote is in Gloucester County. This was where we had, you know, we said in 2021.
Like I don't know why you would want that.
Started in Gloucester County. Chitterelli won it by double digits.
But then, you know, like I said, it came to me and I said, you know, his whole thing is like, we're going to jack up the taxes on the 1% of New York City. Well, it sounds great in theory, but that 1% is pretty much like economically keeping your city afloat. Like, let's be honest, they're the people that hold the jobs, they hold the economy, they hold all of this, the real estate, like everything. The job, like the labor market, arguably, you are going to push those people out of New York City. At the end of the day, what you're going to be left with is like a wasteland where everything is free. But what does it matter? Because there's thieves running around who will take it right off your person. You can't afford to buy freaking deodorant. Like, at what point is this? Maybe it's not as good as it sounds.
The number's been jumping around, but we're keeping a close eye on it. Right before I came on, the most recent number we had was Cuomo was winning the same day.
It is incredibly expensive.
45%. Now, if he's going to actually catch Mamdani, it's got to be a bigger spread than that. It's probably got to be about an 8-10 point spread for Cuomo. So he's not currently trending at the level he needs to. He'd have to pick that up. But it is enough here for him to pull us within 8 points. That's 60%. And again, Sliwa, we talked about those.
I would be shocked if Cuomo won.
Clearly that is something that happened in
Shocked.
New York City.
Okay, well, it's getting more dynamic in New York City. Steve, stand by. We're going to check back in with you in just a moment. I do want to head out to Stephanie Gosk. She is at Mikey Sherrill's headquarters in New Brunswick, where, Steph, the celebrations have begun. We can hear them behind you, waiting now for the candidate, the governor-elect, to come out and deliver her victory speech.
$1.
Well, that should be happening probably pretty soon.
Yeah, that's probably all he could afford to bring back.
Some people are saying that this race was going
Like,
to be
I'll show you.
that it could be going into the wee hours of the morning, and it is not even 9:30 yet, and we have a winner. That sounds like a demonstrative win.
I don't know if it. I actually don't know if it's gonna let me with.
The feeling here is electric, and at this point, when you look at those numbers, you have to start wondering whether that referendum on Donald Trump that Mikey Sherrill was trying to have in this election, attaching her competitor to Donald Trump, whether that has worked, and if it has worked,
Let's look at rent.
there might be some way to extrapolate that out so that this
I don't know. Like, I'm not super familiar with New York either, so it's not really. Like, I'm not familiar with the boroughs as much, and let's just go, like, down here. I don't fucking know. Yeah. These are rent prices.
and you can really feel the energy and the excitement for what's happened here in New Jersey today.
All right, Stephanie Gosk.
I would go to the United States whenever it's about, like, a quarter of the price.
We really appreciate it. But joining me now is former Republican governor of New Jersey, Christine Todd Whitman, who has endorsed Mikey Sherrill. Governor, thank you.
Like, this is his studio apartment.
News. We just called this race.
I am delighted. It's
I would bet you money it doesn't look anything like
in
this.
Virginia as well, and several other races, but this is terrific.
So this
for
is
New
the
Jersey
whole
as
thing.
It means we're going to have a governor
Bed,
who care about New Jersey, not
this,
care about what the president wants, and that's what people
this,
want.
and that's it.
Someone who's gonna focus
And it's
on
$3,000 a month.
Try to please someone in Washington, and I'm just delighted. And it finally means that we'll.
For reference, I own an entire house in the middle of Missouri, and it is. How many square feet it is? I know this doesn't mean anything to you guys who are French. It's a bit expensive. It is insanely expensive. I mean, I don't even. And see, like, this doesn't include fees and charges, so, like, utilities and stuff that are built in. I mean, God, I can only imagine. I have no idea.
Could Mikey Sherrill, could other Democrats?
Yeah, 600 square feet.
That coalition. Democrats potentially could draw
$7,000, like.
But what, if anything, do you think the lessons are here in this race?
You have a friend who's from St. Louis?
Well, I mean, it's clear.
I'm so
that
sorry.
Had the message that people wanted to hear, because she's been outperforming in almost every county. Everywhere you look, she's been outperforming what was expected of her and what's happened in the past for Democrats or previous gubernatorial candidates. And conversely, Jack has been underperforming, and this is his third time around. So if they're going to, Republicans,
yeah, St. Louis is
vote, they should have done it by now. And I think it shows that Mike.
I don't know, I'm biased, you know? I've lived here for so long. I want to find somebody who's, like, super entertaining.
Petition the court to keep voting going in a few...
No.
And I think there's something about that. And it
Okay. Not gonna watch her. I'll just go back to where we were.
About what they're saying, and that's one of the things. Jack said he could think of nothing that Trump had done that was wrong for New Jersey, and yet he's canceled the tunnel. He's done innumerable things that have cost New Jersey money and that have hurt the state. And so people understand that.
Governor Whitman.
Also, it's worth mentioning that where I'm from, so, like, I'm not from specifically St. Louis. That's my nearest major city. But it's tiny compared to New York. I mean, New York is massive.
Elections at the end of the day are local, but in any election this year, the president is such an overwhelming figure, has made so many decisions that are hurting so many people that you can't ignore it. It's clearly a reflection, not just on the president, though, but on this dysfunctional Congress. I mean, the House hasn't been back in session for 6 weeks, and we're paying them.
Governor Whitman, I hate to do this. I have to interrupt you. I have to thank you for joining us, but we do have another call that we want to
No.
mention is that NBC News can now project that Democratic Socialist
No.
Zohran Mamdani is the projected winner, the mayor-elect of New York City, the
How?
first Muslim to hold that distinction. He came from near obscurity, an assemblyman.
They only have 60%
soared,
in.
to the top of the list in the primary. Governor Cuomo was beaten there and then ran as an
What are you guys
independent,
doing
and
trusting
now
this
he
guy? Look at
has,
his teeth.
Declared victory once again. Steve, take us to the big board. How
Holy
did he
shit.
pull this off? How did he pull off what is going to be an historic win?
Yeah, well, it's probably going to be closer, too, than his primary win. That was a 12-point margin he had in the primary. I mean, clearly, instead the polls were all over the place, but the polls that showed the closest margin here ended up being the accurate ones here, in part because that Curtis Sliwa vote, that is, 10 points, maybe 15 points lower than he was at in some of the polls, and it just looks like it really did consolidate behind Andrew Cuomo. One thing to look at as the vote continues to come in is, will Mamdani end up clearing 50%? Will he be able to say he got a majority? Now, in terms of where the remaining vote is coming in, the one thing
He's a
Mamdani,
night watchman.
the fact that he just won the
Brave
race, he wants
man.
to crack 50. The one
I
thing he
cannot
has going
believe
in his
he-
favor is disproportionately, there's a little more vote to come out of Brooklyn than the other boroughs, just in terms of the proportion of it, and that is Mamdani's best part of the city right now. And where there is the least amount of vote to come in is Staten Island, and that is obviously Mamdani's worst part of the city. So the opportunity is there for Mamdani to get over 50%. We'll see. Could he make this a double-digit win over Cuomo? We'll see. But again, you think about this. This is the Democratic nominee in one of the most strongly Democratic cities in the United States. And in the general election,
Good
you're looking
luck.
at maybe
Good
a
luck.
10-point win, maybe a high single
About to look a lot like the UK over there.
A lot of folks in the city who were not willing to vote for Zohran Mamdani, even though he's with the Democrats, and even though the Democrats typically win New York City elections, by open lengths. So there was consolidation here. I think it's noteworthy as well. In our exit poll, we asked folks if it was just a two-person race, Cuomo versus Mamdani, and it was basically dead even in our exit poll there. So if you're the Cuomo campaign, you're seeing this consolidation. One thing you're probably thinking of is, geez, hey, they got Eric Adams, the incumbent mayor, to drop out and get behind Cuomo. What if they could have actually gotten Curtis Sliwa out of this race and gotten full consolidation? This thing would be, in fact, a real nail biter right now. And just, one final point as we watch the final
They
results
should have
come
known
in,
better.
with Cuomo losing, probably going to be a lot of talk that this is the end of that Cuomo dynasty, that goes back decades, I should say, with his father. His father, almost 50 years ago, ran for mayor of New York City, lost the Democratic primary, continued his candidacy as a third-party candidate in the general election, just like his son. And Mario Cuomo lost that election to Ed Koch, 50 to 41%. And that
I'm
might
listening.
be
Hang on.
exactly where this thing lands tonight.
Unbelievable. Well, they do say history repeats itself. Thank you, Steve. Keep us posted. We're going to come back to you with any other big updates.
Okay,
But
he's
this
not
is
lying.
Fascinating. Hallie, 34
Remarkable.
years old. Politically speaking, this is to some extent an earthquake, what he has just pulled off. He's a
Sliwa-
Democratic
yeah.
socialist.
Sliwa
He has
should have
promised
absolutely
a range of
left the race.
socialist
Like, it was
policies
so
that
stupid
Andrew
of him.
Cuomo says are completely
After
unrealistic, but he convinced New York voters.
Hang on, I got, like,
that
audio
he was
running
the
from
right
two
person for
places.
This job at age 34.
A
What do
year
you make
ago,
of
were you
this?
talking about Zohran Mamdani?
No.
Nobody was, right? I mean, this is somebody who came onto the scene. Obviously, he was somebody who was known to.
I mean, I think they should have let Sliwa win just because he looked like Krauser from Resident Evil. The final, the final boss.
It is a night to take that in.
But
I'm so curious to see.
no, he didn't have a chance in hell. And if he had balls, he would have gave it to Cuomo. I mean, by no means was I like cheering for Cuomo. Like, fuck, New York, literally, they were like, listen, here's your choices. You get the guy that might be funded by terrorists, or you can vote for the guy that says, I'm not a pervert, I'm just Italian. Like,
so many people, obviously in New York, and so many people who had some concerns, as Steve has just laid out here, who did not back Mamdani here, despite the fact that he is, of course, the projected mayor. The other interesting component to this, and obviously we're
good luck, people.
National political journalist hat on here, but Donald Trump, President Trump, now has a foil.
Yes, he
does. Yep.
In Mayor-elect Mamdani here, to the degree that Mamdani has talked about, looking to find areas where he can work together with them, but not so much, right? I mean, that's not. It's not.
So
it's not
Trump
an
said,
situation here. So I think that's
Trump said that if Mamdani won New York, he would cut off federal funding to the city completely. They offered him $10 million to leave the race. Who offered him that? How is that not like coercion or whatever? I mean, he should have fucking took it and run, but...
And I think, Leanne, Democrats are scratching their heads and will try to figure out what exactly this all means. But what lessons do they take from a Zoran Mamdani victory and an Abigail Spanberger victory? Both messages on affordability, but two very different approaches. And to Hallie's point, President Trump getting ready to wrap the entire Democratic Party around Zoran Mamdani. It's one of the reasons, arguably, that Democrats were a little bit jittery about a potential Mamdani.
Yeah, Chuck
victory.
Schumer still has
Hasn't
not
been
endorsed
Schumer mystery here.
Mamdani. He put out a statement.
I don't think
tonight
that's
saying
funny.
that this is proof.
I don't think that's funny. Obviously, my opinion is that this channel we're watching is pretty freaking biased towards the left, towards Mamdani, so take that with a grain of salt. But I don't think it's funny that Schumer still has yet to endorse Mamdani. Like, that's honestly, it's an embarrassment for the party.
You're talking to Mamdani is talking to very liberal New York City. Mickey Sherrill's talking to New Jersey, and Abigail Spanberger to more rural Virginia. With the
Dude, I should have run for this. Like,
actually weigh in here because, to that point, Zoran Mamdani knew his constituents, his audience. He also, not just in terms of messaging, but strategy. He found new ways to reach out to voters on social media.
I mean, he was at the clubs last night at midnight, you know, rocking out. Like, I mean, he gets it. He meets people.
He doesn't get it.
Since Obama, you know, in a real sort of authentic
Are,
way.
are they for real?
That's who he is. But I'm sorry, you were.
The dude is wildly wealthy. Do you think he's going out to clubs because he's having a good time? Nobody heard of this fucking guy before. Like, he's out there because he's not an idiot. He knows his audience. He knows his audience is out at the club on a Sunday night, Monday night, because they don't have to fucking work tomorrow. Because they're hoping Mamdani gets elected so they don't have to work ever again. Like, what the fuck?
For Democrats, not hyper-focusing
He gets
on Trump,
it.
focusing
He gets
on people's
it.
pocketbook issues. The third is each one of these candidates have now built a new winning coalition. Up record numbers of independents, non-college, black males, young voters. All of those people, that coalition that Donald Trump built in this last election has now bled over and is now voting Democrat. So my top takeaway is that Trump has a huge problem. I'm curious how Democrats are going to leverage this now.
Listen to this dumb bitch.
Had an incredible win tonight.
Okay,
and a rejection of the president.
I'm going to come to you in one sec, but we do.
Do you
have
hear her?
Another projection
Wow.
to make. NBC News can now project that Jay Jones has won the race.
No, it's just absolutely incredible to me. Like,
this is hugely significant.
what a powerful... Trump is going to have such a problem with him. Like, first of all, he's just a mayor. His win is much more a symbolic problem than it is an actual problem. Like, we can be honest about that. But, like, it is a problem. I just don't understand.
Him over the finish line in this race because there was a
See,
lot
now,
of
like,
consternation
the
within
left-leaning
Democratic
people,
Party about his campaign, and yet
they're gonna really just, like, they're all gonna take this position of this black lady here where it's like, wow, we showed him, we really stuck it to the man. Yeah, fuck you, like,
this is a big night for Democrats.
what are you
across
guys, like, what are you
the
guys so
board.
stoked
President
about?
Trump, if we could go back to New York for a second.
We
Again,
knew
he's
he was
prepared
gonna win.
To say that the entire Democratic Party is now represented by Zoran Mamdani, who's a Democratic socialist, but as you know, President Trump calls him a communist, even though he is not and says he's not.
Yes. Yeah, it's a big night. But again, as I've said at the outset of these elections, these are Democrat states electing Democrat people to be their Democrat representatives in a Democrat-controlled government. This isn't necessarily news, although I think
You know what I think, though, you guys, like, honest to God?
pieces of interesting information.
If this is what they want in New York City, if this is what they want, let them eat cake. Like, let them fucking have it. Good luck. It seems like it's a little rough up there already. Good fucking luck, though. I wish you well. We'll be watching your downfall.
Number two, undoubtedly, I think this night shows that the Democrat Party is now the party of Mamdani. I think it's AOC. I think it's the entire left-wing base of what has been bubbling and roiling beneath the surface for quite some time now. I think they take control. And you see that, right, and you see that because Democrats like Chuck Schumer are terrified to vote for a continuing resolution until AOC says she's not going to run against him. They're terrified of that radical base. And also the issue of affordability. I think this is interesting because, as you know, prices for gas and groceries down under Donald Trump. Inflation is down under Donald Trump. Interest rates are coming down as well. The affordability issue is important in these states. New York and New Jersey have some of the highest state taxes on the planet. So they don't have anyone else to blame but themselves for high prices. And I'm going to be interested to see how Mamdani decides to tackle that, considering he has made a lot of claims. I will say one last thing about him. The only thing authentic about Zoran Mamdani is that he is wildly inauthentic. He has been trying to be everything to everybody from the outset.
Thank
and I'm
you.
interested to see who holds his feet to the
He's
fire.
fake as fuck. I don't get why people don't see that.
It's working.
Sure it is.
We get it.
Is the argument, I think, that you are going to hear from Republicans heading into the midterms, which will officially start tomorrow. But
Literally, Hillary Clinton would have been a better
They're
bet.
sweating it out after tonight. I don't know how any Republican is feeling good about.
Yeah, we're not.
That Hogan is making. The
We're
Democratic
laughing
response should be
because you just shit the bed and you have to sleep in it, bro.
The Democratic Party. I mean, I think the answer is, and the people want it. I mean,
Dude,
the message has been the same.
what
for
power
each
does
one
the
of
New
these
York City
candidates. I mean,
mayor
take out
hold
this issue
over
of
fucking
socialism
over
and
the
this
president of the United
hyper-focus on
States
how
and
to
the
label
entire
Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, though,
the
message
entire
in each
political
one of these
spectrum?
races
Like,
has been the same, which is, again, life is too expensive. The president came in, he said he's going to lower your costs. He's failed to do that on multiple different fronts.
some
And so-
groceries have gone up. There are a number of groceries that have gone up.
Oh, absolutely. Electricity bills have gone up. I mean, everything has gone up. I mean, the reality is, I don't care what the spin is. People are experiencing this in their everyday lives, me included. So the reality is, these polls aren't lying. The votes don't lie either. You've had record turnout. A new coalition's been built tonight, all based on the fact that the Trump has produce a failed economy.
Let's just make the point that it is presented differently in each of these races. When you talk about affordability in the economy,
that's the key,
right?
though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Abigail Spanberger is not Zoran Mamdani, right? They're not running the same kind of campaign.
Sure, but the reality is that has been the problem with the Democratic Party, is that we find a cookie cutter issue and then we think and expect each candidate to present it the same. To Leanne's point, that's not how it works. It all has a ladder up to the same message, which is life is too expensive, but everybody communicates it differently based on their local base.
You look at the key groups too that drove,
yeah, she would know.
this
Look at her.
victory,
She
this
can't.
projected
She
victory
can't
here
afford to
for
get her
Zoran Mamdani. It's
mustache
interesting
waxed
because we
anymore.
talked about, we're showing it up on screen here. People under 30, right? That's that age gap, the sort of generational piece of it that Steve's been talking about. Asian American voters, college grads.
There you
and,
go.
Listen, renters. Yeah. He said again and again, you're paying too much for your rent. The median rent in New York City is about $3,500, right now across the city.
And I
And so
can't
his
believe
point is it's too high.
I can't believe Cuomo didn't do better amongst the 45 and under bracket, because I think the picture you have of him is like from the 80s. Is this picture?
We'll have a graphics discussion later. We're clearly making a list.
I saw that picture. I was like, wait, what is this?
The last thing I'll say on the economy, it's so interesting for me to hear this conversation, as Chris and I have sat last year, talking about the economy, and 2 years before that, and the year before that too, is that there was this dynamic that happened, and I'm curious as to both of your thoughts on this. Last year, when the economy was obviously such a big issue for people, where the numbers were showing that those economic indicators were largely going in the right direction, and yet, and I was out there and I did a bunch of, talking to voters on the ground, people felt like the economy sucked. They felt like the economy wasn't working for them, despite what the numbers show. Here you are, and I hear you making the case that some of these economic indicators are good. By the way, gas is going down, right? The price of gas. Inflation has ticked down.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because we can't afford to buy cars.
Right? Like those things are true, and yet people don't feel it. They don't feel good about that. We talk so much about a vibe session over the course of the last year.
Patrick,
it's interesting now
fuck
that you're
off.
seeing people,
show me your
choose
outfit.
a different direction in Virginia, in New Jersey, and in New York City, or in those two states on that.
Yeah, but like I said before, one of the most offensive things you can do as a candidate is try and tell the electorate what they are feeling and what they're experiencing isn't true. We just saw this in the last election when Democrats said, no, the border's closed. What are you talking about? No, you're not paying more for gas and groceries. No, what are you talking about? Crime isn't high. What do you mean? And then we fixed all of those things. And now,
final point, then we're going to go out to
I guess I'm confused because the point is the voters tonight have spoken overwhelmingly with one voice, and they've all said the economy is
Right.
horrible.
These are
It's abysmal for
these
them.
are interesting sample sizes as we talk about. What's this going to do into the 26th? These are all Democrat blue states. These are all Democrat blue states.
And we should note, as we're seeing also in these exit polls, that the economy
No.
is the biggest issue for voters, as you
Correct.
see right there in that.
Yeah, she's right. Like, she's right about that. I don't care what political party you're a part of. Like, everyone agrees the economy is kind of shitty. Like, everything hurts.
Sam, what are folks saying there? They
I don't expect shit free, though.
You know, it's interesting, Kristen, there was almost like a delayed reaction.
Like, can nobody do math? Nobody can do math.
And then, about maybe 2 or 3 minutes later, all of a sudden there's just this huge wave of applause, and the room behind me is just filled up. It's packed. No insight as of this moment as to when we're going to hear from Zohran Mamdani. But look, if I told you 5 months ago, Kristen, 6 months ago, before the primary, that this 34-year-old, the youngest mayor in New York City, or he will be in more than 100 years, was going to be on this supernova rise, many people probably would have said you're crazy, partly because of the fact that his known quantity element was basically non-existent. He was polling at around 1%. We were talking about around the roundtable the idea that the Democratic Party in the 30 states that track registration has hemorrhaged Democratic voters in the last election cycle.
I mean, people are treating this guy like he's Bernie Sanders, and it's... We don't know this guy.
People that either weren't part of the process or were not aligned with the Democrats in the last couple of election cycles. And I'm talking about first-generation immigrants, younger voters, educated voters, Southeast Asian, Muslim, some Jewish voters, people that felt disaffected from politics. Kristen, you know, there's this great video that he's posted
Which
online.
Jewish
He went to the
voters?
Bronx right after the 2024 election, and he was talking to people and just asking them how they felt about politics in general, and they just felt so disappointed in the state of affairs, none of them wanted to get involved. A year later, he comes back, and some of the folks were recognizing Mamdani, giving him high fives, and saying how inspired they were by his messaging. So I know a second ago you were describing comments about whether or not people perceive him as authentic or inauthentic. When it comes to the empathy and the care about people, as he says, the human dignity component of being a democratic socialist, feeling that did resonate, right? He's approaching right now, and I haven't checked the latest numbers, it looks like on your screen around 50%. Okay, that was not where Zohran was for most of his campaign.
Like, look at his entire audience
Optimistic
is,
polls generally had him at 46,
like, under 30.
47, Cuomo in the mid to high 30s. So he might be overperforming here, or perhaps Sliwa is underperforming after Trump's endorsement. Either way, he's close to 50%. It is a new day and age in New York City because this is a democratic socialist platform, although let's be very clear, Mr. Mamdani has distanced himself from the national DSA on some issues, and it is going to be fascinating to see how they work through that dynamic. Because while he has absolutely talked about
like we didn't expect the Democratic candidate to win New York City. Like I knew he would. I knew he would as soon as I saw his the guy knows how to market himself. I mean, I think it says a lot about his voter base that they can be swayed solely by a TikTok, but nobody, none of them can answer, where the money for all this stuff is going to come from, or nobody gets that. Nobody can answer that, but they think he's really cool because he goes to clubs.
The fact that he meets Americans where they are, that was one of the keys to former President Barack Obama's victory, who of course called him to offer to be a sounding board to him in the final days of this campaign. Sam Brock, fantastic reporting there. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Let's head back to Rahema, who is at the headquarters of Andrew Cuomo. Rahema, look, Andrew Cuomo thought perhaps that last-minute overnight endorsement by President Trump could help him peel away some of Curtis Sliwa's supporters. He did, in fact, but it just wasn't enough to get him over the finish line. He, by his own acknowledgement, was a flawed candidate.
That, and you should hear the music. I don't know if you can, but the song is Don't Go Breaking My Heart. The mood here is kind of heartbreaking. It's not a jovial mood here at all.
Yeah. One of you guys said that about the white women eating out of his hand. Look. I'm trying to see which one was his last live. So Cam Haggerty was up Higby was up in New York earlier interviewing people.
All right, what's up?
Just to see what they thought and like who they voted for and why, if they were willing to discuss that. Some of the shit that I saw is just, it's like the most telling stuff I've ever, it's insane. Let's see.
I'm not from New York.
You don't know his policies?
Let's see. A lot of people, surprisingly, like a lot of people did not want to discuss this with him. And I guess it didn't surprise me.
Yeah, why?
Please vote for Mamdani. Please vote for Mamdani. I don't want to pay high rent.
What do you like about him?
I like his policies.
Which policies?
I like that he's talking about lowering rent. I like that he wants to make the bus free.
How is he gonna lower rent?
I don't know, but I believe in him. And Cuomo's a fucking dick. Doesn't he have like 13 like sexual harassment cases? Why would I vote for that? As a woman, even not as a woman, as someone who feels empathy for other people. Like I wouldn't want someone who sexually harasses women as like my mayor.
So we're gonna vote for a bunch of plans that we don't know how to implement?
Better than the pervert.
Okay.
I mean, who else is
I disagree.
there? Who's better?
Cuomo.
The pervert?
Alleged pervert.
No, he's a pervert.
It wasn't proven in court.
But like 13 women though?
Okay, we know Cuomo's a little bit of a weirdo. Like,
accuse them, but regardless, like you're looking at a guy who's gonna burn the city down versus
listen, if it
an
was
alleged
really
pervert.
like a bad thing, right? Like if it was really like a ruining thing, why would you still vote for him? You know?
Cuomo?
Yeah, because if those allegations would ruin his life, he's still running for.
Well,
like,
no, that's what the people who
mayor.
accuse him, I think, a lot of times.
Yeah, but it didn't work. So why would they do
power.
it? I mean, why would you?
Well,
put
they thought it
yourself
was
out
going to
there,
work, of course.
Risk your political career to expose someone who sexually harassed you. If it
Either way,
wasn't
do you
true.
think the bus thing is going to help people? Like, don't you think?
I don't think a lot of this stuff is going to happen, but I like that New Yorkers are really like rallying for someone more like outspoken because it'll lead us into better things in the future.
How do you know?
These are the policies.
Hitler was very outspoken. That didn't lead to good things.
Outspoken in the best way. No genocide, guys. I mean, I don't think Mamdani is going to persecute Jews. So.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Do you
You're
think he's
saying
gonna persecute Jewish people?
Maybe a little bit. Yeah. I mean, you're just saying he's outspoken, therefore he's going to do good things. But Hitler was outspoken. Stalin was outspoken. Mao.
Maybe.
King, Malcolm X.
Yeah.
Outspoken
Yeah.
people. Look
Malcolm
at those
X,
polls,
not
though.
very
It
good.
comes out at midnight. He's 94%.
Well, those aren't polls. Those are
Oh.
that's a betting odd.
Yeah,
That's cow sheep.
Hey, everyone still thinks he's gonna win. I voted for him. Everyone I know voted for him. Did you vote? How long
I
have you
don't
lived
live
in New
here.
York?
I don't live in New York City. I
So
lived in
fuck-
New York.
so
I lived
why
in
are
New
you
York
for
State my whole
Cuomo,
life.
bro? New
Well,
York State?
I lived in New York State my whole life. Yeah.
Yo, fuck upstate. Y'all niggas are pussies. The fuck? The city's where it's at. We're upstate.
Where upstate? On the Canadian border.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's
So you're
all
like
right.
Canadian, dog?
No, I'm not Canadian.
Yo, whoa. How do you say a boots?
No, I
A
just grew up.
boots?
No.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
I just
love
grew
you,
up on the
dog.
border. Anything
But
else
yeah.
you like about Mamdani?
He's funny, bro. He's funny.
Vibes.
He's young, and I like his policies. I want lower rent, honestly. And Cuomo, obviously, he doesn't want lower
Well,
rent.
you're gonna pay for that rent either
And
way.
like, why is a president endorsing a mayor? Like, can we really think about? Isn't that not
Presidents
weird,
endorse lots of candidates.
But like a mayor, like why does a president need to endorse?
I'm sure Obama did the same thing.
Hey, Alfie.
No, he didn't.
Obama endorsed lots of people.
Oh, Obama didn't rape a 13-year-old girl, and Trump was convicted of that. He had to pay it in civil court.
He wasn't
He
convicted
raped
of
a
that.
13-year-old girl.
He was never convicted of any such
Look
thing.
it up. This is real. She was 13. He had to pay out of pocket for it. Guys, Trump is a rapist in
No.
real life. Yes,
Literally not
and he
true.
was on Epstein's island. He was friends with Epstein. There's so many pictures. There's so many pictures of them together. It's so strange. And on his flight logs, on the Lolita flight that Epstein exposed,
Girl.
Trump was on it several times, guys. Those were the only things we have from Epstein's island, the flight logs.
This
But
girl
yeah,
couldn't put her
fate
wig
was
on
there,
right, like-
Unfortunately. But yeah.
There's no evidence that he was on the island.
Well,
There's
then why
evidence
did
that
he
he was on the
take-
plane, but there were lots of people on
So
the plane.
he was on the plane to the private island just to be on the plane. Suspicious,
No,
isn't it?
planes go places other than to private islands.
His private plane, the Lolita Express that
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein owned, that was a private plane to his island.
Yeah,
Did you
even
look this
Jeffrey,
up
even
before
Jeffrey
this?
Epstein went lots of places other than the island on that plane.
But that plane specifically was for that island. That's why it was
No,
called the
no,
Lolita
it was
Express.
just his plane.
He had several planes. Jeffrey Epstein was loaded.
Right, and if you look at the flight logs of that plane, it goes lots of places, not just
yeah,
to the
not
island.
with Trump though.
Correct.
No, there's no evidence that the flight logs indicate that Trump went to the island.
But he was on that flight. I mean, he is a pervert.
No, I don't
Didn't
believe that.
he say like
Is
grab
it-
him by the pussy? Do you tell people?
Yeah,
grab
sure, I
him
did say
by the
that.
pussy?
It was locker room talk. No, I don't say
So
that.
do you talk in the locker room?
Unbelievable.
So why is it
No,
normal
I
if you
don't.
don't do it? Do you have
I'm not
friends who
saying
do it?
it's normal.
Do you have
I'm
friends who do
just
it?
saying it doesn't mean that
Does
he
your
raped
dad do
somebody.
it? Does your
no,
uncle do it?
no, I'm just
So
saying.
it's not normal, is it?
I didn't say it was normal. I just said
You
it
just
doesn't
said
mean
it
that he.
was normal,
It's
bro.
a big jump. It's a big jump from taking something that somebody said out of context to he's a rapist.
Well, he is a rapist.
Prove it.
I'll look this up right now.
Okay.
Hold on, let me ask Rock.
Yeah.
No, well, Trump didn't say that either.
No, he
Trump
said
endorsed
not, he said he
Cuomo.
Not,
Hi, Tisky.
Exactly.
He didn't say he would withhold funding
Yes,
if Mamdani won.
So Mamdani won. These are his voters.
Oh, a couple of them have achieved.
Multiple have retracted.
I wonder why.
But where is it proven?
Yeah. Hold on, let me find the 13-year-old girl. A lot of girls age 14. Whoa. Whoa.
Do they know that anyone can file a court
Are
case?
you gonna leave? Are you getting bored? I don't want to board your.
What's up, Advanced?
But I really want to find this case. So you believe
find it.
So
They
know-
dismissed
so
those
this feel like-
cases,
can you
did they
support a
not?
rapist, though? Like in the event that
No,
it
I wouldn't.
happens?
But there's no evidence that
So
he
if
is a
there was
rapist.
evidence
No.
that he did rape that 13-year-old girl,
He's never been convicted in a court of law of sexual assault.
not in a court of law, but civil court to pay out of pocket.
Well, in civil court, the burden of proof is 51%. So it's just 1% more than he might have done it. He might not have.
Somebody to jail, than like not steal their money.
You what? You what?
Oh, here's the lawsuit. She was 13. She
Yeah.
sued, and she was older when she sued, and she won the case because there was evidence.
She didn't win the case.
She didn't win the case. She received financial compensation.
That doesn't mean you won the case.
Well,
have you
it
heard of a
means it has to be
settlement?
proven in order to get the
No,
financial
it doesn't
compensation.
necessarily.
She didn't get a settlement. She
Okay,
got.
show me
she
then.
won the case.
Show me.
Let's find her
Show me
name.
where she won the
Her
case.
name was Katie Johnson versus Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
Katie Johnson dropped the case.
Literally.
So who's the other 13-year-old girl? Or maybe she was
I don't
14.
know. Katie Johnson was initially a Jane Doe, and then she dropped the case and withdrew it.
Maybe because they exposed her name. But yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty sad that she dropped the case. It doesn't mean she was wrong.
But you
It
just said that
was
she
right.
won the case 2 seconds ago. So you
Well,
see how the
somebody won the case. I mean, you said he wouldn't vote for a rapist. But she was 13, though. I mean, wouldn't you believe the child's word?
Not
No.
necessarily. Children are very easily coerced, especially by their parents.
But she was a grown woman.
There's lots of reasons to sue a billionaire, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what the evidence is, and it happens in this case there was none.
I mean,
What do you mean?
There's lots of. Well, first of all, you report it. Second of all, you go to the doctors and you get a rape kit
let's
done.
think about it, right? Trump, the multimillionaire,
Yeah.
and the 13-year-old girl who just
Yeah.
got raped, probably took a shower after, comes out years later, says she was raped. What evidence is there other than her word and his word? And then in that,
Material witnesses,
Right.
who's
time
in
and
the room watching her
place,
get raped?
anybody who could account for his
Right.
time and place or her time and place.
So, like, the
yeah,
people
exactly.
listed in the lawsuit is what I'm hearing.
Okay, so tell me who are the people listed in the lawsuit?
Let's
Again,
find out, but
again, if you get raped, you should get a rape kit done.
Yeah, but not immediately. And do you know how rape kits are done? Do you know what it takes to get a rape
Oh
kit? Do you know
my
how
God.
long it takes to get a rape kit?
Rape
I'm
kits do
gonna
not
tell
take
y'all right
long.
now.
Don't
It
grab the
takes-
mic.
oh,
Don't
my
grab
bad.
the mic.
It takes, when you get a rape kit, you have to get it within 24 hours.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
if you've ever been raped, it's very traumatic. You usually want to shower after being assaulted. It's also very painful getting raped, in case you didn't know. There's a lot of bleeding.
Well, showering doesn't get the semen out of your vagina, so.
Yes, it does. As a person with a vagina, I've washed semen out my pussy.
Yeah, there's
and
still
yeah.
gonna be trace amounts that a rape kit will
Again,
pick up.
rape is very traumatic. So
She's doing it
in the
wrong.
moment where
I'm
you've
just
been
gonna
raped
say
by this
that.
billionaire, and also this girl was being trafficked at the time. So, you know, it was a occurrence for her.
You're just saying a bunch of stuff with no
I
evidence
mean,
for
like,
what you're
have you ever
saying.
been raped? Have you ever known who anyone's
Why
been
is it
raped?
relevant? Yes, I have.
Because I'm explaining to you how a rape kit works.
I know
and
how a
it
rape
goes.
kit works.
Again, I'm
But
saying
what
to
you're
you
doing is
the
you're saying a
logistics
bunch of
it.
stuff with no evidence for what you're saying, and then when I prove you
And
wrong,
so is he.
you withdraw what you say, and then
And
you
so
jump
is
to something
he.
else.
Or you just keep interrupting me while I'm saying the shit that's happening. Again,
No, I'm
getting
not.
a rape kit is a lot
You
of
just
work.
claimed that
Most
a
women,
girl won a lawsuit when that girl, in fact, withdrew her lawsuit.
Well, at the time, I
consensually.
thought she won. But honestly,
the time was 5 minutes ago.
the same thing, like 13 or 21 women have accused him of sexual assault. 32 women.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He's a
all
billionaire.
lying. So, I mean, how much money do you have, and how many people have accused you of rape because of
Well,
money?
I don't have any money to get from me, right? I don't assault people.
But Trump
But
does.
it happens that if you
Didn't
have
he
money,
also
people are going to
walk
be
in
more
on,
likely
like,
to
this
accuse you of
teenage
things.
pageant? Like those teen girls who were
No.
like,
Oh my
yeah, he
God.
said
Cite,
he
cite
admitted
evidence.
it.
Cite the
Okay.
evidence. Let's see.
Hold on. Please don't say it's AI. I know it's real now.
No, pull it up. There's no evidence that he said I walked in on a teen pageant.
It was
Said
not.
I
They
was
were
concerned that he went
full-grown women.
backstage during a pageant.
Yeah,
but
that
had
he
lots of
owned.
pageants.
So you have done that. I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed. And
Everyone's getting dressed.
Yeah, backstage before show and everyone's getting dressed.
So like you're.
He
getting
never said it
dressed.
was a teenage show, and also he didn't
But
say
he
I went
ran
into.
teen
He said I didn't go into dressing rooms, right?
Oh,
he said I
but-
went
but he said
backstage.
where everyone's getting dressed,
Yeah, he
so
said I
that's
went
implied.
backstage, which by the way, backstage is where management belongs. You know what doesn't belong backstage? Getting naked, right? So if you don't want to be seen naked, don't get naked backstage. Get naked in the dressing room.
So wouldn't he have supplied a place for them to get dressed out of the?
Yeah, there's a dressing room at the pageants.
So why weren't they in the dressing room?
I don't know. You tell me. That sounds like their choice,
it just
not
sounds
his.
like they weren't there. When you're in a pageant, especially, you would.
Yeah,
wanna
it
get
sounds like
dressed
they made the
somewhere
choice not to
with,
change.
like, mirrors and
Yeah.
makeup and
Yeah,
clothes.
exactly.
95%.
Right.
Everyone keep putting money on Mamdani, please.
Yeah, it seems like they made the choice to change backstage rather than
it just
change
seems like you're
in
going
the
through
dressing room.
loops to prove that Trump
I'm
is not a
joking.
perp.
But what evidence would that doesn't give me?
But there's not a lot of evidence and stuff that. I mean,
Right.
can we break
How does
down
that prove
this
that she was
argument? Are you seriously gonna be like, no, this guy, he didn't rape this girl? I mean, like, why?
Yeah. So this is the same girl who Cam was like, so why are you voting for him? Oh, because I want free rent. Well, how are you gonna get, like, how is he gonna pay for that? Well, I don't know. But he is.
For mayor, right
Literally
here.
TikTok.
Which one? Who you got? For mayor.
Nothing is free. Well, I was talking about this earlier, Tizky. It's like, okay, so I didn't follow this election super close. I live nowhere near New York. But what did is crazy to me is that I know New York's in the shitter. Like, the crime rate is high. They have a crazy amount of illegal immigrants, like, so on. It's completely unaffordable. Everyone agrees on, like, the unaffordability of it. But the problem is, like, nothing is free. The money has to come from somewhere. So when Mamdani is like, oh, well, we're gonna tax the wealthiest New York citizens even more. New York, they just said it earlier. New York is already one of the highest taxed cities in the world. What do you think is gonna happen when you keep taxing the people who are pretty much economically keeping your city afloat? Like, these are the people who hold the jobs, they hold the real estate, they hold pretty much the whole economy. And you're just gonna what? Keep, like, screwing them? You say TT, just TT info. I don't know what that means, advanced. Exactly. Oh, I just want to add Connecticut is like my dream state. Like Massachusetts or Connecticut. Nothing to do with politics. I just think they're beautiful places.
I want center. That doesn't exist.
You want center? I think I think it's not uncommon.
She said, I just want someone who's center. Oh, I watch these guys. Hold on. You say TikTok, meaning just TikTok info.
What's your favorite Zoran policy?
So I know like a lot of what Mamdani did was like mobilize using the media, the social media. Obviously, it was super effective. I know he used TikTok a lot, and it seems like, well, it was very effective. But I mean, anybody can say anything on TikTok. Like, it's my opinion that he's just like fake as fuck. Like, it's crazy. Not a whole lot happens there. Yeah. I would never leave.
All above. Of course they voted.
What Mamdani policy do you guys like?
Free buses. Okay, totally transparent. Okay, so
Do you think the free buses will be good? Like, what if a bunch of dangerous people get on the bus and now they're free?
I feel as though everyone is part of the city should have access to public transit. And I feel as though cost should be a barrier to that.
Sure, but don't you think that people are like strung out in drugs all day could be a danger to the buses?
Potentially, that may be a small portion, but I feel as though the large majority are.
Kind of like the subway, right? There's a lot of violence in the subways.
Well,
It'd be like the subways times 100.
I feel as though wherever you go in the city, there could be violence.
And who would pay for that anyway?
I'm unsure of where the funding could come from.
I'm unsure of where the funding could come from.
Yeah, okay.
You never know. Like, keep an open mind and see where things go.
Okay, I appreciate it, man.
Of course.
Yeah.
Have a great one. Be safe, okay?
Yeah, have a good one. Be safe.
Like, the only thing that I will agree about is that it definitely is telling that people are willing to vote for this guy who came from absolutely, like, I mean, I don't know many people who have heard of Mamdani prior to this election, and he's certainly not moderate. Like, so it's kind of wild. They'll become mobile homeless camps. They already are. But yeah, like, it's kind of wild that people were like, anything else. Like, pretty much it's one of those again. Like, anything is better than what it's been. This girl. Trying to see, I just had one. People were not super excited to talk to him.
Really quick. Guys, Mamdani or Cuomo? Oh, man.
Hey, ladies, we got a quick question for you. Super quick. The quickest.
Oh, this is a good one. Ma'am, Mamdani or Cuomo?
Mamdani.
What's your favorite Mamdani policy?
Affordable housing for all.
How do we implement that?
We leave New York.
Rich, of course.
Well, don't you think the rich people will just leave?
Yes.
You can't tax them anymore. But then you can't tax them anymore, right?
Well, it's unlikely they'll leave. They have all the real estate ventures here and everything else. Their businesses are rooted in New York, but they can afford to pay.
They leave lots of cities where they have businesses rooted when the income tax gets raised, or the corporate income tax gets raised.
Which cities?
LA, for example, San Francisco.
There's
Lots
still rich people in LA.
Bro.
There's still rich people there for sure, but lots of major corporations have.
She could have literally just cited the growth of, like, Austin, Texas. And, like, the flea of Silicon Valley. Like, he could have completely just cited that and it would have been fine. Hang on, I think Nick Shirley has a new video where he was doing the same thing, but probably better.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're here in New York City. Today, we're here in an area where it's primarily Zohran Mamdani voters. Today, we're going to be confronting these people, asking them why they voted for him.
You guys hear it?
Kinda
Let me
give
know
some
if you have
more
issues.
insights as to what they think he's going to do for the city here in New York City. So it's going to be super interesting. We're not here to cause any drama. We're just going to be talking with people, having good civil discourse today, confronting these people about what they're voting for Mamdani for, because this is such a crucial election, as you have a Democrat socialist who most people are calling a communist. You have Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, who's really a Democrat.
I'm ahead of you.
Chris Sliwa, who's a Republican, obviously. And today with us, we also brought a friend. His name is Sweeney. You may have seen him on the interwebs. I saw his post today. He gave out 20 reasons why people should not be voting for Mamdani.
That's
What's
true.
a few reasons why people shouldn't have voted for Mamdani?
You can go into every single one of his policies, and I'd be happy to, and maybe we'll find
Thanks,
something we
Mike.
want to have a
Go
good
over here
faith
into the-
dispute. Yeah. Well, look, there's any of a million reasons, right? You can go through every single one of his policy proposals, and almost all of them are just inept. But from a fundamental reason, if there's just one takeaway, Zohran is fundamentally anti-American, and his entire entourage, and not just his social circles, we're talking about folks that he's going to put in his administration and his cabinet in positions of power, are fundamentally and principally anti-American. They believe that America is a net negative on the world. So setting aside all of these different proposals he has, which will inevitably fail, he believes that America is a negative on the world, which is a complete and emphatic propagandistic lie. 62 out of 100 of the biggest corporations are American corporations. Think about the millions of children and families that feeds. America defeated fascism, communism, rescued the world from World War II, rescued the world in World War I. We are some benefit for New York City. And if you don't believe that from a fundamental standpoint, you should not be running for mayor of New York City, much less anywhere in the United States of America.
Yeah, and so we're seeing a large rise of people who support these Democrat socialist ideas, which are really very much communist-like, such as giving away stuff for completely free, controlling the markets of rent and stuff like that. Everyone wants cheaper rent, but you just can't go and freeze the market on
Right.
You just can't go and freeze the rent on a landlord who's trying to make money, right?
That's exactly right, and that is not capitalist. And to circle back on the first thing you said, democratic socialism is a euphemism, right? Break that down. What if he called himself a democratic communist? They try to use the democratic as a buffer to take away.
Hold on, Tisky, I have bad news. He already lost. They literally called the election in Mamdani's favor 15 minutes into it. Second of all, the Cuomo thing, do I think that those women, 100%, like that, I mean, it ruined his political career. Like, I was shocked to see him trying to run for this, honestly, because it was just like, dude, you don't know better? Like, I'm Italian, and like, yeah, those guys are touchy feely, but like, I know what he's, you know. Oh no, it's okay. Yeah. I mean, I personally was shocked that they called it that early, but I think we all knew that was going to happen.
And lessen the blow of what socialism and what his ideas really mean. He has gone on record, and I encourage anyone to fact check me, and I keep everything non-personal issues based. He has gone on record by saying that the abolition of private property would be preferable to our current system. Does that sound democratic to you, or does that sound communist to you? He is going on talking about freezing rent while simultaneously somehow building 200,000 homes. How do you build those homes if you take away the profit that is needed to make them profitable, okay? All of his ideas, they try to package them in these euphemisms that make him seem like non-radical with his, cheesy puffy smile up there. Deep down, those are as radical as you can possibly get. And for someone as a wolf in sheep's clothing being let in the front door of the capital of the world is as dangerous a metastasizing cancer as you could possibly come up with.
Well said. Looks like we have a voter right here. Let's go talk to her. Or him. How are you doing? I see you just voted. Yeah. Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Zoran.
Zoran. What made you want to vote for Zoran?
I stand by a lot of his policies.
What are some of his policies you're super excited about?
Yeah, freezing the rent. That sounds great. Who did you vote for?
I'm not a New York City resident, so unfortunately I couldn't vote.
Okay, cool. Well, so where are you from?
I'm originally from Utah. I do have an office here in New York City where I come in and out of, so I do care about the city a lot, and I go all across the world interviewing people on important subjects such as the New York City election. So freezing the rent, what do you think is going to happen in New York City and the landlords? Do you think freezing the rent is a realistic approach to solving the housing crisis here in New York City?
Solving the housing crisis?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to completely solve the housing crisis. I feel like we're going to need rent to be lowered overall, and just in general.
Yeah. And what are some of the other things you voted for?
So these people think not only is he going to freeze the rent, but he's going to lower it and then just leave it lowered. For what? For indefinitely? How does that work? Does nobody think critically? Like, we were talking about TikTok earlier, and I feel like that's really the problem, is like people are so satisfied with like this instant, they're so used to this instant gratification. It's like Amazon, you get your shit overnight. TikTok, you get the full story in like what, 15 seconds. Like, it's not healthy, and it's like leaked into our real life tangible society now, to the point where people hear these things and they don't think beyond what product is presented to them. They don't think about the process, the behind the scenes. It's just like, this is what's in front of me. I'm taking it at face value because it works in like every other situation. Like, it's really scary.
Zoran for?
Other than the rent stuff, free childcare is incredible. Taxing billionaires and millionaires, it's great, especially increasing their taxes so that we can have more equal pay in our society.
Did you vote?
I am still undecided. I will vote today before the votes close. I want to vote for whoever has the best chance of defeating Zoran. I think he's a cancer to everything America stands for. Respectfully, of course. Non-personal.
No, it's fine. No worries.
So the ideas of taxing the rich, what do you think is going to happen to the rich here in New York City?
I didn't want to really like debate about it, to be fair, but like,
should billionaires exist?
Should billionaires? No, they should not exist. Absolutely not.
Why not?
It's ethical for somebody to have that much money. Like, for real.
How?
The billionaires should exist?
I think billionaires, to break down what a billionaire is, right? Most of the billionaires that do exist on this earth, their net worth is tied up in their stock of companies.
It's
And those
non-liquid
companies,
assets.
Just give or take, feed
Yes.
millions and millions of families. Most billionaires are a net positive, including Jeff Bezos, including Elon Musk. Think of the employees that they hire and the bread that they put on people's families and the jobs that they bring in. Whenever their headquarters or different of their businesses come to a certain city in a certain jurisdiction, that is an economic flourishment. So I will meet you at a certain point, which is to say huge wealth disparities are cancerous for a democracy, but to sum out there and say tax the rich without being more nuanced. Now, I'm not saying that you're being unnuanced. I'm saying Zoran is deliberately being unnuanced because he is blending billionaires and millionaires together. 80% of millionaires in the United States are self-made. Most of them are small business owners who feed families and feed employees and are only value adds to their community. Getting them out of New York and continuing this mass exodus of folks to going to tax lesser states like Florida will eviscerate
Texas,
the tax base of New York
yeah.
City, and all these pie-in-the-sky projects he's talking about won't have any taxes to fund them. We should be incentivizing the rich to stay.
I mean,
100%. Think about it, you guys. If you woke up tomorrow and someone was like, listen, your great uncle from Nigeria, he was living in New York, listen, he kicked the bucket, you're inheriting his $3 billion business, and then this jack off gets elected and he's like, oh, we're gonna tax you at what? They're already taxed at, like, I mean, I'm not a billionaire, I don't fucking know, but like, let's just say, okay, we're gonna tax you at a 70% rate. Or you can go move to Texas or Florida. Are you staying? Like, why would you? And, you know, it's like he said, people with that much net worth, there's a very small pool of people who have billions in net worth. The amount of people in America who have millions is much larger. We all know, I would be willing to bet we can all think of someone, like even in a tertiary, like in our peripheral life, that we know who makes that much money. And it really think about it, like, is it fair to say that these people, just because they've made this much money, should have to pay? Like, what does that tell you about isn't America about the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness? These people put this much work and this much time into growing this business, growing this company or whatever it is. We're going to punish them for that? Why would we punish them for that? Yeah, it's un-American.
There's actual evidence and proof. I've read articles that have proven that billionaires, they're just saying that. It's just a threat. They're not going to move out of New York City, will. Especially in the next few years. There's so much business here. There's so much like life here for them. And then when you talk about like them hiring like so many workers and stuff, that's incredible. I feel like the problem is they're not getting paid enough. They should be getting paid more. Better health care. I'm talking about Amazon. I'm talking about big companies like that are exploiting their workers.
Totally fair.
So that's how I feel about it. I don't want to like spend my day talking
exactly.
about this too
it's
much,
not fair.
Of course, and we don't want to
but
at all.
I do find it. I find your opinion interesting.
What do you find so interesting about his opinion?
I'm done talking. No, I'm done. But no. Yeah. Take care, you guys.
How are you doing, sir? Did you vote? Not yet. Who are you thinking about voting for?
Zoran.
Zoran. She's also voting for Zoran. What makes you want to vote for Zoran? Are you excited about him potentially becoming the mayor?
Yeah, I am.
What makes you most excited about Zoran becoming the next mayor here in the biggest city in the world?
A progressive agenda that looks out for lower class and working class
Seriously.
people.
Yeah. What's your favorite example of, for instance, socialism that's worked in societies and in countries?
Hi, Butters.
Socialism that's worked in societies and countries? This country. Public schools,
No, the countries that socialism have worked well in, first of all, aren't capital. They're not like, obviously they're not, they don't have a capitalist foundation. They also are much smaller countries. So you don't have such a diverse, it's like, it doesn't work like that. Sure, there are use cases for socialism, but usually what pushes countries into adopting something like that isn't pretty. And it certainly doesn't work for big, like America, especially. What are we doing? What are we doing? I just think about, like, you know, honestly, like, even my parents, like, they've worked so hard their whole lives. You know, my dad owns his own businesses, and it's like, these are good people, right? Like, there's a lot of shitty rich people, but there's also a lot of good rich people. And it's just so shitty to be like, you know what? Fuck you. We're gonna take it and we're gonna give it to everybody else. We're gonna give it to this dickhead who gets his information from TikTok because he wants free bus fare. Like, it's insane. It's insane. Those people are driving innovation. Those people, money is literally the reason anyone does anything ever. It just is what it is. And if you remove that reward from the table, your innovation slows, your GDP slows, everything slows down. Butters, I'm so glad you're here. How are you?
Public libraries. A lot of our country was founded on socialist ideas that have been gradually eviscerated
No.
by
We adopted socialist ideas in times of strife.
America is a capitalist society, is it not? These roads were funded by public works provided by capitalism, were they not?
And they just walk away. All right, we're going back into the park. Here we go, everybody. As you can tell, Sweeney's a pretty sharp man, so we want to bring Sweeney on. Let him, you're a sharp guy, dude.
As I said with her, we approach things with civil discourse. We keep it non-personal. It's only an issues debate. I approach everyone with dignity and everyone with love. We want to have these conversations, and here's a radical idea why. Because this is a democracy. That's what our founding fathers fought for, to have civil, heated debate and discourse. And there are many folks who have said this, which I agree with, which is politics is verbal warfare, not physical.
My thing is, like, listen, if you stand by that, if you stand by the idea that we should be a socialist country, that we should redistribute the wealth, that we should tax successful people who contribute to society, that's fine. If that's your position, that's your position. My position is that you, if you're taking that position, should at least know why you've adopted those principles, and you should have the answer for how do we facilitate this. Otherwise, you might as well just be like a rock. You are the person who still have to wake up every day, you still have to wipe your ass, you still have to raise your kids, you still have to think about what you're going to do with their parents when they age out of your care. You know, they need to be put in a nursing home. How do we afford all of these things? Like, just because you think like, oh, we found the solution and free shit. Okay, but like, what are the steps we're going to take to get there? How do you know that's not going to negatively impact you? You just don't. I love capitalism, TBH. I do too. It's something growing up, like when I was younger, I really pushed against everything that was, traditional or capital, anything, I was an edgelord, but it is what it is. Like, as far as I'm aware, it is the best. Okay, it's the lesser of all the evils. It works for America. I'm not rich, but I get taxed a little, but I don't think that's okay, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, taxes are too high already. Like, and that's the other thing. What are these people talking about? Like,
You should have very contested debates, and that is where the truth comes out and is extracted from. When you have these good one-on-one debates as to what the actual policies are instead of giving personal remarks. So I almost never ever go personal.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people go personal with me. If you want smoke, I'm chimney, but I don't want to go there, right? So I usually try to stay away from that.
I'm gonna use that. If you want smoke, I'm chimney. All right, let's move up here. Let's see if we can find some people that have the I voted stickers on their chest. Everybody be rocking them out here today. How you doing, ma'am? Did you vote today? Who'd you vote for? Cuomo? No. Zoran? Is this your first time voting for a Democrat Socialist? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of a stupid question. Did you vote today, sir? Did you vote today?
I did, yes.
Who'd you vote for?
I'm not going to tell you.
Not going to tell me? All right, no worries. Respect.
that is kind of an invasive question. When I was...
So many people out here.
Is it just me? Like, when I was growing up, you were raised, like, you don't really discuss politics at the table. You don't discuss it. Like, certainly you don't walk up to, like, you might as well walk up to people and ask them what color their underwear are. These people are done the only country that somewhat managed to live under communism. Exactly. They don't exist anymore. They're countries that we had to go in and save their asses at some point because it just didn't work. When I think of socialist countries that are doing it effectively, like, I think largely of, like the Nordic countries, right? Like, Denmark, like Sweden, and like very, very specific use case. And I'm not even sure, because I don't live there. I'm not even sure it's as successful as we seem to think it is here in America.
It seems like this area, Tompkins Park, what's interesting about this area is that this place used to be like the home base for the migrant crisis here in New York City. This is where all the migrants were getting housed, over here and inside this neighborhood.
Respect.
How you doing, sir?
Respect, brother.
Planting some trees. All right, we got some live music out here. Got a guy in a skirt. All right, let's find one of these folks out here.
Let's not interfere with that girl.
Nah, yeah, let's not get to her. Everybody here in the chat, hope you guys are having a good day. We're excited. Tonight, we were wanting to go to a Zoran rally, but it doesn't seem like they're going to have one. We might have one later this evening that we may or may not be going to. We got to find it. All right, I'm going to talk to this guy here.
That might be an
How you
American
doing,
thing,
sir?
Mike. I don't
Excuse
know.
me, sir. How you doing? Do you have a quick second?
I did.
Awesome. Who'd you vote for?
Only if you want to. Total respect for you.
What the hell?
Who'd you vote for?
What the
today?
hell? I'm gonna die tomorrow.
I voted for Mambami.
Really? What made Mamdani win over your vote?
What made him?
Yeah, what made him win over your vote?
Everybody else sucked more than he did.
Yeah, Cuomo.
He's like, nah, what do I think? Look, if I'm thinking very, like, if I'm thinking optimistically, I got, what, 6-7 years before I kick the bucket. I said, you know what? We'll vote for the terrorists. Let's see what happens. Let's roll it out. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm out of here anyway. No, but he's not wrong.
Well, I've been through Cuomo. Cuomo's been through us. You know, he's all right sometimes. He did some good things, but I felt
Butters.
like, let's try something else.
Yeah, do you feel like it was just like, now let's just try something else?
Let's try something else, pretty much.
And what are you hoping or
I think
expecting
they're
to see
all,
from
you know,
Mamdani?
full of baloney, you know.
Yeah.
So you pick the one that, you know, suits you the best, you know. So what was your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what makes you excited about what Mamdani's proposing right now? The free buses, taxing the rich an extra 2%, free child care, also government and grocery stores. Lots of things.
Yeah. I mean, we've reached a point where we need some social programs that will function, and not too many people have to work.
Why
so it
did
has
we
to
reach
be
that point, though?
Within reason. So that's it. Yeah. Your answer is more or less yes to all those things.
And do you think it's possible for him to, for instance, to come in and tax the rich or to open up government and grocery stores, or do you think a lot of the stuff he's saying is kind of just to get the vote and like stuff that's maybe not actually possible?
Yeah, you're right. Chances are it'll be less than he expects, but you know, it's pushing in the right direction. I'm an older guy, so I've been around since the Vietnam War. You know, so I've seen this before. This country's been fucked up before, so you know, there's nothing new about this to me. But you know, it's pushing it in the right direction. It's just you just got to keep going on and on. 100 years from now, if we're all still here, you know, maybe it'll be better than certainly
God
be better than it
forbid.
was 100 years ago.
Yeah.
You know.
Another question a lot of people have is like, should we vote for somebody who may not support the ideas that made America great, such as like capitalism or Christian values, for instance? He's obviously a Muslim. Should we be voting for somebody in the biggest city in America who's anti-capitalism?
Well, he's not really anti-capitalism as much as he is having some social programs, in my opinion. What I read about him, I mean, we have to have capitalism because it's at the point that's really the only one that works.
Could I just offer you an opinion? And I
Yeah.
just want to shake your hand. What's your name first?
Mark.
I've got nothing but respect for my elders. You mentioned the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
I'm always respectful for my elders, and we don't want to put you on the spot. This is
All
only
right.
for your conversation.
No, I'm having a good time. You know.
I'm having a good fuck it.
Would it surprise you to learn that he has said that the abolition of private property is preferable to our current system?
Well, it doesn't surprise me that he would say something like that, but he said a lot of things.
Does that sound radical to you?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't sound radical. It sounds effective. Because do you know who's going to believe that? Anyone who doesn't own property. That doesn't sound crazy if you don't own your home. And this is New York City, where majority of people, I mean, as far as I'm aware, rent. So why would that sound crazy? They don't care. Fuck it, yeah, abolish private property. What do I care? As long as I don't have to pay $5,000 in rent for a closet, like, you can see why this is an effective, like, campaign like, it works.
No, sure, it's radical.
Does abolishing the police or defunding the police sound radical to you?
But he's changed his opinion on that.
Did he change his opinion before or after he wanted your vote for mayor?
Probably after he wanted my vote.
Does that give
But
him a
he
lot of
did
credibility?
change-
Does that give him a lot of credibility? If he's on the witness stand, and he's
Yeah.
got something to benefit by changing it, and he needs your vote, and he suddenly says, oh,
Yeah.
you know what? This is going to polarize people.
That's right.
So does he actually mean that, or does he just want your vote and he thinks by dampening that radical approach he'll get it?
Yeah, well, does Donald Trump actually mean that he's going to bring
Norway, yeah.
You know, bring the National Guard to New York? Does Donald Trump actually believe?
Wait.
I'm not.
Okay, you're from, Norway. Rochester County per capita. Population of under 5 million people. We pay 34% in taxes. And yes, the rich are moving out. We've been living good on oil for now, but ever since then, more socialist parties come into our government, and I'll tell you, things have gotten a fuck ton more expensive. Yeah, that's just it. I would be curious too, Alfie, because we hear a lot in America specifically about like the healthcare system. And I had good friends in high school who were foreign exchange students from like there's those very small socialist countries, and a lot of them said like, yes, in theory it's great. Reality is though, you kind of end up getting stuck on a list sometimes, waiting for things because that's just how it works when you're kind of there's no private medical care. You're pretty much on the list with everybody else. So I'd be curious. But yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm glad to hear somebody's opinion who like has experience with those Yeah, Mike said the same thing. Yeah. Interesting. You guys are great. I just like I said, we hear a lot of like not rose tinted because we're not talking about that. We hear though like a lot of beautiful, wonderful things about these countries, but we never hear about like the parts of it that aren't so good.
I didn't vote for Donald Trump in either election, but I hope he brings back ICE to Canal Street because the first day he did it, in 2 decades, it was
Say it again?
I didn't vote for Donald Trump in either election.
Yeah.
I've never voted Republican a day in my life, but I hope Donald Trump brings ICE back to Canal Street.
Canal Street.
The first day that he did that, for the first time in 2 decades, it was sparkling, clean, and safe. And before, it was rampant.
I don't disagree with that.
Yep. And that's where
I don't disagree with that. I had National Guard in the hallways of my high school.
Where was that? What high school?
Flint, Michigan.
I saw the Detroit. I'm a Michigander myself.
Oh, where from?
Muskegon, Grand Rapids, all over the
my
place.
My first wife was from
Kalamazoo.
Muskegon.
There you go.
There you go.
Bitch.
You're Michigan, baby.
You bet, man.
She was a
as long as we
bitch.
can drink and smoke wherever we want, I'm a happy man.
This is where Americans can get along. We meet in the middle on a lot of stuff.
Yep.
No.
I just feel kind of bad because I feel like some of the things Mandami proposed, like the defunding the police, he said it like not just once, but multiple times.
Oh yeah, he did.
And it's like
no, I don't disagree.
It's
with
like
you, man.
are these people like did a lot of people just get sold a bag of goods as far as like he puts on the good smile, but then
Oh my God.
But before all this, he was yelling at Tom Homan inside of federal buildings. He was saying that we're here to change the state. It's like, dude. What?
Well, see, that's the crazy thing, you guys. Like both Alfie and Mike said that about crushed ankle. You had to wait a week. It heals fucked up because you have to wait. And your mom with cancer. Sorry to hear that, by the way. Like, yeah. And in America, we have publicly funded healthcare too. We have the Medicare system and things like that. And those people are, I know people who have been on it or on it. And I mean, they widely are pretty happy with, the treatment they receive in the time they receive. They're not like, it's not like, oh, you have to go to this one place where it's not like we have like county hospitals anymore where it's like, all right, we'll send all the poor people there. Like pretty much everybody is kind of treated with the same urgency, right? And there's such a wide variety and diversity of treatment options because of your private payer system and all of the in between that we don't really have that issue. So to me, it's like, isn't this kind of the best of both worlds? Because we do have publicly funded options for people. And then we also do have the private, healthcare, which I think everyone agrees is way too expensive. Like at one point, it's just taking advantage of people. That needs to be regulated. But I don't think everybody should just be by default put on public healthcare. It doesn't seem, for a country as large as America, it seems like it would be very problematic.
And no one. They all do it, man. They all do it.
I'm glad what you just said is very true because this is where a lot of forget populism. Let's just call it democratic Americans agree that the politicians, regardless of their hue or color or the shape of the horse, most of them have sold out the American people. And that's why I am loyal to principles, not parties. But you've just nailed the head. A lot of people don't admit that about Zoran.
Yeah, no.
You're the first one I've heard that says, I voted for him, but he is a politician that you cannot trust.
Absolutely.
I'll meet you right there.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. So, anything else?
No, that's it.
All right.
Thank
you so much, sir.
Seriously, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you for your service as well.
Things always eventually get better.
Yeah.
Or they get worse, and then they get better.
And then they get better.
They put a socialist in Havana, Cuba. What happened to Cuba?
Yeah,
They got no electricity.
That's true, but they still have great music. And
It's not a good trade off.
Thanks for the telly. Thanks for the telly.
It's not as
Thanks
bad
for the
as they
follow,
let us
telly.
believe. You know, everybody's eating, everybody's having a good
Some
time.
of my best friends are Cuban Americans, and it's worse than they let us believe.
It all depends on your point of view. I'm a
Depends
musician.
if you go to
and
the tourist spot or if you go out to where people are living, I feel like.
Yeah, it's where you're standing, man.
Yeah.
Because you know, I played in Latin music. I'm a musician. I played in Latin bands for years in the 70s, and I have friends from Colombia.
I love
Cuba,
old
and all these
people.
places. But anyway, I speak Spanish and I live in all this shit.
Nosotros también.
So, bueno, ha ido bien. Todo ha ido bien hasta ahora.
Wow, we got three bilingual people right here.
Hey, qué bueno. Hablo español
Sí,
también.
también hablo español.
That's very good. Well, anyway, it's all bullshit.
Look, man,
At least you admit it.
You're not wrong. You're not
It's
wrong.
all
A lot of
bullshit.
it is a
You
facade.
pick, that's why I said in the beginning when I voted for him, I picked the guy who says the bullshit that doesn't offend me as much as the other guy.
Lesser two evils near.
You know, that's and then we have to hope that it doesn't get too fucked up. But the American thing is we can dump him in 4 years if we want to. So that's the thing we've got to keep.
I hope that's the case. I hope it doesn't reach a point beyond return because Cubans thought the same thing before they put Castro in power. And it was a little bit different because that was dictatorial. It wasn't a democratic election.
That's true.
But folks like Zoran are, in my point of view, humbly, and this is what democracy is all about, existential threats to everything that America stands for and all the dampening of the democratic socialism and not its full communism.
I disagree, you guys. I'm not going to keep interrupting as frequently as I am because I feel bad, but I'm going to be honest, I disagree. Because here's the thing, the guys like Zoran or whatever his name is, Mamdani, they talk this big game, everything sounds good, but guess what? None of it's going to come to fruition. It's just not. Like, it's not going to happen. People aren't going to be impressed. They're going to get sick of the same shit. Nothing ever happens. And then we'll vote in the next guy. It's that simple. Like, I don't think that, you know, you win some, you lose some. Like, we'll figure it out. You know, the guy's just a mayor. He's not going to burn down the country. It is what it is. But, like, people will inevitably see that nothing is, you know, nothing changes. It's just a bunch of shit. It's a bunch of talk.
Are just a facade. And I think that's the worst kind of veneer you could possibly find, is one that is covering something, policies that have never worked in the history of human civilization.
That's right. No, you're not wrong.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You know, part of everything is everything.
Yep.
You know, you just have to kind of, you know, keep an eye on it. And look, man, if we have to, we go to the streets and we fight it out.
Democracy's all
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right.
Thank
Oh,
you
yeah.
for your service. Have a good one.
Mike, ask the people in my chat, other Americans, about that.
The point. He just admitted to like what could
We were there,
happen in
too.
New York City. I mean, like, I'm sure London didn't think their city was going to get taken over by Muslims.
That was the next one I was going to say.
And it's like, what's going to happen here to New York City? This is kind of like the plan.
And you raised a good point. It's not, you know, this is what I've said to folks about, you know, open borders, right? The beauty of Sierra Leone is it isn't Tokyo. The beauty of Tokyo is it isn't Paris. The beauty of London is it isn't Cleveland. Open borders and policies that just want to flood the gates with folks who have no desire to assimilate, whether they're coming from Ireland, and I'm 100% Irish Catholic.
Yep.
Warps and makes one monogamous world
Same,
culture.
Tisky.
We do believe in nation states in the same way we do believe in individual countries. We want to keep it that way. Anyone who doesn't,
Are you guys old enough to vote?
bruh.
That's such a weird thing to...
I'm a grifter. Thank you so much.
Just going for a personal
which is,
insult right off the
which
bat.
is not a
Great way
grifter.
to
I'm not a
approach people.
grifter. Yeah, for real. Oh man, I've been doing this for too long to be called a grifter.
Unbelievable.
Should we go ruin a date? No, just kidding. We got two people. Did you guys vote today? Yep. Who'd you guys vote for?
Yeah, like, I don't know anybody who hasn't been, personally impacted at this point by, like, the illegal immigrant situation, at least in America. It looks like it's getting even worse over in Europe and stuff, which is crazy to me because you guys, like I said, are lagging, like, I don't know, 4 years behind America. America's finally got sick of this shit, but they did the same thing here. It was absolutely insane. I mean, seriously, like, you go to Illinois, you go to, California, like, a lot of these blue states, they'll give these people licenses. Like, they're arresting people every day where I read this morning in an article, they arrested over 140 different guys that were driving semi-trucks. A lot of them have caused fatal accidents, who were illegal immigrants who were given licenses to do this job as illegal immigrants. Like, that should tell you in and of itself, like, it's a problem because, first of all, there's a lot of Americans who desperately need those jobs. Second of all, what kind of, like, first of all, I don't know about you guys, but, like, any background check I've done for a work job, whatever, in the past, the first thing they ask is, like, do you have, like, a criminal background? Well, right off the bat, like, those people do, because you entered the country illegally. Like, it's absolutely out of control. It's out of control. That, to me, is why Trump won the election, largely, was because of that. Because it's everywhere. Everywhere.
Who'd you vote for?
I don't think I could share it for work reasons.
Oh, okay. Mommy?
It rhymes.
Okay, similar. Everyone out here, I think we're like 5 for 5 out here from Mandami.
Well, we're in the heart of it right now.
Yeah.
We have homeless people, yeah.
Beautiful day though in New York.
It is a beautiful day out here in the streets of New York. Hey, thank you very much, Gregory, for becoming a member. We're going to be doing a members-only live stream tomorrow after the massive protest that's going to be taken down in Washington, D.C.
Well, you guys, like, I'll be 100% candid. Like, when I got laid off from my job, I was working at a Fortune 50 company. I was so proud of myself. I worked my ass off to get there. This was during COVID, so I got laid off because I had the least tenure. I was the youngest. That was fair. And so after that, you know, I had to do something for work. So as I was applying to stuff, I had a friend who told me that, like, her mom was in a similar situation and she started driving, like, groceries or whatever for Walmart. And so I started doing that. I was doing pretty well. I was, like, making enough money to get by and then, you know, enough to be, like, relatively comfortable just for what I needed in that time period. And I shit you guys not, over the span of, what, 3 years, it completely was flooded with people who, I live in Missouri, came from Illinois, which is a Democratic or a blue state, where they were giving these people licenses, literally licenses, that would allow them to work. Cuomo's speaking. Hold on, I'll pause it and we'll go look at it. But they were giving these people licenses to drive cars, and they literally wiped out that entire gig. If it's boring, we'll change it. Hold on, guys.
The highest percentage in modern history. Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977. It's also important to note that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. We support an economy of jobs, of opportunity, of entrepreneurship. That's what New York is, and that's what New York must remain. We are a nation of laws, and we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe. We will not make the NYPD the enemy. We cherish our diversity, and we have no tolerance for discrimination of any kind by race, religion, sexual orientation, or creed. And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks. Our strength is our unity. Black, white, brown, Christian, Muslim, Jew, Jewish, Buddhist. We are
I'm so with you, Butters. 100%. Yeah.
We believe in interconnection and mutuality and codependence. And you attack one of us, you attack all of us. That is what it means to be a New Yorker. No one and nothing will ever divide us. And this campaign was necessary to make that point.
Yep.
A caution flag that we are heading down a dangerous, dangerous road.
Totally agree.
Well, we made that point, and they heard us, and we will hold them to it. Also, my friends, feel proud, because we accomplished the two important New York characteristics. We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation. And feel proud, because we fought our hearts out and we left it all on the field. Congratulations to Zoran Mandani. No, that is not right.
Good for him. Good for him.
That is not us. That is not us.
Just a second advanced. I see everybody's chats. I want to hear a little bit of what he says.
To transition to government. We will all help any way we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city.
Big respect. Like, big.
And we will unite for New York City because we love New York City.
Good for him.
From the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you. I love you for the fight you made, for the soul that you showed, and the example that you set. New York City heard us, and we will be the better for it. Thank you. God bless you.
You know what, you guys? I don't think we only caught the tail end of that, but I'll be honest with you. Yeah, better than me. Better than me. That was probably one of the best concession speeches I've ever heard in my life. Concession. I do want to listen to what this jerk-off says, too. Okay, what about Tommy? You guys are asking about Tommy? What about him? Was he just being a retard again?
Why are you so upset? Oh, shit. Big guy.
That was a beautiful speech, yeah.
Oh, shit. I don't do that kind of shit. But I'm definitely not no fucking faggot or a tranny. That's for damn sure. And
no. I'm not watching that shit. Hell no. I'm so sick of his ass. We're gonna have to keep... We'll have to keep tabs, because I do want to hear what he says. Just by comparison, because I think Cuomo crushed that. Like, you can tell Cuomo is a tenured politician because of the way he dealt with that. That was so well-spoken. That it was pretty much what I said, right? Like, okay, this is what they want. Let them have it. We'll see how it goes. Genuinely wish you the best, because we all live in the same country. We are all of the same community. We all hopefully have the common goal of the government being efficient and effective. But, like, at the end of the day, good luck. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, sorry, Advanced. I'm, like, so sick of... Is that Hassan Piker? Is that Hassan Piker? What? Is that... Holy shit! Who's been shocking his dog? I'll be honest though, like, Mamdani's got like a way better DJ. Like, way better DJ. Look at these people literally fawning over him. I'm sorry, you guys. This is like watching a zoo. Why are they hugging him? Dude, you guys, were you not present online 3 days ago when Mamdani got up and literally was like, yeah, fuck Hassan Piker. What he said was deplorable. Like, Mamdani is going to pave the way for the return of Giuliani. Can you imagine? I swear to God, like, we need to bring Bush back. Can we make Bush the president, or the thing? Clashing of the Swords isn't playing here. Because of somebody who's... Yeah, you're right. Well, yeah, but there's something to be said for that. Like, I mean, I am assuming Cuomo pretty much had his concession speech, like, written a week ago. Because I think we all knew this was going to happen. But... I mean, he really did a great job. Hang on, let me do this. This is what we're gonna do. I'll mute it, but I'm gonna pull this up in a second window. Where did it go? Hold on, guys. I can't believe we just caught Hassan Piker in the flesh. No, I did not know he was there. I mean, I guess I should have known. Remember the other day he was sitting on stream going, "I'm just a streamer. I'm just a streamer. It's crazy. Like, I just don't know how I got here, bro. Like, I'm just a guy." All right, we'll pull this back up while we're waiting on that. I hope they throw them out again. That's what I said. Why is he there?
Nah, who are you gonna vote for?
Honestly, I don't know.
You undecided right now?
I don't think I'm gonna vote. I'm not really too political.
You don't really care who wins or whatnot?
It's not that I don't care, but you feel me? I'm not really for that right now. You feel me?
I'm not really for that.
Okay, interesting to see what happens to the city. What do you hope happens in New York City?
I hope for the better.
He's looking for the local animal shelter.
That's all. You feel me?
Do you know what the candidates are and what they're proposing right now? Like, do you think we should have more police or less police on the streets?
No, Hassan's running security. He's got the...
enough right now. If I'm being real.
Right now?
Yeah. I don't think we need more.
Should we defund the police?
Defund them? We don't have to defund them, but I think they're good with what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I hope you have a great rest of your day, man.
Appreciate it.
I don't want to get you in a political mood right now. You're just vibing out here, man.
Rescue any more purebred dogs worth thousands. Yeah. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just have good luck.
Today? Oh, in Jersey. Okay, nice. I also got an important election going on over there, I've heard.
Oh yeah, that one guy, he lost. I think that one guy lost. Real descriptive,
Let's
I
get some
know.
good civil discourse. I think this guy you were talking to him just a second ago. Are you talking about him when you're interviewing? How are you guys doing?
That's a real dog park, you guys. Do you guys have those where you live?
Excuse me, sir.
I didn't know those were a real thing.
Did you vote today? Did you vote today? Oh, not good? Oh, okay, no worries, sir. No worries.
Sorry, I'm not supposed to be here.
Let's find some voters out here.
Voters out here?
Yeah, I'll walk in the dude.
I don't know. Maybe try to do another circle this
Yeah,
way.
let's do a little loop. There's people everywhere here in New York City. You pop out of one subway and it's like a
I
whole
live in the
other world in one
mountains.
spot.
I love the mountains.
Sometimes people are just like tough out here. Sometimes they just don't want it. Oh, let's talk to this mom right here.
Just make sure with her child she wants to be okay with it.
Yeah. Just make sure you don't get the kid in the shot if the mom's willing to talk. How are you doing, ma'am? Excuse me. How's it going? Did you vote today? No. No? Can we talk to you for a sec? Not right now. Okay, no worries. Have a good day.
Don't blame her.
Good. Did you vote today? Could we ask you about who you voted for? Mandami. We've seen a lot of support from Mandami, especially here in this area. What made you? I think we're like 6 for 6 right now with Mandami. Yeah. What do you hope for New York City?
A new breath of fresh air, really.
Breath of fresh air. And what inspired you to vote for Mandami other than the breath of fresh air?
Damn, that sandwich looks so good.
Yikes. I like what he said about policing.
Yeah, like what about defunding the police?
Yeah, or shifting that to more helpful means. You know.
What?
Do you think here in New
No,
York City,
what?
the social workers will be able to do as good as a job as NYPD? Or do you think they should let NYPD do more here in the city?
I think both, but maybe we could try that for a while.
Yeah. So
These people don't even give a shit.
For others, just to kind of give it a shot, potentially?
I'd like to see how it works, yep.
Nice. What do you think about him wanting to tax the rich and everything like that? Do you think that's a good idea or a bad idea?
$42.
Move away.
Yeah, until the rich people move away, right? Does that worry you that a lot of people who employ people here in the city might be leaving? It'll leave the working class with less jobs?
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to afford. I don't think he's going to be able to accomplish all he's set out to do. Free buses and everything, but I don't know. I don't like.
It was worth it.
So corrupt, and Sliwa doesn't have a chance. So who are you going to vote for? I don't know.
Yeah, kind of. They didn't give you guys the best options as far as like, you had Andrew Cuomo, who has quite the track record. You have Curtis Sliwa, who seems like a great guy. He's done a lot of good things for the city.
Krauser, they should have let Krauser
He
win.
used to be a rapper.
We're going to see what happens, I guess.
And a lot of people are just willing to throw up the biggest city in the world and put it in the hands of a 34-year-old man.
Damn, he's only 34.
Budget.
I don't know what to tell you.
Awesome. Well, you have a great rest of your day, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
It's actually kind of mind-boggling how everyone just like, we're just going to do it, give it a shot.
Yeah.
No, this is the biggest city and the greatest city in America.
No, that's where people
The
are.
financial capital of the world.
I think like 4 out of the 6 of them too were like
Anything
no,
different.
he's probably not going to accomplish anything he wants to do.
Yeah. Excuse me. Did you guys vote today? What? Did you guys vote today? No, not today. Yeah, a lot of people are like, well, he's probably not even going to accomplish it. Wow.
8 years older.
Dogs? Whoa. This is like 101 Dalmatians in real life. But they're brownish. Right, but they're not Dalmatians. Yeah.
We know, biatch. We
Did you vote
know.
today? Not yet today, but you will. Who are you going to vote for? We're doing a little election special here in New York City, just talking to people here on the street.
Oh, yeah? Well, I usually think of that as a private issue because I'm old school.
I agree. I think it is a private
Right now
issue.
we're like 6 for 6, Mandami. Are you going to do the 7th?
Well, you can make your guesses.
Oh, okay, so probably. She's smiling. Have a good one.
Have I ever done anything on Scientology? No, because I'm not really like an established internet presence. But Great Dane Butters, where? Bro, this is a Yorkie. You never seen one of these? That's a Yorkie. No, I've never done anything on Scientology. I know a lot about it, but I mean, I would be open to it. He's only 8 years older than me, the mayor of New York. Yeah, you'll have that. That's all right. You know, I'm sure somebody paid for it.
How's it going, sir? Oh, good. Thank you. Have a good day. Hey, thank you very much, Josh, for the donation. Thank you very much. Life goes, brah. Yeah, bro, bro, I got the best subscribers, best viewers in the world, I swear.
Tell me what up.
Let's see. Let's find some folks. How you doing? How's it going, sir? Bro, people should not wear AirPods in the streets.
I disagree.
All right, we got some more people up here on the park bench.
Wait, what?
Wearing AirPods is the biggest hazard.
What are you whatting?
Especially if you are a woman in New York City or in any big city.
Okay, he's literally so right. I'm gonna say it. He's gonna say, the biggest hazard as a woman is wearing headphones in public. He's so right, dude. Oh my god, no, I'm not a Scientologist. You said, do you ever do anything on it? I just thought you meant like cover it or discuss it on stream. I myself am not a Scientologist. One time I signed up for newsletter because somebody dared me to, and they still fucking email me. You should watch my friend. Yeah, the Great Danes are my favorite. Best dog I ever had.
Wearing AirPods is the stupidest thing you could
True.
potentially do outside of your building.
Yeah, especially if there's a city that has less and less cops there to protect you if someone's about to assault you when you're wearing your AirPods.
Exactly. Did you vote today? How are you doing? Did you vote today? Oh, okay, you're on your phone. Excuse me, ladies. Did you guys vote today?
I can't vote.
You can't vote? You? Okay. Oh, I know you voted today. How'd it go?
No, I voted last week.
Who did you vote for?
Third World Customs.
Mandani.
Yeah.
Can we talk to you about why you voted for Mandami? Sure. Okay, amazing. Love the card, the outfit. You're looking amazing. Why'd you vote for Mandami? What made you want to vote for him?
Because my bar these days to voting for anybody is they have to give a shit about the place that they are running to represent. They have to be willing to listen, and they have to respect the democratic process. So when it was in the primary,
yep,
there were several people. Everybody I ranked.
Do you think that
fit that? But Cuomo certainly does not. He never did.
One of the things you jumped on real quickly was how respect the primary, right?
Respect the democratic process. There's a lot more to a democratic process than primaries and elections.
You're exactly right. One of Mamdani's biggest supporters and endorsements was Kamala Harris. Do you think she had any respect for our primary process this year?
Oh, is this crossing? I thought you were just talking about who I voted for today. I don't have time to get into a whole lot of other stuff.
Sure, well, I was just asking about your opinion, that's all. But if you don't want to address it, you don't want to address it. I just
can't address anything else right now. I can answer this question only.
What do you think where do you think New York City's at in 4 years after Mandami?
I think it'll be a better place.
And will you feel safer on the streets with less cops on the streets?
Oh, hell yeah! It's the cops who cause most of the problems in this fucking neighborhood. I've been here for years. I've watched cops do lines of coke in their patrol cars. I've watched them create problems. And when we had a bunch of break-ins on Avenue A during the COVID lockdown, when there were demonstrations about George Floyd and it was blamed on
You
people
guys
who
think
were
they're
demonstrating
hiring?
George Floyd, I saw some of those cars and I saw the sneakers that the white guys in
Right.
those cars that had dealer whatever you call those, the little decorations that say where you bought your car from, that were from fucking Long Island. And I can tell you those were just cops in plain clothes.
Do you think the city would be safe for Barn if there was no, if there just
Mixed feelings.
Take that to its extreme. Do you think the city would be more safe if there was no cops?
Public safety is a very complex issue, and our police are not trained the way police in some other places I have lived are trained, and even such as Norway. Okay, people are in police enforcement.
As the United States or New York City, do they have the same amount of criminality? Do they deal with the same problems that New York police have to deal with?
Are you a cop? Are you a cop?
I'm not a cop.
Are you from cop family?
No, but I honestly wish I was. I support the NYPD to the bottom of my soul, and the FDNY, and all of our brave men and women that serve on our forces here.
FDNY and cops are very different. I dated a firefighter at one point whose 4 brothers were all cops, and then that one guy. I absolutely wouldn't have dated any of his brothers, and they were raised by the same parents.
But so to that question, do you think the city would actually be safer if there was no cops?
I think the city would be a lot safer if we
Dude.
had an affordable city, if we had support, if we had mental.
No, what is she talking in Tisky? Like, I want to know, like, cause I don't fucking live here. I don't know. What do you guys mean? Like, so they're doing lines of blow and then they're getting out and what? They're just like railing people in the face. Like, what do you mean? Like, how are they causing I'm really confused. A Scientologist shit show. Good morning, Wolf. I just want to shout out Wolf because last night he gifted me 5 subs, which I saw it literally 2 minutes after I turned my stream off, and I actually shed tears. Hold on, guys. I think Zamboni's about to come on. Hold on.
Now, Zoran is about to join us on stage, but before he does, I want to say a few quick words of reflection and thanks and introduce a very special member of our team. So first, let's hear a round of applause for our day 1 endorsers, those who helped build this movement into what it's become. New York City DSA,
Oh, I think all cops, like, yeah, there's going to be questionable behavior anywhere. Anywhere that you have power, I think you should question it. Yeah, like, you shouldn't just assume they're all good people. But I certainly don't think we should get rid of all of them. So these guys, good night, Mike. A lot of these people she just listed off are actually, like, loosely affiliated with, like, certain terrorists. Like, they're on the FBI website, by the way. I'll show you guys. Yeah, Zamboni won. Thanks for hanging out, Mike. Hassan's reaching for the shot collar. Look at the camera.
And we are so proud to be backed by dozens of elected leaders, from the local to the state to the federal level. And we know that the relationships that we have built will only deepen from City Hall as we work together to transform New York into a city where every person can live a dignified life.
Y'all believe her? Like, really?
I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. You have sacrificed your social lives and your sleep schedules, and you have given so much to this movement, and then when Cuomo decided to get back into the race, you dug deep and gave more. I have been so honored to work with you, learn from you, and support you as you have faced unprecedented scrutiny and at times ugliness and threats from our opponents. You have built a historic campaign, so please give them all a round of applause.
Thanks for hanging out, Alfie. Yeah, always just in the background.
Join me in celebrating the person who has been Zoran's right hand from day one, whose deep commitment to our movement and care for our people has infused every part of this campaign from top to bottom, and without whom we would not be here tonight, El Biscard Church.
Where's Hassan? He's back there blowing him.
We have all been inspired by Zoran as a candidate, but I also want to speak to his strength as a person. He has led our team and this movement with grace, curiosity, good humor, and thoughtfulness. And this race has been difficult. He has been the subject of attacks and threats, but he has truly risen above it all to give us hope. So please join me in giving Zoran, our friend, a round of applause. And there are too many supporters to name, so I want to speak to everyone directly. Please raise your hand if you have given to this campaign, whether that is time, labor, knocking a door, hosting an event.
Bro, like, why is Hassan there?
And if you are one of the
Mamdani literally denounced him.
And if you are one of the tens of thousands of people who contributed but cannot be
What a
with us
retard.
tonight, this is for you as well. You have made history. You set unreachable goals and then exceeded them. You believed in this city and believed in each other. And you achieved something that people will speak of for decades to come. You led with kindness and compassion. And most importantly, during a time of despair and rising fascism, you decided to fight for someone that you don't know. So thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking scary, isn't it, guys? Woo!
Friends, the
Yeah.
start of this campaign was...
Oh, I know it's a cult. We know. I mean, I personally know Scientology is a disgusting disaster.
trained leaders who will help us deliver our agenda for the next 4
Don't worry about
years.
me. Trust me. I'm not interested in it at all.
Breaking program did not come out of nowhere. It was the product
Yep.
of years of organizing and leadership development by New York City DSA and so many of our movements.
Yeah, you're right, Wolf. I know. You know what? I could get behind this with Bernie because the guy's just remained unwavered since he was born in like 1865. But this guy, like, we don't know this guy. Fuck this guy. I don't know this guy.
So many of our victories. If this campaign made you feel powerful showed you discipline or brought you joy, you have this person to thank. She is caring, wise, and deeply committed to our movement. And I am sure she is backstage losing her mind at being called out like this. But I need everyone here to please join me in giving her the longest and loudest round of applause.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders had a similar set of, like, ideologies. I mean, he was a self-professed democratic socialist, so... Good lord. Yeah, old Bernie. I was a delegate for him for my state. I loved Bernie. I know, how far we've fallen.
Thank you. This is very exciting.
Yeah. Bro.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Tasha, and I've had the honor of being the field director on this campaign.
Yeah, you guys, all I'm gonna say is that it checks out.
I first crossed paths with Zoran in 2017 on a city council campaign for Kader El-Yatim in Bay Ridge. Zoran was the paid canvas manager, and I was volunteering on the campaign as a member of New York City Democratic Socialists of America. I don't think that we could ever have imagined that 8 years later we would be here on election night for a mayoral campaign 104,000 volunteers strong. 104,000 volunteers. We love numbers, we love metrics.
Then where's the money coming from?
What's behind those numbers? Every number is, in a way, an act of bravery. Door knocking is not the easiest thing. For many, including myself, it takes a moment of bravery at the beginning, asking a stranger something about their lives and sharing something about yours. Sharing what you want to see in the world, it can be daunting. Thousands of people did it. And
I think they have to disclose that, Tiski. I'm not sure.
And talk to a stranger, they offered their vision to that stranger and invited that stranger to be a part of shaping their vision. We love strangers. Every door knock and every phone call is a statement of belief that politics is for all of us.
It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. My God.
The city is all of ours to shape. I also want to say something about field leads. All of our canvases, for those who don't know, all of our canvases have been led by volunteers we call field leads. Many of them are here. Most led a shift every week, and some led a shift every week since December.
We love numbers. Yeah, as long as they're not ones that matter.
They led a canvas, and they were the ones welcoming new volunteers into our movement. They were the ones who helped inspire folks coming out to canvas for the first time. Without those 700 people who chose to step into leadership,
What about Hassan Piker?
And try something new and scary.
He's been down in the trenches, man.
At this scale would not have happened. Those 700 people prove that leadership isn't about having all the answers. It's about the willingness to step into the unknown and inspire others to imagine something.
What really kills me is, like, literally during the last debate, they asked Zoran about Hassan, and he's like, I completely denounce him. I think it was he says abhorrent things. Then why the fuck is Hassan at your post party?
243 neighborhoods. 6,568 voters signed up to volunteer on the spot when they were canvassed by somebody. 8,389 voters signed up to volunteer when they were asked by a phone banker.
I can assure you, none of these people support Israel.
The bravery that you all have shown, that this field operation carried across all
Same,
five
Tizky.
boroughs is going to transform our city.
Well, I think it's because he says he's a journalist. When it's convenient.
400 of us have accomplished has rewritten the possibilities of mass
No, you're good, Advanced.
And it doesn't stop tonight. We all know that we won't stop at electing Zoran. We will continue to fight to bring the affordable.
You guys, that sure looked like a Roman salute to me. What's she doing?
So excited to do that with all of you. And now I'm so honored to introduce the person you've been waiting to hear.
I couldn't believe it.
We've worked for many years to bring about change in New York City that it so urgently needs.
She's giving like big Mike from PA energy with this.
The next mayor of the greatest city ever.
All right, Zamboni, let's hear it, brother. Yeah, I play games once in a while. I mean, I suck ass at it, but I'd rather roast public figures. Oh my god, look at his face. You guys trust this motherfucker? Like, seriously? This guy looks like he invented door-to-door fundraising for middle schoolers. Like, he is in... I don't think he looks normal. Something about him is so scary. Like, his face looks so insincere. Maybe it's just me. That is a power stash. He's all bottom lip, baby, like...
The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said...
He certainly looks, thinner online.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns.
Bro, who are you talking to?
Allowed to hold power. And yet over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it.
Schrodinger's Turk. Yeah, I probably play one a day.
The future is in our hands.
Guys, I am really biting my tongue here, like... What class, what dignity, what grace. He can't realistically achieve it. He's full of shit.
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name. As we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few.
He is insane.
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford.
I said I'd play more than one. Or I'd play one at least one a day, yeah.
On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
What?
Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas.
Oh, Yemeni. He's gonna call out the Yemeni first? Bro, what about the fucking Americans, bro? Fuck them!
Aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point.
Dude, your whole crowd is white women in Hassan.
This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall.
What is this guy? Like 12?
His cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Is no one scared? Like, does no one hear this as, like, kind of freaking scary? What, the jihadists? Like, what?
The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics.
I think Cuomo just gave a very uplifting concession speech, actually.
That I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those.
What is he talking about?
We are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn.
To who? Yemeni bodega owners?
Who believed when no one else did. And who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more. I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment.
She needs to work on that RBF. Like, it's really killing. It's a crowd killer.
Whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned
This is
only
crazy.
to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears.
Oops.
Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive.
Now, how are we gonna do it, Zamboni?
That tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru.
Who?
A moment comes but rarely in history, when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. Excuses. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Figueroa LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants.
I'll pull Hassan back up when he's done yapping.
And free. And deliver universal child care across our city.
Yeah, he's back there.
Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on.
Excuse me.
Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community,
Bro, what about normal fucking people?
many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too.
I saw that, Alfie.
And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million
This is awkward. That's awkward.
not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
Uh-huh. Oh, he's 100%. He hates Jews. Like, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors
That is
this
interesting.
new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system.
Yeah, ill. We have a white women problem. Yeah, 100%.
They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism.
Oh, you said... Sorry.
Not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching,
Dude, you're just a mirror. Like...
4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Trump already said he's gonna completely defund the entire city. Yeah, he was like, fuck you. If that guy wins, we're just cutting him off. Good luck. Like, dude, you're a mayor. What are you thinking? He thinks this is gonna... What is he, Fidel Castro? Oh, wait.
Because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed.
Sir, this is a Wendy's? Yeah.
Remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
You guys, I don't even have anything to say. Like, I really don't.
President Trump, when I say this, to get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58,
He's, like, actively threatening. This is gonna be, you guys, content for weeks.
we will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim.
Buffalo's back, baby! Thank you for resubbing, Buffalo. We missed you. Yeah, bro, this dude's off his fucking rocker. Like, I really don't even have anything to add. He's insane.
Teaches us anything. It is that convention has held us back.
This is terrible, yeah.
Culture of caution, and we have paid a mighty price.
Dude, yeah, this is content for fucking months. Like,
Themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past.
you know what? I would maybe give him the time of day, but he addressed everyone except people like me. Everyone. Before actual Americans. Everyone.
It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month. Knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for. And whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island.
The fuck is wrong with Long Island?
Who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time.
Get a car. Just get a car.
When New
I'm
Yorkers
joking, by
open
the
their
way.
newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back.
I'm with you, Wolf. Yeah.
Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal...
Show me the numbers, bro. Like, where?
The dreams we've dreamt together become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours.
No, it's not. It's in the hands of the wealthiest people. It always will be, and he just shit in their mouths. So... No, you guys, it's a Roman salute. It's a Roman salute. What is this fucking Baghdadi bullshit? Where's Hassan? Look at this. Look at the RBF on her. Terrible. What the fuck is this, bro? What is going on? What the fucking Talladega Nights fucking crepe shit is this? Damn, she got a schnoz on her. Alright, I hope you guys like London, because it's gonna be looking a lot like that in about 2 months. Is she with us? Like, is she mentally... She literally just said, "You're supposed to kiss me." You all see that? What the fuck? Yeah, look, you guys, he came from rags. I mean, look at his dad. His dad's got drip. Drip, drip, drip. Yo, these people are so stupid. Like, this is like a fucking... This is unbelievable. This is the most, like, 1984 shit I've ever seen. If we make it look pretty, we make it look cool, we don't look anything like them, we don't know shit about them, we're gonna ignore them, they're gonna vote for us, because they don't care. They don't fucking care. Hang on, I'll put on fucking Hassan, if you guys want. I just want to see if he's like, he's got to be just like creaming everywhere right now. Fuck this guy. Yeah, dude. Like, you come up here with your whole, I can't say, you know what? I can't say this shit on stream. So, no, I have no comment.
Yeah, one day, inshallah, one day.
Inshallah. Inshallah. I'm sorry, I'm allergic to shellfish. Who the fuck is this?
Oh my god, the majority report.
Bro, Turkey isn't even like a part of the Middle East. Nobody even knows they exist. Why does he think he fits in here? You were denounced, bro. Yeah, of course he came from a wealthy family. Where do you guys think he went to fucking college? Really? I'm just gonna type this shit. I don't even care. Where is this? Oh my fucking god! Bro, he didn't even go to college here. Dude was born in Uganda. Uganda. The fuck? Like, fuck this. I can't believe the first person he called out. The first people he addressed was the Yemeni bodega owners. Where are you guys at now? All of my white ladies, where are you guys at? I didn't hear him mention free rent. Shit's fucking crazy, dude. You guys, how long ago was 9/11?
Can you get a picture of me with Sam Peter?
You want a photo?
Has it been, is it too soon?
My producer, one of my co-owners of my podcast, we run a co-op.
Hey, what's your name?
He wants a photo with you.
Mark, nice to meet you.
March is, of course, he is the worst worker. Socialism is a failure. Oh yeah, let me take this photo real quick. 1 second. Do a couple more. Amazing.
We used to have dignity. We used to have fucking dignity, you guys. Hang on, there's a hair in my mouth. I just don't even know. I cannot believe that. He literally, you guys, he spent his entire stream talking, like solely talking about illegal immigrants. Did you mention any? He didn't even mention like native New Yorkers. He literally went straight to like addressing immigrants and shit. Like, what about the people who, I don't know, voted for you, bro? Whatever. You know what? They're gonna get it. They'll figure it out. And by the time they figure it out, they're not gonna have access to Spotify because, you know, we need to have your ID to get on the internet, and it's okay. God, I sound like my mother. I don't even know what to do now. Like, he just pissed me off so bad, bro. What a fucking idiot. Let's listen. I'm just...
If we didn't have, you know, just rely on whatever crumbs fall off the table from Wall Street.
Isn't that just a whataboutism, though?
I'm gonna be honest, you guys. Wolf... I know Wolf is South African. I don't care. A lot of you guys are not American. I'm gonna be 100% here. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, if you weren't born in America, you yourself, you should not hold public office, my bro. Like, you don't have any... I don't get it. Did the word American people come from his mouth at all? No, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to digest the fact that, like I said, the first group of people he acknowledged was Yemeni bodega owners. Yemeni. The people who, I don't know, have struggled under civil war for, like, since the dawn of fucking the ass crack of time. And, like, oh, I don't know, the ones the Houthis come from. Like, the fuck, dude? Like, and then, like, God, I'm almost tempted to rewatch it, to be blatantly honest with you people. Like, I just can't even believe that. Like, I was just in disbelief the whole time. I can't even type. That was some really wild shit. What do I do? Do I just go back?
You have built a historic...
Oh, shut up.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns.
So he's addressing specifically what about, like, the people who are, I don't know, like, doctors, lawyers? Shit. What about the people who check people out at Walgreens? Why are you talking about delivery drivers? Why are you talking about kitchen restaurant workers? Like, oh wait, I know. Because those are the jobs that illegal immigrants do. Bro, you ran your entire platform knowing a bunch of Karens and people who aren't even supposed to be here would vote for you. It's fucking wild. And you guys are right. If fucking Krauser would have dropped out of the election sooner, Cuomo would have maybe had a chance. But what I couldn't get over the most, really, honest to God, was just the warpath he lit up with Trump. Like, that shit was wild.
Hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
What is he talking about?
Next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, at Elmhurst Hospital, that has come to define our politics.
I just want to hear him say this shit about Trump.
Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Politics today is too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope. Make buses fast and free. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis in this new age we make for ourselves. We will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another.
Coming from the guy who literally starts his speech by thanking specific groups of his society, his community, specifically by race. Or ethnicity, or whatever the fuck it's so ironic. It's so ironic.
Of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them.
He started with working people.
The billionaire class has sought to...
He started with people who have, I guess, calloused knuckles, who are carrying boxes and, like, delivering groceries and working in kitchens. I'm gonna be honest, the majority of those people are probably economically working people. No, because the people he's addressing are illegals. Am I some kind of elitist? No, but I think it's really telling when it's a guy who runs on diversity and all this bullshit, starts his speech by targeting the lowest common denominator and then following it up by breaking it off into appreciation for certain minority classes, ethnicities, races, individually calling them out. What about the people who have lived in New York for years and years and years? What about the people who actively contribute to the real estate development, to the job economy, to the economy in general? What is all of that? This is the same guy who ran initially his entire campaign on defunding the police, and then when the general public was like, whoa, buddy, that's a lot. We still gotta live here. We don't live in the same penthouse you do. He's like, okay, well, we'll work with them. Like, this guy's so full of shit, he can't even see. It's great, in theory, to have all these free things, but somebody has to pay for it. And guess what? If you're shitting in the mouths of the people who are going to have to pay for it, eventually, you're going to have to pay for it.
Convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate
Be careful, Wolf.
the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves.
No, because everyone who voted for him, I think that they have, like, the cognitive ability to understand TikToks and like, nothing else. No one can think further than the solution that's presented looks really good. We're not going to consider how we get to that, how we make sure that, the people you're going to tax the fucking balls off of, that they comply with this and they don't just get up and go, because why wouldn't they? Like, it's wild. Nobody's thinking about that. And you know what sucks is that, like, if he would have ran a campaign that was based less on all of these insane things that he says are going to happen that are never going to happen, there's a lot more people that I think he would have won by a far wider margin. But it's like, you can't insult the intelligence of the majority of, at least 50, obviously 50% of New York City, because these people know, like, we're not gonna get it. Like, we're not even gonna get a third of this shit. It's just not gonna happen. It's not even a solution. It's a wishful outcome. There is no solution. The solution is what? Make buses fast and free. Yeah, like what? Like the subway? Oh, like the same subway, like, where people are getting stabbed in London? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean make it free? It takes people to work it. It like, I don't get it. Like, so his entire, it sounds like his entire strat is like, we're gonna count on the 1% of New York who also provide all of the real estate, all of the economy, all of the jobs, like all of this shit, are arguably the most consequential members of New York City. We're gonna shit in their bed. And we're just gonna, like, cross our fingers that there's nothing. Yeah, it's just like, dude, come on.
After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him.
And let's not be intellectually dishonest and say, "Oh, are you against working class people?" Fuck no. We're all working class people. This guy's a working class people, less so than us, but he is. Like, seriously? Of course, the problem is that he's not addressing it that way. He's not. When you decide you're running your campaign on diversity and you're running it on inclusion and the dissolution of systemic racism and all this bullshit, you can't follow that by pointing out different segments of different specific race. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's just crazy. It's, you know what's really insane is to consider this guy on your side when he's literally, this guy has more money than probably everyone in this chat will ever have combined. Like, this guy doesn't give a single fuck. This is a power play. Everyone has an end game. This guy is so full of shit that for some reason, even though it's completely obvious that he has a motive, we have lost it. Yeah, this is like Gotham City 100%. But honestly, and I seriously mean this, like Cuomo said, listen, fuck, I don't like Cuomo either. That dude was dude, that guy literally, as an Italian, that dude stood up in front of America and was like, "I'm not a pervert, I'm Italian." Like, fuck that guy too. Seriously. But this guy is, like, fundamentally, what he's saying is anti-American. It really is. And it would be different because let's not forget, like I said, I was a delegate for Bernie Sanders. I was a huge active member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Like, I was very involved with that. Very, very involved. But, like, let's not act like this guy hasn't flip-flopped on issues just even within the time of his race that he was running for this. Like, he literally went back and forth on shit so many times. He's funded by a bunch of very questionable entities. Like, come on, guys. You don't get something for free. Didn't your parents teach you not to get in the van with the guy who said he's going to give you candy and a puppy? You should probably ask why he's going to do that.
And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We who is safe on her commute and who to get elections because we know.
Let's look at something. I want to show you guys something. Fuck. What the fuck is the name of that guy? I can't think of his name.
Well, it is just shameful. Adults using kids to commit burglaries, and it's all caught on camera. Several businesses say they got hit by an organized crime ring.
Yeah, so these large groups basically. So shoplifting in New York, that's not exactly new, but what is new are the bizarre methods some thieves are now using to steal from places like Macy's. And while in-store security at a place like this is nothing to scoff at, a theft ring from Brooklyn was just busted using one of the worst shoplifting tactics ever imagined: stealing with the help of children.
Deputies say the couple is using the infant as well as a towel to conceal items before placing them into a bag that the mother is carrying.
Yeah, so these large groups basically come in, distract small business employees, then they make off with all the goods.
It's like an organized family, crime using children to make money for themselves is alarming.
That's definitely a scary thing to think about.
We found hundreds of boxes of stolen items. Approximately $212,000 of the alleged stolen merchandise came from Macy's.
From 2017 to 2023, larceny offenses rose by more than 50% in this.
But wait, there's more.
Tonight, the search is on for a group of serial burglars. Police say the thieves are behind as many as 40 burglaries, stealing thousands of dollars, and most of the targets have been laundromats. Eyewitnesses.
So New York City's thieves have selected laundromats as their latest targets, and as you're about to see, this is a crime wave that's been bubbling under the surface for a long time. In fact, laundromat lootings have skyrocketed over the last 3 months, revealing that New York's soft-on-crime policies aren't just a problem for drugstores and department stores. They're now also a problem for the small, independent businesses that are barely scraping by.
The video shows a man in a mask robbing a Manhattan laundromat at gunpoint. Watch as the suspect pulls the gun out of his pocket, threatening a 31-year-old worker.
I can't believe people are so bold enough to do that.
Wow. The police are doing what they can, but there's more of them, more bad guys than there are good guys, unfortunately.
This laundromat on Grand Avenue is the most recent robbery. Police report a team of 3 or 4 masked men have been hitting laundromats all over the outer boroughs. A total of 40 laundromats broken into.
This is Cash
from
Jordan.
March until June.
If it's a organized crew, then I'm pretty sure the cops, if they do their job, they'll find them.
The victim doesn't usually work the overnight shift, but offered to help out. She saw the customer in the laundromat and gave him free soap to wash his clothes. Moments later, he pulled a knife.
I really hope they get caught. And it's sad to hear that people have to come and rob. It's just not right. It's not fair.
Police are now looking for the thieves who've robbed dozens of laundromats over the last few weeks. But what nobody's talking about is that this is just the latest twist in New York's ever devolving crime scene, which is exactly what.
You guys, this video was posted a year ago. Do we think it's improved? No. Fuck no. So if this was going on a year ago, seriously, where are we at now? Meanwhile, Mamdani literally ran the whole beginning of his campaign on defunding the police. Defunding the police! And they're already here. $23 deodorant behind a glass box and key. Do you know why he wants to do that? Because it sounds good to all of these white women who think that that's what's the correct, it's the correct answer, right? It's the correct answer. But guess what? Guess who doesn't have to stand in line at fucking Walgreens to get a box of tampons because they're behind lock and key, because these absolute animals come in here and break the shit, sell it on Marketplace, whatever the fuck they're doing, sell it into the street. Guess what? Mamdani doesn't have to deal with that. No, why would he? Because he's probably got people who bring the shit to him. He's got everything else. Like, what? He doesn't see this. This isn't a problem for him. He is a member of the society that these idiot people who vote for him are trying to get rid of. Like, what the fuck, you guys?
What happens when a city's laws protect criminals instead of locking them up? Now, the first victims of New York's progressive justice reforms were the obvious targets, and for months, shoplifters have been looting places like Macy's, Walgreens, and Lululemon every chance they get, stealing things they plan to resell at rock-bottom prices on websites like Amazon, or in the case of the non-computer savvy, out of a suitcase in front of the bus terminal in Midtown Manhattan. But now, those department stores and drugstores are locking down, and everything at Macy's is attached to the store itself with a wire and an alarm. And drugstores are now product penitentiaries with wall-to-wall plexiglass locking up everything just so it doesn't get stolen. And there is now an elevated police presence at many Lululemons in the city after one of those stores was raided for thousands of dollars worth of merchandise just a few weeks ago, which is why thieves are now targeting the tier of businesses below your chain stores and your drugstores, and those would be your little mom and pop shops like convenience stores and now laundromats. With convenience stores, thieves will go for the cash drawer and try to steal food items like ice cream or expensive.
You guys have fucking Red Bull under lock and key in New York City. Let's defund the police. Yeah, they're the problem. Let's defund them. I think maybe if you would have ran your campaign on let's reform, let's reorganize, let's restructure, let's re-educate, any of those options would have been much more valuable and much more truthful than like the idea that we should defund the fucking police. And there's actual citizens who put up with this shit on a day-to-day basis that literally just bought, no pun intended, like just bought that premise that we should just make it worse.
Energy drinks. But the problem with retail theft is that it's too complicated for some of our criminals who see their friends making a living reselling stolen items, but just can't figure out how to do it for themselves. And that brings us to the real reason why we're now seeing thieves selecting laundromats as their latest target in the war on prosperity, shutting down small businesses that have existed for decades. And this reason is as sad as it is simple. Nobody in charge seems to care. But our leaders better start caring, because you know who uses laundromats? Average New Yorkers who live in apartments they can barely afford, who've watched the cost of crime jack up prices on clothing and food on top of the inflation eroding their standards of living. But the laundromat, it's an essential part of every single community, and if places like this shut down because of crimes like the one you're about to see, our leaders are gonna have some serious explaining to do. So here we have your typical New York City laundromat. We're in a residential area right now. There are tons of these all around because people that don't have apartments with laundry inside of them have to go somewhere to get their clothes cleaned. And these are the places where they need to do that multiple times a week, weekly, hopefully at least. But although for decades, the 2,600 licensed laundromats in the city have been pretty much safe from the crime that has been taking over where we live, sadly, that is no longer the case.
This family comes to Susan's laundromat here in Elmhurst, Queens, every week. They were shocked to learn their local place had been broken into and robbed of $1,800 in cash. The ATM machine also
Butter's like, what happened to the old school gangs that protected businesses on their turf? I'll tell you what happened. They literally have been overrun by these illegal immigrant people who come from like different gangs from different countries. Like, it's absolutely insane. And if you think that I'm being like inflammatory or exaggeratory, I'm not. And I can like literally pull up video evidence of it.
I think it's horrible. They really...
So this latest heist sees criminals break into a family-run laundromat and steal $1,800 plus whatever was in the ATM. Having an ATM in your property definitely makes it a target. ATM heists are their own thing, but that's the thing. These laundromats, these are old school businesses. They need an ATM.
Seriously.
Or some people can't load up their laundry cart or can't use any of the machines. On top of that, many of these places have been in business since the time when New York City used to lock up its criminals and we didn't have to worry about stuff like this. As stealing wasn't always seen as a nonviolent crime by our justice system that does not deserve any jail time or punishment if the amount is low enough. And as a result, these cleaners, these laundromats, a lot of them are still cash businesses. Even places that use a card and don't have you putting quarters in the machine, you still have to fill that card up with cash so that you can use it on all of the machines. But for the longest time, this hasn't been a problem. The owner takes the money that he gets from all of the laundry, empties it out of the machines, puts it in the ATM, uses it to pay his bills, and the cycle just repeats over and over again, and he takes a cut of the profits for himself to provide for himself or herself and their family. But if you take a closer look at some of these places, you'll notice that they're not all new and fancy and modern, and that's because the laundry business in a city with very high utility costs, including a new water tax on businesses, it's a very low margin business. And what you generally have here is not a get-rich-quick scheme, let's just put it that way. But being a low-margin business comes with other drawbacks as well. There may in fact be security cameras. Yes, that's always a good idea. But you are never going to have a security team monitoring the entrance of these places to see who comes in and comes out. And that's because places like this, they're making as much money today as they were yesterday. That's not really expected to change, and big investments that come along because of societal degradation just aren't really possible for them to stay open and do those investments.
This laundromat on Grand Avenue is the most recent robbery. Police report a team of 3 or 4 masked men have been hitting laundromats all over the outer boroughs. A total of 40 laundromats broken into and robbed from March until June.
That is an insane number of robberies, and it's all happening because there's cash inside these places. The criminals know that, and they know that it's there overnight, which is when these thieves have been striking, not during the middle of the day when they're open. And you know why there's such a heavy reliance on cash at little businesses like this? Well, that's because 3% credit card fees might not sound like a lot, but they could be. And that hit just isn't something every single owner of a laundromat is willing to accept. And if the internet's correct, most laundromats have around a $300,000 annual profit, depending on their size and location. Obviously, this will vary between businesses, but if the average sales at a place like this is around $300,000 and the average take-home pay from the owner is around a third of that, a 3% credit card fee applied to those sales numbers works out to about a $10,000 reduction from that number, which means the owner's taking a 10% pay cut of his $100,000 paycheck. And in a city where prices are going through the roof on pretty much everything from rent to groceries to utilities, the owner of a laundromat might not be able to accept a loss like that and still run his business. You know, he might just decide to retire. But the fact that these are unguarded businesses with low-level security and money inside is a big problem because criminals know that now. And when you consider that in 2019 the FBI figured out the average bank robbery netted around $1,800, you can't blame the criminals for going after a similar business where the payday is about equal and the risk is a lot less. Plus, there's another problem associated with robbing a bank instead of a laundromat. If you do that, it could be federally prosecuted, which means an entirely different justice system than the one we have here in New York, which is designed to protect criminals and not lock them up. You'll go to federal prison. You'll have to suffer from federal prosecution. But here, breaking into a laundromat, that's going to get handled locally. The charges may get downgraded. They may get dismissed. If you have a weapon or something with you, criminals risk a lot less by coming after these places, and the payday's the same.
Laundromats are an essential part of life in New York City where so many apartments don't have washers and dryers. Everyone needs clean clothes, and owners need to know their businesses are not sitting ducks.
So here's where we get to the rub with this type of crime. Anybody in New York City who's powerful enough to put a stop to it and dedicate resources to preventing it probably lives in a place where they don't have to go to a laundromat to do their laundry. This isn't the type of crime that affects them personally. And when those in charge of the populace don't use the same products and services the populace relies on, there is a disconnect. Yet every single person who uses one of these finds it absolutely reprehensible that they're being targeted by criminals. On top of that, 40 laundromats in 4 months. That's an epidemic, and it's showing no signs of slowing down. Nobody's been caught or arrested because everyone was wearing masks, and there are 0 leads. And remember, in New York, we've got so many people living in small apartments that laundromats are everywhere. There's 2,600 of them in total. That's a lot of potential targets for these thieves who have so far been getting away with all their crime. But alas, this emerging crime wave at laundromats reveals the scary truth about the position New York City has found itself in. Because what we're witnessing here is a crime wave that only exists because other types of crime are not punished. The thieves know they can escape. They know that the police force has one hand tied behind its back because we don't have enough resources to keep all of our stores and businesses safe at the exact same time. They've got a lot of targets, and they're going for them knowing that if they do get caught, the penalties will be minor. But sadly, there's a related crime wave taking place in our city at the exact same time, which just gets worse week after week after week. And just like the crime taking place at our laundromats, this crime wave, too, is another one that our leaders are unaffected by and have no interest in stopping. So over here, we have a bunch of little restaurants. And just like laundromats, they are everywhere in New York City. And just like laundromats, they are a low-risk target where
This is
criminals can earn more
wild
than they would
shit,
earn
you
if they
guys.
were to
Listen.
rob a bank. But unfortunately, the similarities don't stop there, as we've now got an epidemic of crime targeting people eating at these places, which is something that our leaders also will never experience.
A group of thieves are targeting people with high-end jewelry and accessories all over the city. I've seen this story all over social media for months now, and they say that the thieves have stolen already nearly $300,000 worth of items. That's according to police. This morning, new images and videos of these robberies were released.
So look at that. In the exact same time frame as the laundromat lootings over the last 4 months, $300,000 worth of personal property has been stolen from people at restaurants just like this one. And you've got to ask yourself, our district attorney or our mayor, are they ever going to be at a restaurant that gets targeted by thieves and have the watches stolen off their wrists? Of course not. They've got security. They're well-protected individuals. And Mayor Adams is on record saying that we need more police, saying that we need more recruits to increase the overall size of our force, but nobody else in charge seems to care. And just like the laundromat robberies, nobody cares if people at a restaurant get robbed, except the criminals if their moped were to break down while they're trying to make their escape.
In that incident, the suspects threatened them with the gun, stole 2 watches. The 4th incident happened June 18th in Greenwich Village.
Now, the 5th time also happened in Williamsburg. This was on June 21st. In that robbery, the suspects stole iPhones and watches from 3 victims who were eating.
So it looks like every 3 to 4 weeks, another restaurant, either the outdoor component or the indoor component, gets targeted by thieves. And you know who these thieves are looking for? They're looking for men who have fancy jewelry. And recent reports indicate $60,000 to $100,000 wristwatches are getting ripped right off people's wrists.
This is New York City.
Probably premeditated, with the victims being intentionally targeted by the crooks, because we don't have any reports of people being robbed at gunpoint for their Timex. No. And look at how easy this is. You've got the restaurant front door right here, and then you've got the bike lane. People could just pull up in their little moped. One of them who's riding the moped waits on the bike. The other guy, the one who's going to do the robbing, gets off, sticks everybody up, has them throw all their valuables in a knapsack, and then they're gone. But the way these operations likely work is you have criminals working in teams. You've got the getaway driver, the robber, but you've probably also got somebody else looking around for potential targets. And this could be virtually anybody. It could be somebody who's able to see where you're sitting from the street, or it could be one of the host or hostesses who work at the expensive restaurant that you're dining at.
Every incident, police say the suspects left the scene on a 2-wheeled vehicle, like a moped or some sort of motorized scooter. Right now, police say they are looking for 2 men, along with a woman, who is believed to have acted as a lookout.
That's scary to see. It is real.
So here we have confirmation that lookouts are involved and that these are teams of criminals, but there's a connection between these crimes and the laundromat crimes that goes beyond what leaders of ours may or may not be personally affected by crimes like this. And that connection is the fact that both of these crimes are happening because of late-stage criminal intervention by our justice system. And what's fascinating about that is we always hear about the concept of early intervention and how early intervention is very good when it comes to things like societal problems, when it comes to things like cancer, when it comes to things like any kind of deviant behavior. The earlier you get after it, the sooner you can stop it, and the sooner you can turn that person around before their life gets really bad. But that's the opposite of how our criminal justice system here works.
They
For
do
example,
not
in New York,
have
not
guns.
only do we have laws that mandate many criminals
I mean, they
to
do,
not get
but
held
not
on
really,
bail after
like-
they do something terrible. Oftentimes, those criminals are prosecuted in a way that minimizes what they've done, where progressive district attorneys drop charges or downgrade them from felonies to misdemeanors, which don't result in anybody getting locked up. And a fantastic example of this is gun-related crime. You ever wonder why New York has such tough gun laws, but we keep hearing about so much gun crime in our city? Well, there's a 3.5-year minimum sentence if you are
There you
convicted
go.
of having an unlicensed firearm. But a lot of times when a crime is brought and a district attorney is supposed to prosecute that crime, the gun charges can get dropped because, oh, there might not have been enough proof. And when you combine prosecutors who are asking for light sentences with laws that mandate light sentences, man, you've got a recipe for criminals to repeat the same crimes they've been arrested for. Which is why we've got so much shoplifting in this city. It's a misdemeanor if you steal under $1,000 worth of stuff, even if it's not your first offense. And many criminals who are caught committing much more serious offenses have rap sheets that include multiple instances of retail theft, which they were never taken off the streets for. Now, does that mean every single criminal in New York who steals something from Walgreens is going to grow grow up to be a laundromat looter or a restaurant robber, not necessarily. But it does mean that these criminals are being allowed to develop a pattern of deviant behavior that goes unchecked and is not subject to early intervention. And think about this, if somebody steals things over and over and over again, even if they get arrested a few times, if they're never put in jail, it's always just a misdemeanor, they never suffer any real consequences, eventually they're gonna get very good at not only stealing things, but evading law enforcement, figuring out how to set things up, stake out targets, commit crimes, and then they may be tempted to go to the next level. And what we essentially have here is late stage justice, where the only way anybody faces any real consequences for doing something is once they do something that is very bad and very egregious, possibly harming another person in a way that is irreversible. That's a bad system, which is why it's so frightening to now look at these unstoppable crime waves that we have targeting small family businesses like laundromats and restaurants. This is absolutely terrible, and it doesn't really look like there's any way to stop it because it's so big and the police force we have is so small and our laws do so little to deter any of this type of crime. It may go on forever until there are no more targets left. Is that what's happening? What do you think New York City should do to protect laundromats and places that the communities here really rely on? And what about all of this restaurant thievery? People just ripping the watches right off people's arms. Why hasn't anybody...
So yeah, too, and a lot of I mean, obviously, like a lot of the crimes that he's talking about they're illegal, you know, whatever. Illegal people. Let's see what Hassan's up to now.
Because you fucking focused on dumb, nonsensical bullshit. You focused on Islamophobia. You had no vision, and it seems like the people in New York were ready for a change. Change that previously thought impossible, all of a sudden, now overnight, is the new norm. And that's the attitude that a lot of you have to remember and carry with every step you take. I hope people like Zohran Mamdani can get a lot of you excited to also run for office. And just know that even if the Trump administration doesn't have our best interests in mind, even if they put corporate interests and the billionaires and the millionaires first, even if they put Israel first, remember, you got you, okay? We got us. Remember that. And I think tonight is a good first step in the appropriate direction. And that is my assurance for you. In spite of all the fucking drama, in spite of all the haters, in spite of all the fucking dumb, nonsensical bullshit that we all go through as a community, at the end of the fucking day, okay, I'm a stubborn motherfucker, and I'm always going to keep pushing. And I hope that I can encourage you to do the same, because as long as you know that your moral compass is always pointing north, that you need to keep putting your best foot forward, you need to keep pushing no matter what happens, and things that seem impossible become reality almost overnight. Okay, that's the message that I want to leave you all with, and I hope that you're all feeling emboldened. I hope you're all feeling galvanized. We will see you tomorrow, as always, same time, same place. You already know what it is, and yeah, what a night. What a fucking night. What a moment to be alive. We were a part of history. First Muslim mayor in New York, baby. 24 years post 9/11. Dick Cheney's dead. What a fucking night. What a night. The fucking annihilator of so many millions of Muslims dead in the night, and then Zohran Mamdani wins. That motherfucker did not want to see it happen. That's what it is. His heart gave out last second. He was like, I don't want to fucking be a part of this. I don't want to be a part of this world. He knew that the victory was coming. He knew that the victory was imminent, and his heart just fucking gave out at the last moment. So, smoking on the pack as well for Big Dick Cheney. One final pack on that, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Love you all. I got to do an interview with the BBC right now. The British Broadcasting Corporation.
Okay, buddy. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so. Okay. How much is left of this? Alright, we'll watch the... actually, no. This is an hour, 40 minutes long. It's 11:30. All right. Do you guys want to watch a little bit of the Nick Shirley stuff that's left, or should we call it a night? Sohan wants to shut down college in New York because ties to Israel would not be good for any American. Yeah. We've just decided he's insane. Like, the dude's just batshit crazy. What are we doing, people? Trying to see. Ooh, I found a guy with green hair. Alright, we'll watch a little bit of this.
It's a direct question.
No, you're.
I know. I'm asking you a direct question. Then you're talking about affordability.
No,
I'm not.
You're doing whataboutism.
I'm saying, would the city be more safe with or without police? And you're talking about affordability. That is the definition of whataboutism.
No, it isn't. It's the definition. It's the definition of expanding the vision. You're talking about something very specific.
Crime. Yep.
And crime is a bigger issue. Crime is also what it's defined as. For instance, in 1953 Bakersfield, California, it was a crime after 6 p.m. to stop on a street corner and tie your shoelace.
For sure. It's a democratically passed law.
No, it wasn't.
How'd that law get put into place?
Because it was a way to arrest black people. It was
How
a
did that
way.
law get put into place?
I am not.
You want to debate?
Actually,
Seems like you just want your voice heard.
I actually have one question. Mandami, he supports the idea of having legal prostitution on the streets. Do you think that's a good or bad idea to let adult workers work openly?
No, I think it's a very good idea. Because then they...
How'd it work in Los Angeles for all the underage girls that police could not help and all the pimps exploiting them?
Okay, underage is not legal sex work.
Duh. The police cannot regulate it when it becomes...
No, that's not true.
Okay, then how'd it work in Los Angeles? There's endless statistics on its complete and utter failure.
Well, I'm so glad I gave you a patsy to expound your opinions. I was answering your question. I actually am now late for the volunteer shift that I agreed to help community, and I have to go.
God bless you, ma'am.
If you seriously wanted to go over everything instead of just, hit your points, that's a little different.
Let's see the amount of space of how much you talk versus I after this is done. I probably had 10 to your 90.
Have a good day.
Who's talking over you? Look at the mirror. Let's reflect ourselves today.
So
what do you think about legalizing
Wolf.
adult workers in the streets? She thinks that the city would be safer without.
What the hell, Wolf?
Oh, that's interesting.
Do you think it would be safer place without police?
Bro, you guys, Wolf just gifted me 10 subs. I literally don't even... The man is out of his mind. Thank you so much. I'm just sitting here. Thank you so much.
It's really hard to know. I mean, what kind of police?
Oh my God.
No, and yes. Depends for whom.
Yeah, then we were talking about
Holy
how
shit, dude.
Also,
That's what she got, so you think she's a conservative?
No, she's not a conservative.
She's an
voting.
Anarchist.
No, she's not. She's voting for
Yeah,
Zoran,
fucking
but then
Chad.
one of Zoran's things, he said he wouldn't, he would, not against, I'm trying to say it without YouTube censoring the word.
Hero.
Adult workers openly on the streets. Like he wouldn't consider that a crime.
What the heck?
Female workers. Like, you think that's just a gateway to people being trafficked? Like underage girls?
Well, thank you. You made my night.
Europe, it's a little disturbing.
I don't even know what to say.
Even if you go up to like Roosevelt Avenue.
To see the adorable young people on the street.
Drugged up and whatnot.
No, they didn't even look drugged up. So maybe it's totally fine.
He did.
It's really hard to know.
Yeah.
But it should be legal, for sure.
It should be legal?
Sex work, absolutely.
Really? Yeah, like openly. Like, yeah, go ahead and do it in a bedroom. I don't care.
Well,
but like
I don't know.
openly.
I mean, America is kind of Puritan. I mean, we're not even allowed to drink alcohol on the street publicly. You know what I'm saying? So there are different degrees.
Do you think the city would be better in a cleaner and safer city if we were allowed to just drink alcohol openly anywhere we wanted to?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you know, that's how we are. We have different levels. Public.
Goodbye, Wolf. Thank you. I
I'll
seriously am in
not
shock.
find here. There are many,
Thank you so much.
There's some weird laws here in the United States.
rules.
Take care of the kiddos.
To drink, you have to be 21. To smoke, you have to be 18. To rent
Thank
a
you
car
again.
without paying
Really?
a fee, you have to be 25.
I don't even know what to say.
Maybe here in New York City, let's just let 18-year-olds go and exploit themselves on the streets and not hold that to any accountability, or to not worry about what happens behind the doors of the people that control those girls and are
So you
trafficking
don't
and
want
whatnot.
that to happen.
Hell no.
Right. So you think that if you're saying legalizing sex work, that will happen?
100% it will happen. Girls will be trafficked. They'll not even get paid because they'll be working for a pimp. The pimp will take all the money. The pimp will then use that girl, whatnot, and so it just opens up a.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that.
Allow it to happen, it's just going to exponentially get even worse. It's like telling a drug dealer.
I know a lot
it's
of
like
people,
telling a drug
I know
dealer
a
you
lot
can
of
sell
people
here on
who
the
are
streets.
sex workers. So
Yeah.
I mean, they aren't underage.
Do you think the complete legalization of drugs would result in more?
You guys will have to give me an update on the audio, because this video is quiet, so I'm walking like a fine line between like blowing it out.
People doing drugs?
What are you with the?
Oh, it's just. It's a hat. It's one of my friend's brand. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
This about?
Very nice
That's
to meet
a
you,
little-
Sweeney.
That's just a little weird and hostile.
I do not mean to be weird or hostile at all. My name's Sweeney. I'm doing this because it was the sun was coming out.
I am a liberal. I'm not a crazy progressive liberal, but yes.
And so, what made Zoran get your vote versus somebody like Cuomo?
Oh God, Cuomo would just be on a revenge tour like Trump is. I did like a lot of stuff he did in the past, but now I feel like he would be on the same, like the liberals threw me out last time, I'm going to kick their asses.
Do you think Trump is doing everything that was done to him? Do you think his revenge tour is 1/100th of what they did to him and his administration and his entourage? Who's he thrown in jail that was against him? Steve Bannon went to jail, served a year. Michael Flynn got arrested, Roger Stone. I could go on for probably an hour to list the indictments of his business organizations and families. Has he done any of that to the left? What do you mean by revenge tour? I'm confused by that, genuinely, and I don't mean to be patronizing.
Really? You really don't?
I
Every
really
single
don't.
liberal institution, he's going against scientists. He's going against academics. He's basically he's like, you people don't like me because he's trashy. So they don't like him. You know, he's like a reality TV star. And he's like, fuck you all. So he's getting rid, like, we don't have cancer research anymore. Like, we used to be like this country that was the top of the line in this stuff. And he's like, he doesn't even care. He's just like, I want to cut it down because they don't like me.
Do you think that any of his cuts that he has been doing are good faith cuts because he thinks there's an excess in largesse in our federal government?
I think nothing Trump does is good faith.
I disagree with you very much, and I'm not even a Trump
I
supporter.
I look at
on
him
certain
and
things
I
support
honestly,
him.
he looks. I don't see a good. I don't see a good person in there.
Yes,
at all.
but does morality and ethics is that the number one thing? And I'm not dismissing that. That is a very important
it's really
thing.
fucking big. Yeah.
Right. So do you think the Democrats are a poster child for morality? Because that would be the hot take of the day. I love that if that's what you believe.
I don't, but I also think it's the usual thing of like, this person's not perfect, so let's not vote for them, and then let's let the really not really super not perfect people, like, there is no perfection.
Of course not.
There is no Jesus, so I do know that the Zoran supporters will be disappointed because he will have to compromise, because that is what one does if one is a real leader. One compromises. One tries to look at.
Okay, sorry, there is an echo again. Hang on, let me see if I can fix it. Is that better? Let's see. Anyway, fuck it. Oh, now I heard it. Yeah, it is not. Prostitution is not legal in most states. Sharia law, like, yeah, I don't know. People are not happy in London. I think we can all agree to that. I mean, I did see, like, a picture the other day of I don't know what it was, like a protest or something. Oh, Shakira law. Okay. I was going to say, I saw some people in London protesting for Sharia law the other day. I did see it. I was like, okay.
The big picture and not just push through what you're like
Shakira law.
20 to 30% minority wants.
I don't know. I love where you're a realist, you're a pragmatist, but I feel like Mahatma Gandhi didn't compromise in the ways that everyone wanted him to. And Jesus Christ definitely didn't compromise. He was a purist.
And he's so dead.
Yep.
He got killed.
Damn,
so,
not a good thing,
but
right?
wouldn't we have wanted Jesus to stick around and actually like
No,
be
I
there
know.
for like the
If he
eons?
came with his concessions and compromises, tough question. No, sometimes you need a leader that sticks to their principles over life or death, and that's what Gandhi did.
Yeah.
What would India look like right now if it wasn't for Gandhi sticking to his principles?
Are you trying to be the new Charlie Kirk?
No, but rest in peace while we're on the stream. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk.
I'm done. Bye. Good luck, all you people. Love each other. Seriously, like just.
I agree.
And also, if you're one of those people who will believe everything and trust nothing, you're going to be super manipulated by everyone. So if you're like, I can't trust scientists, I can't trust this person, I can't trust this, the volunteer on the street. Then
I agree with that. Should we trust
you
the mainstream
need to
media?
you need to.
Who do you trust these days
Yeah.
to get your news? For
Who do I
instance?
trust
Yeah,
to get
for
my
instance.
news? Boy, I kind of generally avoid the news, to be honest.
Oh, it
I do a
shows.
lot of in-person events, art,
And
theater.
let me just say, by the way, this is a spirited debate. We like to keep it civil. I didn't mean any disrespect whatsoever. I lead with dignity and kindness, and that's the last thing you said. Love here too, and I didn't mean any hostility. I was sunglasses walking through.
I'm a theater person. I like
yeah.
people, but I think
Same.
that people are very easily manipulated, and tribalism is a thing. You should actually probably read this book called Tribes. It's an old book. I don't even think it's by a liberal person, so you can go check it out. You don't have to be scared. Anyway, that's all. Have a good day.
I enjoyed speaking with you.
What two great debates right there. Wow.
I liked her. And
Did you guys vote? Obviously you voted. Who'd you vote for?
For the mayor?
Yes.
Mondani.
Mandami. Everyone. We haven't got a single person who hasn't voted for Mandami out here
What
today.
are you guys doing this for? Because yesterday someone asked me about this, and
Yeah, look, we're live right now. We're just talking to people on the streets about who they're voting for
You guys are
and why they voted for. I'm a YouTuber. So yeah, we go all across the world, and today we're here in New York City talking about the most important mayoral election here and potentially New York City's history.
Yeah. Do you live in New York?
I do live here in New York right now. I have an office here. Kind of like bounce across the country with my job. So
Who did you vote for?
I can't vote because I'm not a resident here.
Oh, so you don't live in New York?
Yeah, like I live here, but I don't live here. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Like I have an office here.
Yeah. He's a resident. He's not a resident for the residency requirements to vote.
Yeah.
He's like an influencer guy who goes around and just asks people about their political opinions.
Oh. What about you guys?
I do. I live here. I live in Lower Manhattan. I'm not going to give out my address.
I won't either.
So what made you want to vote for Zoran?
What?
What made you want to vote for Zoran? He has a lot of support from the youth.
Yeah.
And today it's been interesting because we've talked to a lot of people and they're like, yeah, we voted for Zoran. We don't think he's actually able to do everything he says, but we voted for him.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of politicians don't do everything that they say they're gonna do, but I think he's like responding to like what the majority of like working class, especially New Yorkers, want and have been like asking for. And I think like other politicians that we've had, like Adams and Cuomo, I think like they just kind of like bend over backwards, especially for like the president. And like we don't need that here. You know,
I think, like, a big
I
topic
saw
for-
like a video a while ago, like before the primary, of Cuomo like saying like ICE is probably gonna come, and like just like kind of shrugged it off.
I think they should come here into the streets and arrest people who came into the country illegally and deport them.
Well, I think like saying like came into the country illegally is like kind of like a heavy term.
Like if they cross the
because
border without permission.
There's a difference between being like undocumented.
You guys, my mom texted me an hour ago and I didn't check my phone. She said, please stop saying, oh my effing God. Mom, if you're watching still, I'm so sorry.
And like coming here illegally.
So
Yeah,
it's
say
embarrassing.
you walk over that border illegally, that Mexico border, say you crossed over in Tijuana. You came through the border wall. You paid a cartel member $5,000 and now you're here in the United States and now you've made your way to New York City because an NGO paid for you and flew you here and they put you right here inside this church, and then since they cut out the shelters, now you're living out here in the streets selling stuff illegally on Canal Street. Should those people be deported?
No. I think like the issue with deportation and the issue with like the people that do come here for those reasons is like the result of like global colonization and imperialization, where like the U.S. has had a really negative effect on Latin American countries and has caused a lot of stability in those countries.
Right.
Like, there's a reason that those people are almost like forced to come here.
Do you believe that we should have completely open borders?
I think that borders, I mean, obviously, like, we need borders.
Sorry, Mom.
Right.
Like, you need government, you need law. Like, we can't live in like a borderless, lawless world, but like, we all have a shared humanity.
Agreed.
And I think countries like the United States, we have like a huge economy compared to some of these countries, and we've taken a lot of like resources from these countries, and we also like depend on.
You guys, first of all, thank you. I'm hoping my mom is not still watching, but if she is, I'll pass it on. She's funny. I should have her on stream one night. I'm telling you. You guys think that you guys think I got heated about Ma'am Donnie? I'm gonna tell you what. No, what I was gonna say though is I feel like America is. It's basically like they're the privileged rich kids of the world. Like, every other country has real, legitimate problems to deal with, and America's just like, no, we should just let everybody stay, bro. It's fine, bro. Like, they're just peddling their wares, like, you know. So what? We love the Khajiits. Like, no, dude. They don't. Does my mom have a Twitch account? God, I hope not. Like, truly, I hope not. God. Sorry, Mom. No, I hope not.
On immigrant labor.
Yeah.
For a lot of like jobs in the United States.
I have a question for you.
I have
So
to
say
screenshot
let's just
chat.
talk about people who came in here illegally, right? So say that person on Canal Street, he's selling stuff, counterfeit goods, illegally. Would you consider that a crime?
A crime?
Yeah.
Which part?
Selling counterfeit goods illegally and then not paying taxes on those goods.
I mean, obviously,
Yes,
counterfeit
it's
goods are illegal.
in the terms of law, but right and wrong and.
Okay, so then if somebody came and stole your purse, would you consider
different crime.
would you consider that a crime?
Yeah.
So
I believe
two
that only
crimes.
some crimes deserve penalization and incarceration, and others not. Okay, but do you believe some crimes?
Well, but then what about the people who own, like, the laundromats, like in the video we just watched, where they're breaking in, using organized crime, breaking in, taking people's stuff, their money, all their shit, stuff they've worked so hard for, and then, like, you run these mom and pop businesses out of the country, or out of the state. Like, how is that? Oh, but they're just like, again, they're just peddling their wares, like, you know.
Shouldn't be enforced. Some laws shouldn't be enforced. And again, we're coming. I should say, I don't want to be like at all hostile. This is only like a spirited debate. I come with like kindness and dignity, and if like you guys don't want to get in that debate, that's fine too. But that's all we're doing, like in a democratic way. That's all.
Okay, good. Yeah. So, but do you believe for instance, that crime a man commits on Canal Street? Do you think that's justifiable, just like someone coming robbing your purse, to then get held to the law?
Well,
because you're basically saying
the issue of someone like selling stuff like counterfeit goods on Canal Street and the issue of immigration are two separate things. I don't think
the sellers on Canal Street are illegal immigrants.
Dude,
and those two issues.
What do these people think that these immigrants do once they get here? Do they think they don't need money? They just cease the need for any monetary, like, they still have to have, like, income. They might be handed a bunch of shit, but they still have to have income. So it's like, if you don't have a license and you don't have papers and you're illegally in our country, you are going to resort to, like, inevitably crime. It's a pretty easy default. So you're setting these people up you say you care about, basically for, like, a life of crime, and then you're going to cry whenever we deport them? Like, pick a lane, bro. You're not helping these people.
Almost overlapped, if not
there's a
identical.
difference again between illegal immigrants and undocumented immigrants.
I agree with that. Most, between 40 and 60% are illegal immigrants on Canal Street.
Illegal immigrants?
someone who, like he just said, has crossed the border illegally without any paperwork, and they have not gone through the proper legal process to be here. That is an illegal immigrant by its term. Even if they did that from Ireland or France or England, because I know everyone wants to go to race, that is an illegal immigrant. They've come here illegally. By its very term, it is categorically, inescapably illegal immigration. 60, maybe even more than that, of the Canal Street vendors are illegal immigrants. And they are selling counterfeit and illegal goods.
Yeah.
They're breaking the law.
Yes, but
basically what we're trying to get to is people who voted for Zohar Mamdani just voted for a guy who wants to defund the police and not enforce.
He said defund and abolish the police maybe close to 50 times. Then he's tried deleting the tweets, and then he's apologized for them.
like back during
Yeah, so he said that before. Yeah. So before he ran for president and wanted your vote, he was very for defund and abolish the police.
That's not part of his campaign though.
So it was okay for him to say it until he needed your vote, and then he wanted to push it to the shadows. That's fine.
I don't agree with that. Defund the police.
You want to defund the police?
I do.
You think, as a woman, that this city would be safer if we didn't have police? That's interesting to me. I'm not saying that in a patronizing way. I've actually never heard a woman say that.
I mean, yeah, I believe that.
You believe that the city would be safer?
I think that it's not that we don't want to have police. I think that our police system is like designed in a way where instead of like protecting people, it's like
You guys, he did not. Hold on a second. Alfie just said Trump tweeted. I have to go look. Usually his tweets, usually whatever he puts on Truth Social, he also puts on X. He better have posted this shit. He didn't. Alfie said he posted on Truth Social, quote, in all caps, of course, and so it begins. Yeah, this is literally gonna be the fucking, oh my god, sorry, Mom. We're gonna be farming this shit for months.
Policing people,
Allahu
which I think
Akbar.
sometimes like leads to like more crime when people feel like over-policed, overwatched.
You guys, she texted me again. She said, it's a good thing I haven't figured out how to join the chat.
And
they're
like
worried about the bags on Canal Street and not about the women, maybe.
About the what?
About the women getting their bags stolen.
I've had like instances where like the police like didn't do much to help in situations that were dangerous.
I
and I
feel
think
safer
like
in the subways now that they've put a bunch of police down there.
I've watched a lot of instances where like police like instigate a situation instead of de-escalating. So I think it's more about like reallocating the funding for police.
There's a question, a comment that you just made. When you go down in the subways, let's say it's at night. Well, first off, do you take the subways at night?
I do.
Okay. As women, do you guys feel unsafe when you go down in the subway and see a police officer there? Is that what you actually... I'm genuinely curious. I've never heard that before from a woman. Every other woman, regardless of their political spectrum, has said they feel safe when they see a police officer down there, especially at night. Most women don't even take the subways at night because there aren't enough police down there.
I don't feel unsafe.
I don't feel unsafe. Yeah.
You don't feel unsafe in the subways at night. Do you feel unsafe with police presence,
No,
though?
that's what I'm saying. I don't feel unsafe if I see a police officer.
Do you feel more safe when you see a police officer versus there's none there and there's a dark, fetid,
Yeah, he loves
stinking
Napoleon.
subway car with graffiti all over it, and there's dodgy characters about, which let's just call a spade what it is. They are everywhere down there, especially in the nighttime. Do you feel unsafe or more safe with a police officer there? Because his policies inescapably are to defund and restrict the amount of police out there. He says verbatim, yes, explicitly. What do you mean on his platform? We can Google them. We can look them up. Grab every one of his receipts. He wants.
You guys, it's like I said earlier, if he would have chose to run his campaign authentically on the idea that we don't need to defund the police, we need to maybe re-educate them or retrain them or reallocate the distribution of them, literally pick a number, any of those things, I think could have he could have had the majority vote. She doesn't know what ULU is. She has, like, no idea. None. Probably zero. She's never even asked. She probably doesn't know how to pronounce it. Nobody does. Like most of the people who watch me still think my name is Seer. Yeah. But no. He could have told the truth if he would have went that direction, but he just made an ass of himself. He's never going to be deliver on any of this. And the scary part is, if he walked back his original statement, which was let's defund the police, if that was like his guarded statement that he had to take down once he started, running as a candidate, what do you think that his real thought is? What is his internal dialogue if he felt like he had to walk that back once he started campaigning?
Bring less police. Policies in his campaign. He wants to reduce. He thinks our police force is overinflated, and he wants less police. That is categorically.
I want to know then, Darkwater, like, how is that semantics? It was his statement. It was on his Twitter multiple times. But like, how does one defund the police, but mean it like metaphorically? Like, what does that even? That's not a thing. They don't want the police. These girls straight up just said like they would feel just as safe without police. Like, they don't care. They don't feel unsafe to begin with. And like, if that's your take, okay, that's your take. We'll leave it be. Like, you're crazy, but okay. Like, if they don't mean, I'm not being obtuse. The word is literally defund. How does that not mean defund? They want a lesser police presence. That's always what they've wanted. They've been very direct about it since the BLM protests back in 2020. That was the whole thing, was defund them, get rid of them. We can police ourselves without them. It's not obtuse. If you don't mean let's defund the police, then don't say let's defund the police. That's definitely what they want. Listen, I literally been on the other side. Like, you guys know at this point, I was on the other side, far left. When I heard defund the police, I also interpreted it as defund the police. And I'm sorry, but if you just consider that a slogan, maybe we need to hold the people who are running for office to a higher standard, to be completely transparent. You don't believe that I was on the other side? You don't believe that I was a delegate for Bernie Sanders, or? Oh, my mom would vouch for it because we had a lot of fights about it, let me tell you.
Less police on the subways for women.
This was literally in 2016, you guys. It's been
first elected,
a decade.
He ran his platform on like heavily funded police and police in the subways, and I felt like it felt like less safe when he did that. I had a time on the subway where I was going to a concert with a friend, and it was like shortly after the subway shooting where like people were killed, and it was like about a week later, and
I wasn't just a leftist. Like, I was full-blown, like, there was a point where I was, like, fully on board with complete socialism, bordering on, I went through a communist phase. Like, I mean, come on. Like, I don't know, this is a very common sentiment, and if I'm an outlier, then how did Trump win? Like, how did he win such a large majority of the youth vote? Because there's a lot of people like me who just got sick of it. This isn't fear-based. This isn't reaction-based. I grew up in St. Louis. I grew up just south of all of the BLM shit. All of that stuff that happened. It was firsthand in my backyard. It's not fear and manipulation. It's literally right in front of you. The only people who are reacting out of, like, manipulating themselves are people who genuinely believe people like Zohan are going to be able to accomplish even a third of the things they've said that they will, and are not only going to be able to accomplish it, but are doing so in good faith. There's nothing wrong with, like, asking a question. And if your party is so fucked that when you say we should defund the police, it's just a hyperbole, it's just a metaphor, then maybe, like, you're in the wrong party? I don't know. That's why I left.
A shot had been fired in a train car, like, a couple train cars down from us, and like the whole entire train like ran out of the station onto the street, and there's a police car there, and me and my friends told the people in the police car what had happened, and they laughed and drove away. And that was like during a time period.
My empathy. That is terrible. That's not what they should have done. They should have helped you.
That was during a time period when there was like increased funding. So that's why I think it's about more of like reallocating funding and resources, not like just like throwing money into it and increasing like numbers and increasing like police force and like heavily arming police officers. I think it's about like reinforming them on how to like de-escalate situations, especially because like most.
Why would someone assume you're in any political party? Well, honestly, Dark, because you've told me that. Like, you've been a member of my chat now for like over a month. Love having you, but like we've spoken enough at length that I now know that you are certainly not a moderate. That you do lean more left. We've discussed that. It's not a bad thing. Like, you don't need to wear it like a right. But the thing is, like, you've assumed the same of me based on my sentiments. In fact, you have so much faith in this party system that you've decided I'm lying about being, I guess, on the other side of the political agenda that I am now. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I'm just saying. It's completely irrelevant, by the way. There are things I don't agree with that the current administration is doing. There are things that I don't agree with that the last administration was doing. I'm just talking about, I mean, that's why I'm sitting in front of the internet, right? Is just to tell, like, give my take. Like, no one's obligated to be here. I'm not arguing anything on the behalf of, you know, any specific party. I just, dude, like, I'm paying taxes. Like, I think I should be able to have a take. It doesn't have to make sense to everybody. I assume nothing about you. I watch you so I can try to understand your perspective, and you are the one who said you were terrified of everything since you were young. Well, that's kind of like a shitty thing to say, considering that when I said I've been scared of everything since I was young, I was talking specifically about like my diagnosed like panic and anxiety disorder. And so it seems a little disingenuous to bring that up in regards to this conversation. And quite frankly, I think your party would be disappointed in you considering what advocates they are of mental health. But anyway, most of my chat isn't American. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry, then you don't have anxiety. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm sorry. You don't like have to be here, Dark. You've drawn all of these conclusions about me. Quite frankly, like, now you're shitting on me because of things I shared out of, like, just being a human with my chat. And using it against me in like a political way, and like that just very much aligns with the left that I know, and that's why I left the party, because it's a very consistent thing. We use what you say against you when it's convenient, and when it's not, we're going to use it as a selling point. And it's bullshit. It's all disingenuous. It's bullshit. Nobody actually cares about the issue. We care about the power. Yeah, that's fine. But you are now, so.
So the, like, a lot of communities have been over-policed, black and brown communities have been over-policed, and it, like, there's, like, it's...
Yeah, this isn't racism. If you want racism, I can show you that, but that's not this. Take care, butter cheeks. Thanks for the views.
Over-policing, like, only leads to, like, more crime, because people are, it doesn't make those communities feel safe because they are facing like...
Do you think if you polled folks in those communities that they would want less or more police there? Because if you look at statistics in Chicago, for example, right? 99% of these crime high areas want more police there. They think they're under-resourced by the police that are actually there.
No, they do. Those
So
do ask for more.
They ask for more police. So shouldn't their opinion be the ones that count way more respectfully than you or I who don't live in those high crime areas? So for example, J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson in Chicago, they were for restricting the National Guard. And you could have a good faith argument about federalism, what Trump is doing. Shouldn't it be up to those communities to vote on whether you could hold a small, short proposal on whether or not those communities want more police there? Because it seems like to me, J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson are holding those communities hostage for political reasons by not allowing Trump to send more resources to the areas that need them most.
The National Guard?
National Guard, if the police are not doing it, absolutely. If those areas voted for it, if those areas, you held a proposal, and they said 99% of them said, yes, we want more police, if it's not our police, it's National Guard there, you would say their vote is undermined, they should not, their opinion does not count, these folks in those neighborhoods.
Whatever you vote for, if that's what you want, then that's what you want.
Correct.
I care.
So isn't it a little bit unfair if we have
I'm
mayors?
not saying that that's what should happen just because a lot of people vote for it.
What about the majority? That's called democracy.
Our democracy doesn't entirely.
Democracy only counts when it's your opinion. If it's not what you want, like, I don't know, hypothetically, let's say, yeah, that was them. It's fine. We can let it go. That person is being intentionally, intellectually dishonest with themselves about the reason that they're in my chat, about the reason that they are interpreting the things that I say the way they are. None of it is really out of goodwill. It's a problem with this side. We know it. That's why I left. It's a bunch of fake bullshittery. I don't even know go into it again. Like, it's exhausting. And you're not gonna, like, emotionally manipulate me using my own morals, ethics, and life experience into, I don't know, I guess proving a point. It's really bizarre. Nobody's unbiased. No one is unbiased. I have said multiple times that I consider myself right of center. You knew what it was. You knew what it was. You don't have to leave, Dark. I have always welcomed people with different viewpoints. The thing that bothered me was when you brought up my fear and anxiety, which is a completely unrelated to politics. Like, that's a low blow, dude. Like, it doesn't hurt. I'm not sad. I'm not, like, I don't care. But it was a low blow. And I think it says a lot about your character, and I just thought better. That's all. I just thought better. So don't feel like you have to leave. I understand, like, this is a stream where things get heated and, like, people feel certain ways. I'm just being 100 with you. That's what threw me, because it was just not, it just felt like out of line to me. But nobody's gonna be a dick to you. Like, I don't condone that. And I would hope the rest of my chat understands that. American or not, like, yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I don't know. And then, to say, like, on top of it, like, racism? It's not racism. What's racism? What is racist about that? Racist is calling out certain ethnicities after you run your entire campaign on diversity and inclusion and the dissolution of racism. Like, I don't... Dude. Yeah, you're always welcome, Dark, but yeah, that's it. We don't, yeah, Butters is right. I will never abide by that. I'll never tell someone to be blocked. I don't think any less of you, Dark. I thought more of you, I guess. It's not the same thing. I don't know, bro. You know what I mean. Maybe you don't. I don't know. Anyway, we're moving on.
Really depend on, like, a majority vote all the time.
In what way?
The Electoral College.
Right.
Trump
just won, and Andy won the popular vote, right? We've got an Electoral College because certain states like California have such numerous numbers that they could decide the entire presidential election. It comes down to 7 swing states. Democrats and Republicans play by the exact same rules. It's who wins both of those two things. It's not side to one party or the other. And I'm a complete independent. I've never voted Republican a single day in my life. I didn't vote for Trump in either election.
Well, I never even said my opinion on the Electoral College, though I do think that actually abolishing the Electoral College it's not that it's not about the presidential election that the Electoral College actually does like a lot of like you would still have like it's like still like ultimately Republican and Democrat for like a presidential election. It's going to go one of those two ways. But if we didn't have like the Electoral College and like this point system, it would actually be easier to have like more like independent or like third parties to be represented more often inside of like the Senate and the House, which would actually lead to like more representation for people like you that might not feel represented by either of the two parties.
Fair. And I'm an independent in that same way, though I do disagree with you on the Electoral College.
It's just never going to happen, though.
Example. Let's say, and this is
just last question, then we're moving on to the next people.
Sorry. You know, we can
Keep
go.
going.
Sorry.
You have any other reasons or what you expect to see in New York City by the time Mondami's done with his term? What do you think New York City will look like?
So you're assuming that he's going to win?
Well, yeah, I think he is going to win.
Oh, yeah.
Is that, do you like
based
that?
off all the polls and all the things, I think Mondami's going to win, and I think Cuomo, I guess we'll see what happens, but most likely Mondami is going to win.
I think that change is a good thing, and I think like a little socialism would be good for New York City, you know?
Really, you think socialism is going to be good for New York?
Yeah.
All right.
Let him have it. Let him have
Like you
it.
didn't want to talk to us.
Now that we're on that topic, now expound on what you think would be good about socialism here in New York City.
Why?
Because I think like socialism, people need like basic rights. Like I barely have health insurance. Like I think like we pay so many tax dollars, we might as well have like a free bus. Yeah.
Awesome.
That's socialism.
No.
You know, like we already pay like taxes. We might as well like see some more good out of those taxes.
Yeah, or do you think there should be? Yeah, well, the free stuff I just don't think is gonna like come out, and I don't think people are realize like when nothing's actually free, people have to pay for it. So hopefully there'd be more. I think there's maybe they should look into exactly where money's being spent and spend it a little bit wiser. I think like for instance when Elon tried to do the Doge cuts, I think that was something good. That could have been a net positive for America and for other governments to learn from that. Maybe by taxing people even less, there's going to be more competition. More competition is going to create new avenues and new ways for people to actually get strategical about what they're going to do versus just having all these freebies where people are just like, oh, we're going to get this, we're going to get free bus, we're going to get free healthcare, and the rich are going to pay for it.
If you're paying taxes.
Do you know that New York City is one of, I don't know if it's the top 10 right now, it could be top 3 or top 5, highest tax burdens of any city in the United States already.
In the
and there's
world.
already begun a huge exodus of residents because of the tax burden here, leaving Florida. And that the 1% of New Yorkers pay 48% of our tax base. So policies that push value producers out will lower the amount of money available for public projects like you're talking about.
I don't know. I think if I was making that much money, I would be fine with paying my taxes.
If we all want to do like a fair
I
share,
don't
right?
think
Say you
so.
make $100,000, say I make $1 million, and I'm going to get taxed 52% because I make over $1 million, so I'm going to give $520,000 to the government. But if we all want to play fair games and everything, technically then you should pay $52,000 of your $100,000 and leave you with $48,000, leaving me.
I don't want to play it fair though. I think someone that makes that much more money should, like people that make like barely enough to survive in the city shouldn't pay the same amount as someone
Why?
who like has.
We, for almost a century, we've had a progressive tax rate. If you make more money, you pay more in taxes. Well, no, what's that?
I don't want to do
But
it
I'm
that
saying
way.
if we all want to be equal and whatnot, then why don't we all just pay the same exact tax and just let everyone just pay that 52%?
Why would we do that? Why would we do that?
Exactly. Why would we do that? But
I
so
think
why
that
would
the
you
rich
tax?
should be taxed more.
And they are taxed more.
I'm saying that that's a good thing. I'm saying I don't want the 52% or whatever.
Aren't there people in America who pay like 67% in taxes? Like the amount of people who make the kind of money it would take to sustain this bullshit, I don't even know that there's enough of them, and they certainly aren't going to stay here. Like I said earlier, it happened in Silicon Valley. They all moved to Texas. It's happening in New York. They're all moving to Florida or Texas. It's going to keep happening, and then eventually, what you're going to be left with is all the socialism you want, with no one but poor people to fund the socialism. Then who becomes the 1%? Like, it's a moving target. But if you shit in the mouth of the people who are supplying the jobs, the real estate, these are the people who are the 1% contribution to the New York City's economy. If you shit in their mouth, it's not going to end well for you.
The fact that they're a tax more, he wants to increase that. Do you have any concern of the risk that will force more folks who are value producers here, who provide so much taxes to New York for social programs, that their departure will be a bad or a good thing? That's the point, right? It's not enough.
It's gonna push them out?
It's already started. If you look up these statistics, right, and I wish I did have these graphics, I don't have them, but please fact check me on this. The exodus has already started. Something like hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers in higher tax brackets have gone to Florida in areas like Miami and Palm Beach because their tax burden was too high. New York is already the high, I think it's top 3, top 5 of tax burdens. Having a socialist then come in to increase it even more, how do you think that's going to fund the projects he's talking about? Isn't that pie in the sky utopia?
I think that it's fine. I think enough rich people live in New York City that I'm not worried about that at all.
You think they'll stay?
Not even if some of them leave, let them leave. We have more. There's so much money here.
So some of them being here is good, but not all of them.
It's not about it being good or bad. I don't care. If they stay, if you don't want to live in New York City, then you don't want to live here. If that's not the most important thing, then maybe you shouldn't live here and we don't need your money. That's fine with me.
Sure. I would just disagree because we do need their money for every public project that we want. That's
it's not like all the rich people are going to leave New York City, every single one of them.
Say 10% do, and that's 10. And say 10% do, you're just going to lose it. You're going to, if 10% of New York City of the rich leave, you're going to lose a large portion of the people that already pay that 48% in taxes already. So you're going to lose 5%, potentially 5 or even more percent of that 48% of the people that pay all the taxes here in New York City. And you're going to need all that extra money. Where are you going to get that from?
Then who pays it?
They're just going to eventually figure out ways to tax people even more money. So.
Oh yeah, Illinois is
maybe they'll
bad.
raise the minimum wage. Yeah, it sounds great to raise the minimum wage to $30 an hour until you have to pay $15 for a coffee. And so
they're not going to agree with you on that. Come on.
The rich will always get richer and the poor will always stay poor because they're going to have to level up with everybody.
We'll find out and we'll see who leaves New York City and who stays. There's no way to say that for sure.
I think that's right. I agree with you.
Awesome. End of conversation, you guys. God bless you guys. Hope you have a good day, and we'll see what happens.
Democracy.
We'll see what happens, everybody. Good conversation with everybody. I've seen some super chats come through. I can't say thanks to everybody, obviously, when we're in those conversations, but thank you all very much for anybody who does make a donation or becomes a member. We appreciate it. Dude, Sweeney's pretty...
All I can say is, I hope to God these people who are just, shifting all the burden to the 1% who, again, drive the innovation and development of our country, I hope to God they one day are fortunate enough to have a job or a position in which they suddenly are, I don't know, even the top 20%. And all of a sudden, that little 10% that, there's enough of them, they'll make up for it. Guess what? You are now the 1%.
Freaking smart. How's it going, sir?
I want to say hello. I was actually here about an hour ago.
Oh, nice.
Went to a cafe and I follow you.
Oh, amazing.
And all of a sudden I was like, oh, you're right around the corner. So
okay.
Today we're just talking to people. We haven't found a Cuomo or Sliwa voter here in the park. We came here to talk to people who've voted for Mandami and see why they voted for him. Did you vote today?
I did. I voted for Sliwa.
You voted for Sliwa?
So I came to tell you guys.
You're the first Sliwa voter today out here. And it's just been interesting to talk to these Mandami voters because, maybe they have a good heart and they're hoping everything goes good, but most of them are even admitting, right now, that, maybe most of the stuff he's been saying is actually not going to come to fruition.
Then what are you left with?
Okay, you just did a pretty risky vote for something super important, like the biggest city in America. You maybe should have thought a little bit more about what can happen to your city.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of any of them, to be honest, but I like Sliwa's integrity. I think he seems pretty legit, so that's why I voted for him. Cuomo, I wasn't thrilled with the nursing homes and all that. Can I say Mandami? I don't know how to say his name.
Yeah, Mandami.
Mandami. I mean, I don't really know much about him, to be honest. I don't really trust him, though, because he seems to change what he says all the time.
Yeah, because we were talking to DTO about the defunding the police, and they're like, well, what do you mean by that? He's not defunding the police. This is this is all of the times he has said, defund the police. Defund and dismantle. Defund the police and build a socialist New York. Ear liberation means defund the police.
Is defund and dismantle enough? Or is that hyperbolic too?
No, we want to defund the police. In New York City, 99% of officers our office holders are Democrats, yet they refuse to defund cops who murder with impunity. Defund and dismantle. Defund the NYPD. What we need is to defund the NYPD. We need to defund the police.
Yeah, he says it a lot.
Defund the haram police.
Then he said he didn't or something, right? He said flip-flops back and
And then
forth.
he flip-flopped
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Fox News when he needed to tell people that, oh, maybe your daughters don't have to worry about getting assaulted on the subway, essentially, because of we're going to actually fund the police, and I feel sorry for saying that. But when your words in your track record speak like that, it doesn't mean anything when you say that on live TV.
Yeah, I don't trust him. I mean, I'm a classical liberal, to be honest. So I don't really care about parties. Now I'm an independent, I would say. So to me, it doesn't matter what the party is. I just like Sliwa's integrity. It seems like
Good for you, dude. You wasted your vote and you knew what you were doing when you went into it. Like you knew it. It's like God. Who was the independent whenever it was Bernie? No. Trump, Hillary, and then we had our Green Party candidate, who, by the way, I still think she had phenomenal policies. But like anybody who voted for the independent, like you might as well have just stayed in bed. You knew what was going to happen.
he means what he says. I do worry about the cost of housing here. I do worry about the policing. Like I want safety and all that sort of stuff. So
I think like the policing issue, like the police, NYPD, everyone I've talked to, they want to do their job, but when they arrest somebody, the next day they get arrested and released. It's like
it's not right.
It's not right. I talked to one guy. He said he knows somebody who's been arrested over 90 times, and each time he gets released. Like you have people on the subway who have literally been arrested more than 50 times, and they're just walking here in the streets.
I've been here 20 years, and
By ranked choice voting, do you mean like literally? Like literally, like isn't that the popular vote? Because like in that case, you would almost be the opposite candidate almost every single time. Yeah, I mean, I would just assume ranked choice would fall in line with the popular vote. In which case, like, Trump still would have won this time. And then previously, typically not. Ranked choice voting. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, unless it's hyperbolic again, but I'm assuming it's not. Jeb Bush. God, Jeb. Ranked choice voting. No.
Say that.
I'll do you the benefit of, I'll look it up. Because I genuinely don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Unless you're just talking about getting rid of, like, the Electoral College. An order of preference. So, yeah, that's exactly what I said. Like, it's a ranking. Voters don't need to worry about spoilers or feel forced to vote for less of the two evils. They simply rank them in order. Okay, but then how do they decide which of the first choice doesn't win? Oh yeah, this is more than a two-party system thing. Listen, I think everyone is in agreement that the two-party system is outdated and it's not working. 100%. Like, I think everyone agrees with that. I just don't foresee that happening, you know? Like, in the here and now. Like, that's a great idea. But in the here and now, I just don't think it's going to happen. And no, I never really, like, looked too deep into that because, yeah, I don't know. I just live in the like, we can't even figure out our current elections and we can't even figure out our current policies. Some states adopted it, but Republicans opposed it. Why? Well, the big problem a lot of Republicans have with, like, a lot of this voting stuff is, like, because, like, in Illinois, my neighboring state, if you are an illegal alien, you can go get a license and, you know, what happens when you go get a license is you get registered to vote by default. So that inherently is an issue. You know what I mean? Like that's the biggest complaint with the right as far as anything to do with voting. Like, I mean, I personally think if you can't, like, you can't show your ID to vote, what's wrong with showing your ID? Like, yeah, you should have to pay taxes if you're going to vote. Like, it's just what it is. Dark, you're not a problem. In fact, before you jumped off last time, Butters said the same thing. Like, we're never going to ban you. I'm never going to, like, like, I don't think you're a problem just because of your opinion. I didn't know about the ranked voting system. Like, I'm not above telling you that. I didn't know about it. I would be curious to know what the opposition for it is. I would assume it's something to do with the, like what I just said, with the illegals and their votes counting and things like that, but I don't know. I mean, I'll do some more reading about it, so I do appreciate that. Like, I learned something. But no, don't feel like you're not welcome. That's stupid. I much prefer a chat that's like has a different. I don't want an echo chamber. I'll just say that.
I never was really too worried on
I
the
will
subway.
look into it.
I moved here like 2005 or so.
Cheers,
before
homie.
that, and now
It's all
it's
good.
a little bit. That night, I'm a little bit worried about it.
You know what would
Yeah.
be a deal breaker for me, for whoever was going to become mayor? If they made a plan to put cellular service down in the subway somehow. So that way when you go in between the tracks, you have service on your phone.
Most of there is mostly service down there, but it's not all the way.
But yeah, like when you're going from station to station,
Goes out.
it always goes out.
Yeah,
Elon needs
scary.
to figure out something
A lot
about
of
that.
what you're saying, I just agree with, by the way.
I know, it's just common sense. That's the
what
thing.
you said is your principles, not parties, and that's.
Yeah,
I think
no,
how I
I'm
vote should be.
independent. Yeah,
Yeah,
like I
same.
mean, I've voted Democrat in the past, and now I'm like without a party kind of because I don't like any of them to be honest.
That's
how I feel.
crazy.
They've gone so crazy now. The left has gone really extreme, but a lot of their values of like I want health care for everyone, I want housing affordable, I want all that stuff, but it's just some of the other stuff is so crazy to me that it's.
Like, well, who's going to pay for it? And they're like,
Yeah.
well, tax the rich. It's like,
So,
well, you can only press the button so much.
I just don't
Like, you
trust
can
any
only
of them. I mean, my negative opinion is that I think that it's all a game to have us fighting against each other while those that be just steal all the money. That's pretty much how I feel about it. So
Yeah, there was a paper that said, some article that said a lot of the money that Zoran's been getting has been funneled from charities from Soros
really?
and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
concerning.
Like, I don't know much about what's his name? Is like the
Mondani.
I don't know much about him because I kind of dropped out of politics. I was like, my friends are, you got to vote today, and I'm like, I don't like any of them, but I do kind of like the guy with the beret. He seems like he's cool.
Yeah.
So
Another thing
I
that really
really
worries me
appreciate it.
about Mondami
Yeah.
is that New York City could
Thanks for
potentially
the
become like
follow
a
again,
London where
Dark.
you walk in New
We're
York
glad
City
to have
and
you,
it's
for
not
real.
recognized
Don't
anymore
worry
just
about
because of
it.
the population switch and the demographic switch.
Listen, I'm online streaming politics. Like, I know what I signed up for. It's all good, dude.
And just like those ideologies that they're bringing over aren't the same that made New York City what it was, and it's just kind of like sad to see that the acceptance of everything kind of destroys everything as well.
it could, yeah. I mean, I don't know if
No
it'll go that
biggie.
extreme, but it could lead that way. You know, like I said, I don't know enough about him. I think the most important thing is that everyone feels comfortable voting for whoever they want to vote for. It's kind of scary now where it's very extreme, like division with everyone. I don't. If someone votes and they're happy to vote, it's fine. I don't mind.
Who do you think's going to win today?
I think Cuomo's going to win.
You think
I'm
Cuomo's
not a
gonna
fan.
win?
I'm not voting for Cuomo, but I think he's going to win. Yeah. I hope he doesn't. I am not a fan, and I'm
It's
not.
gonna be interesting to see how much of the vote Cuomo and Sliwa split.
Yeah, like I would love Sliwa to win, but I don't know. I saw a great Halloween costume. Someone was dressed as him, had fake cats all over them. It was like really cool.
Sliwa's got integrity. He's the man.
That's what it is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to make light of it. I think, like, listening to them, it's like I trust that guy, and I think that his values seem to be pretty good. I don't know all of them, so you know, don't kill me, internet. But he seems like a genuine good guy, and he's
Integrity's hard to find in a politician.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I trust him.
Yep.
Yeah, so
I do too.
Hey, well, great speaking
Thanks,
with
man.
you.
I just
Thanks for
wanna say
watching
hi.
the channel. It means
Thank
a
you
lot
very
to me,
much.
actually. Thank
Good
you so
luck
much.
today, yeah. Good talking to you guys.
Let's go talk to this group of young voters. How's it going? How's everybody doing? What's going on? How are you guys doing? Who'd you guys vote for?
Like, you guys know it's bad whenever anyone is like, dude, why didn't you just vote for Cuomo? Like, why didn't you just vote for the guy? Like, I'm not a pedophile. I'm Italian. I'm not a pervert. I'm Italian. Sorry, Butters, censor that.
Today?
I don't think I didn't vote.
You didn't vote?
No.
Oh, we're talking to you
I
about who they
forgot.
voted for today.
I forgot to vote because I.
It's not too late. You got until 9 p.m.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was the Democratic primary. I'm just.
It's the mayoral election. You can go vote.
Yeah.
You still can. You've got time to vote.
I don't know who the Republican candidate is. I like Sliwa as a.
It's Sliwa.
So I like Sliwa as a character.
Thank you.
But I came all the way here from Columbus Circle. I saw you live.
Oh, fire.
I jumped on the train. I ran here.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Big love to this guy.
And
here
I
in
just
chat.
here's what here's what I was thinking to tell you. It's like when people voted for Trump, it was the. Can we go distant from this conversation because your mic is going to probably pick it up.
I hear you, Dark.
All right, he's got
I appreciate
something
that.
important to say. Let's see what he says.
I don't know if it's important. Important is, if I were gonna decide like what questions that you were gonna ask, I would ask the people here like, did you remember anyone saying that Trump was the protest vote and what that meant?
Mm-hmm. This is
Or, like,
exactly that.
How much everyone was just done with it all, like burn it down, like not literally burn down the cities, but like the internet manosphere.
I've said the same thing. Sorry to pause it again. I truly believe, like, Bernie Sanders was the left version of Trump. He was just, it was a protest candidate. And, like, I think Mamdani is the inverse of that again, where it's just like, we don't know if this is going to work, but it sure as shit is, like, better than more of the same. Like, even worst case scenarios worth that shot. And honestly, there's been a lot of people that have said that as he's interviewing these people, and I can respect that take. Like, I think that's a fair take. Like, you know what? We don't really know. We know some of this is BS, but, like, it's worth a shot. Like, that's a respectable, commendable take. Like, you know?
Pre-first Trump, when Trump was running,
Yeah,
that everyone was just fed up, and they were just like, he was the protest vote. He was the. They didn't really think about what Trump would do. They just knew that everything else didn't work, and they were fed up.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
I think
that's
Mamdani
true.
is
It's
also
true. Sorry, Mom,
like the
it's true.
protest vote, also of a group of people that are fed up and are not worried about what's going to happen. They just they're just so I'm upset that these two groups who are both voting a protest vote don't understand each other.
Oh
It's
my
just
God.
fake.
Based.
Like you don't remember that Trump was the protest vote, and now you see these people that are voting for Mamdani, and you don't understand that they're voting for the protest vote. I mean, growing up in New York City, this is kind of practice. What I'm telling you right now is kind of I do public speaking like all day. If you're young in New York City, like 80% of your cash transactions are at a bodega with like Middle Eastern guys. And if Mamdani is not qualified to be the mayor, well, like whose fault is that? I feel like he's overdue demographically, representationally. And like I get it that people don't, like people in the media, they don't vibe with people needing to see someone that looks like them. You know, like the Kamala Harris vote was like very educated in the sense of like people that had voted for like 25 years, 30 years, and been disappointed by politicians.
Yeah.
And they were just going for like demographics. Like I want this type of. When I
I'll
look
look
at
at
a
it,
person
Alfie.
in office, I want them to look like me, or I want
I
them
really
to
will
look
look at it.
different than the last
Yeah. So what do
30
you
people.
So what do you get into as far as, like you can like I can understand why so many people are voting for Mamdani because he's totally against everything that most politicians have been saying. Only reason why main reasons why I would not vote for Mamdani is because some of the things he says, such as defunding the police, these
I
radical
think it would be
ideas.
funny. I think it would be funny if. I mean, I don't
think he's
want Mamdani to be governor or mayor. Sorry. And Cuomo definitely feels like the safer option. But if he were elected, and then things were to get even more socialist or more communist than they already are, I think what would be funny is if it worked. And then like people from the outside would be like, hey, socialism's not supposed to work, and like New York just kept on functioning. I think that would be funny. That people would be like, you're not supposed to have functional socialism, and New York's just like, okay, but all right, like banks, trains, airlines, schools, all federally funded.
And what will happen if Trump comes in and says, "Well, we're not going to support that. And we're going to," if they're not even willing to work together, at that point, New York City will just crumble because
He's already withdrawn an $18 billion project.
18 billion?
18. I think it's either 18 billion or 18 million, which is a huge difference. So we should check that. But huge amounts of money Trump has already pulled, threatening if Mamdani is elected, he'll withhold that from New York City.
I mean, cool. Add that to the list of scary things about Mamdani that I can't process because it's too scary.
No.
True.
Yeah, I just think like some of the
okay, you just listed something that's so scary that if I thought about it, I wouldn't be able to think.
True. He's so big. This guy.
But that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have anything to do with what's going to happen if he's elected. It's just a scary concept. Like, living in New York after 9/11, during the blackouts.
He's going to talk about it.
One of the things that surprised everyone was how calm and civilized New York was when the lights were off, or when, like, the people walking over the Brooklyn Bridge on 9/11, nobody was trampling anybody. Like, everyone says New York is a really tough place to live, or, it is. And yet somehow we keep on surprising people. Bad things happen, entire systems shut down, and everyone just kind of gives it. It just keeps going. I know it doesn't seem feasible or realistic, but I mean, Trump is an older man, and being mayor of New York has got to be less stressful than being president. So, it would be funny if he did an unprecedented thing and stopped being president and came to be mayor of New York. That'd be kind of cool. On the Republican ticket.
Next term, Trump leaves from president and becomes the mayor of New York City. And then JD Vance is the president while Trump's the mayor of New York City.
Oh my God.
That'd be kind of crazy.
No, I have not heard.
That would be crazy, chat.
So
imagine this. Trump doesn't go for a third term.
Set it up.
So Trump finishes his second term because we know he
can't
actually
actually
go.
finish. He just drops out.
He drops out.
He's like, Vance, you got this.
So Trump finishes his second term because obviously he can't run for a third term. That's a joke. So Trump finishes his second term, and then he can go run for mayor of New York City, while J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio becomes the next president, and then you have a Republican mayor here inside of New York City, like Trump.
Is there another election? I don't keep track of politics because it's specifically designed to discourage me from keeping track of it. But is there another election besides this one? If this is the Democratic primary for the mayor, then there's another election where it's Republican versus Democrat, right?
Well, there it is. You have this is the final day. This is why you should go vote.
See, I'm just getting two different stories. Talk about a Mandela effect.
Yeah, man. Hey, well, God bless you, and thanks for coming out. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
This dude's based as fuck. He doesn't even know what election this is. I love it.
Yeah, walking out in the streets, it does you dirty, huh? My legs are a little sore. Let's see if these people voted. How are you guys doing? Let's talk to this kid right here. Did you vote, sir? Did you vote today?
Yeah, I did.
Who'd you vote for?
Well, I voted the other day, but I voted for Zoran Mandami.
Zoran Mandami. What made you want to vote for Zoran Mandami?
I'm closest aligned to socialism.
Mm-hmm. What makes you most excited about socialism here?
Well, it's still America. I wouldn't say we're going to be fully under like socialist ideology, but just the idea that we'll have more taxes on the wealthy.
Yeah, a lot of people have been saying they're excited about the rich getting taxed.
Yeah, just a little more.
Do you feel like the idea of like taxing the rich is kind of like the people are just pissed off that people are becoming rich and they're
Better
not
the
rich?
devil you know than the devil
that's
you
where
don't.
some of the anger comes from, because you always see people like AOC yelling, "Let's tax the rich," or that's kind of what she came up upon with her wearing the tax the rich dress to the Met Gala and whatnot.
No,
do you think that's kind of just a way for people to go and pander to the lower class per se, because they're going to defeat the upper class?
I think because generational wealth is a thing, and also because.
Oh, I mean, I appreciate that, Darkwater. I do want to say though, like I did yell like Allahu Akbar. I haven't been the most polite, so I would see how you got that, even if it wasn't. But I understand that. You know, at the end of the day, like, I really feel like people can say, and I don't mean you, Dark, just in general, like, you know, call people Nazis, call people racist, call people whatever, but at the end of the day, like, you know, like, who you are when you go to bed, and you know what, like, you believe in your heart, and I think that's, like, to me at least, that's the most valuable thing. I think that's the only reason I can sit online and do this, because, like, you know, I know what I am. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Do you think that shouldn't be a thing? Generational?
No, I mean, it just exists. It's just a part of life, but just ways to balance the fact that, you know, it's not that hard, you know, a bunch of super rich people work much harder than immigrants or lower income people. It's just some people are put in better positions. Obviously, like, that's not going to go for everyone, but I think the general idea is that rich people have the access and funds to give that money back to the economy, and just that's how, if you want to have a functional economy, it's good for...
You guys, I have a serious question. If you eliminate the profit that wealthy people make, typically through innovation, what happens to America? Does it not stagnate? Like, at some point, it has to stagnate. At some point, you've created a cycle where there's no drive for innovation. There's no drive to do better or improve because you're ultimately going to be punished for it.
Or just a functional government in general. It's good for your people with more money to give money that helps everyone, including them, not just, you know, the poor people. Like, by
you
supporting...
feel like it's the responsibility of the rich to provide for the poor?
Yeah. I mean, in a government, in a system, which the whole point of our system should be so everyone has a good opportunity, especially in America, you know? You want everyone to have an opportunity to succeed. And a good way to do that is by rich people giving a portion of their money to help everyone have that fair of a chance.
So say I had $100 in my pocket, do you think it's my responsibility to give the person on the bench $10?
I mean, it's a government system. I wouldn't say it's your responsibility as a person because you don't know your individual story, but the government's job is always going to be to tax, you know, life, death, and taxes. It's just part of what a government does to operate, and I think it makes more sense to take taxes from the wealthiest percentage of people. It also, you know, somewhat holds them accountable as well for the amount of money that they gain, especially because there's so much argument over the ethics of making that much money in the first place, you know, so.
Are you going to college right now? Did you go to college?
I'm in school right now, yeah, just get my MRI degree.
MRI degree? That's awesome, good for you, man.
Very much.
And how much student loan debt will you come out of, or are people in your friend group coming out of college with?
None personally. I kind of made sure that I wouldn't be in debt. I saved up. I'm just now starting school and I'm like 22 because I took the time in between. Right now I work with kids with autism.
Oh, that's what's up. You can tell you're a good person.
Thank you.
I feel like a lot of times a lot of people do get upset, like especially kids that go to college. Like yesterday we were talking to people over by Washington Square.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Like, a common denominator in a lot of this is, like, pretty much everyone under 45 feels very disenfranchised. Like I said a million times, like, we all, regardless of ideology, feel like this common sense of, it's like a loss of, like, the American dream, like a sense of hopelessness, I think. And so, of course, like, it makes sense when you hear things like, you know, free stuff or tax the rich. It totally makes sense that people are going to gravitate towards that because, like, I'm sorry, as a member of the people under 45, like, I certainly feel like I've been disadvantaged. Things are harder, more expensive than they were even when I was growing up. So it's not like I think these people are not bad people for this conclusion they've come up with. And part of me thinks that, like, most of them are intelligent enough. Obviously they are, because a lot of them know none of this stuff's going to happen, even if maybe some, but most of it's not going to happen, you know? Like, they've gotten to the point, like the last guy Nick talked to, where he's kind of just like, dude, it's too scary for me to think about. Like, listen, we just don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. We're going to pick the most whatever's going to ruffle the most feathers, just because there's no other like solution. Like we just like are going to let the cards fall. Yeah. Alienated from society and any real decision. Yeah. I mean, in every sense of the word, like, you know, you have people who can't retire, aren't retiring, literally aren't giving up the jobs, literally aren't giving up the power, which again, like, I don't know that that's their fault specifically, like, you know, but yeah, I mean, you can't argue with the fact that, like, it is what it is. Like, the cost of living has gone up, the cost of housing has gone up, and more or less, like, the growth of wages have stagnated. And I mean, it's painful. So it's really not a surprise to me when you look at all that and put it together and see, like, this extremism growing either side. It doesn't matter, because it's all people, like, disenfranchised by the same stuff. Yeah. Everyone is, like, disgruntled. Yeah, society has to pass the torch. And I feel bad, you know, like, my mom is a member of that generation we're talking about, and it's like, you know, I certainly don't think in her case, like, it's not her choice to still be working at the age that she is. I think a lot of them feel that way, but they also feel the same insecurity that we do as younger people. Like, well, if I give this up, if I retire now, like, how do I know it's going to be enough? Well, you don't. So, yeah, it's like you said, Dark, like, yeah, it's not like it's their fault either. Like, something has gone wrong, though.
It seems like a lot of people are just kind of upset because maybe they've gone to college and they've got, like, we talked to one kid who's now going to get his master's degree, so he's going to be in school for essentially 6 years. He's and then he's going to walk away with a degree in history, and he knows that he's like not going to be able to make money.
Yeah,
but you're going to get a degree that's going to be worthwhile.
I think that's why it's crazy. I was actually just talking to my dad about this. It's crazy to make an 18-year-old make that decision.
It absolutely is insane.
To be like, because you know, it's so expected in our culture that an 18-year-old needs to make a decision on a degree they get and spend all this money going to debt, and then they might come out of it with even a communications degree, as varied as it is. It's hard to get a job with a lot of the degrees. I mean, even business degrees, and like it's possible, but it's hard.
It's predatory.
It's getting harder.
Yeah.
Right now, so.
In America. Well, God bless you in your journey.
100%.
I hope you become the best MIR doctor in the world.
Thank you, bro.
He's probably my favorite person.
Yeah, he's been super chill and just like.
Rooting for you, brother.
We wish you the best, man.
I might have to boogie soon. I'm
all right. You're beat.
Dude,
how's it going? Excuse me. No. Oh, what kind of drink do you got in there?
Do you want me to be?
Nick is so funny.
Let's get one more solid one because we've been going for. Yes, sir.
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You having a good day out here? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What do you think about them?
Good. Yeah, they're good. I think a lot of these people out here are trying to tell you that Donnie's going to do all this and all that, but it's kind of a joke.
Yeah. Do you think it's just get in on this?
Yeah.
Do you think it's all just a joke?
I mean, it's like.
Well, did you vote today? Can I ask you?
No, I actually just moved here. But
how many days ago?
6 months ago.
I think you would meet the residency requirements. If whoever's checking should check that. I think it's 30 days and then you can vote here.
Really?
Yeah, if you still got time to go to a voting booth and it closes at 9, you should check. They'll tell you that.
Okay.
If you got like a piece of mail or something, because especially if you don't support Mamdani, you should go vote.
Yeah.
Every vote counts. It's gonna be a
no. Yeah. I work in politics, and I can tell you that what a lot of people are missing is that you don't just like come in and like affect and like revamp the entire government overnight. You know,
especially as Americans, you need approval from the state.
Exactly, and so all these changes and all these pipe dreams are just that, and especially when the federal government pulls support, it's like all these are all nice to haves and pipe dreams, and importantly, people don't understand the value of coming in with a network and an established group of officers that you can implement into your administration.
110%. Let me ask you this, though. Ready? And one of my biggest takeaways when folks have asked me, and I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, this is probably the first person we've met that I have, is the medium is the message, right? So Zoran has, between Instagram and TikTok, something like, I don't know, 8 million followers.
Sure.
That is such a huge disparity because his message is just flatly reaching more people.
Right.
But I want to ask you one question that you went on is, you said people don't understand that. Why don't people understand that? Because to me, sometimes it's so logical. For example, I'll give you just one example, and there's a million.
It's like I said, I think people are desperate to believe it. They really are. I don't blame them for it. It's the same. It's the inverse with Trump, where like I was so burnt after what happened to Bernie that I was just like, this is insane. We're never gonna make any real difference. We're never gonna make any real change. They will literally bury anyone who makes any progress with that. Something needs to happen. And then, like the other guy said, like, you end up a protest vote. So I really do empathize with that. It's not that people aren't intelligent enough to know that, like, the pieces don't fit together here. I really don't believe that. I think that, yeah, like, social media plays into it some, but I think by and large, like, people still have the ability to think critically, like, but we've reached a point, especially as a younger generation, that our only solution kind of is, like, just shoot for, like, I guess shoot for the stars, shoot for the most extreme, and hope it lands somewhere in the middle.
He says, we're going to build 200,000 new homes. We are simultaneously going to freeze rent. How does he expect developers to build these homes and then not be able to charge rent on the homes they are building?
Nothing will
That's
be
my
left.
question, and I don't expect you to have answers.
You're thinking too hard about
Yeah.
it. It's not going to get there.
Exactly, but
It
it's like,
doesn't ever get there.
that's my question is, these folks,
Right.
Zoran, to his credit, does identify a lot of the problems. New York City's expensive. There's a housing crisis. My question is, why don't folks understand, because I just did basic math, that those are impossible to accomplish? Are they just voting for him because of virtue signaling?
Oh, we got to talk to these people.
No.
Of course.
They're
Yeah, you should go. You should go. The thing
Why-
I'll say
why
is,
are they, you know?
Because it feels good. It feels
How
good.
are you doing?
Yep.
Yeah, you should definitely.
It
go
gives
talk
them
to
hope.
They're
I'm gonna
the
cut you off.
tinfoil hat guys.
They're the tinfoil hats.
These
How you guys doing?
5G.
You guys got the 5G receptors on the head.
It feels good. It feels good because it feels good. Because it feels good.
5G prevention.
It doesn't matter if it's going to work or not. You're doing something.
Oh, that's what's up. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
Doing good out here?
What are we doing out here?
We're just talking to people about who they're voting for, why they voted for them, and seeing what people have to say about
Who
them.
did you vote for?
I can't vote here in New York.
Oh, sorry. Who would you vote for? The 5G.
It's a tough question, right?
It is kind of a tough question.
I would not vote for Zoran Mandami.
Okay.
I think Cuomo has the most chance of beating Zoran Mandami, but I align more with Sliwa. I think Sliwa's a better character and better person than Cuomo.
He is a way better character
But
than Cuomo, but
the chance of
his
Curtis
policy-
winning is going to be less than the chance of Sliwa winning. So maybe if you vote for Sliwa, you might wasted your vote, but then you voted for what you believe in. But if you want to defeat the Mandami, you most likely should vote for Cuomo.
I feel like his whole thing about trying children as adults, like people under the age of 18 as adults. Like I think that's fucked up,
subway
bro.
stations isn't necessarily going to do anything. The thing about Curtis Sliwa is that back in the day, back in the 70s, he started Guardian Angels. Like, that was great. Like, I understand where he's coming from. Back then, New York was actually a fucking cesspool, bro. Like, crime rates were highest like they've been. Now, crime rates are the lowest they've ever been. He's looking through a lens of New York City as how it was
For
back
instance,
in
are you drinking out in public?
This is not alcohol. This is just like Sprite. So I'm just saying, crime rates, murder rates you cannot deny. There's so many statistics out there. Crime rates are the lowest they've ever been in New York City's
crimes aren't
history.
getting reported as well.
Okay, but you think crimes? All right. Do you think in 1970, when there was way less security cameras everywhere, that crimes were getting reported more than they are now? I really don't think that's true at all.
Yes, because there were more police. Like now in New York, there's not enough people on the force to respond to every, that just makes the most sense to me.
I think crime rates are,
But I'm speaking to mostly non-violent crimes. Obviously, your violent crimes are kind of a different animal in my opinion.
I know that that's not always a completely perfect way to look at things of just statistics, but 1970s 1970s New York was just so much more of a criminal place. There was literally murders on the street every day, way less police. If you're going into it now saying, oh, if I was mayor back then, I would do all this stuff.
So do you think we should abolish prisons?
No. I think we should abolish private prisons.
Because somebody like Mamdani has said
I do think
because
all right, if the entire Mamdani has backpedaled on defunding the police. He doesn't want to defund the police.
Well, he says that when he needs a vote.
I mean, like, all right, but like, also what he says isn't directly what he's gonna do.
So,
but I'm
did
just
you-
saying,
Respect
I
you guys. I don't know what the
really do
helmets are
not.
about. They're
All right,
awesome.
what I said was, I don't think private, bro. If
They're
you want to
blocking the
talk
5G,
about
everybody.
prisons, what do you think the point of a prison is?
To lock away criminals.
Lock away criminals. You don't think it's to rehabilitate them and help
No,
help them?
not in America.
If it's a non-violent
No.
crime, do you think it's better for them to be locked away or to be rehabilitated and like let back out?
And
on
also,
the prison system.
there should be systems inside the prison, but I don't know.
Yeah, I agree, Dark. I don't think we need to defund the police. I don't even know that they need a reform. I think they need more education, right? Like I really think like the ultimate answer to that would be investing, ironically, more money into the police to ensure that the officers that are being hired are the highest caliber. You know, more thorough background checks, more aptitude checks, things like that. Like that just makes the most sense, right? If you can prevent crappy people from joining the police force to begin with, if that's even possible. I mean, I don't know. In theory, that sounds like a good option. But yeah, the rehabilitation thing, that sounds great. But, you know, the private prisons, I never really considered private prisons until I got older. I don't know why, I just didn't think about it. But now that I am older, like, that is wild, isn't it? Like, somebody's profiting off of each person that's in that prison. Like, that's kind of wild, bro. I don't know about that one.
If there are or not, but,
But if there's privatized prisons, there is a direct incentive for people that own the prisons
How's
to
it going,
keep
sir?
have a continuous flow
Sir,
of
who'd you
prisoners
vote for?
in. If there's someone,
who'd you vote for today?
Yeah.
We can talk. Come in here. We're just having a good conversation out here with the anti-5G
I love the
boys.
tattoos. That's awesome.
Yeah, who'd you vote for today?
Who do you think? Cuomo.
Cuomo.
I didn't really want to, but
You're the first Cuomo person we've met today.
Is that kid even old enough to vote?
Mandani's going to be too not good enough on crime. He's not because he doesn't.
These kids were talking that.
I don't think that
the
it's
crime's not a big deal.
necessary. So you voted for Cuomo?
I didn't really. I didn't know what to do.
If Cuomo didn't do a good job as governor, he's not going to do a good job as mayor. That's all.
Well, according to Trumpy boy, he'll be a bad mayor. But a bad mayor has been a bad communist.
All right, but first of all, Mamdani isn't a communist though. He's a
I know,
democratic
I know.
socialist, and also we're having this conversation. This is a socialist establishment right now. It's a public park.
In a capitalist society.
Yeah, I know, but Mamdani
Social
isn't trying
Security.
to uproot a capitalist society and replace it with a socialist society. He's just trying to implement more socialist systems, like public grocery. Let me just finish. Like public grocery stores, like more like government rent. Yeah.
Do you know we have them right now?
Yeah, I know, but he's just trying to act, like, I'm just saying, like, it's not that, when you actually think about it, I know there's a lot of, like, people that just, basically on the fact that he refers to himself as a democratic
No, we're
socialist,
past that,
they're like,
homie.
oh,
We're
socialist,
way
like,
past
oh, you're
that.
communist, like, we're not voting for you, like, all this shit.
No, brother. We went through this with Bernie. Literally, Bernie's entire campaign trail, we begged him to stop branding himself as a democratic socialist because it scared people, it terrified people. But then he amassed so much popularity that it was kind of like, oh, fuck it, let him be. We're way past that argument. Like, I don't think that freaks people out anymore.
I'm just saying, like, we're literally in a socialist establishment right now. We're in a public park.
We're in a capitalist society.
Yeah, okay, but when has
Social Security, Medicare? That's all socialism.
Those are social programs in capitalist
exactly,
societies.
I'm saying that.
Of
So,
course.
but Mamdani isn't trying to uproot the capitalist society that we live
surprising
in.
to learn that he has said verbatim that the abolition of private property would be preferable to our current system.
Yeah.
That's a direct quote.
He's not. He
Sounds
can't
awesome. You guys
actually-
support that.
awesome.
He
I don't
can't
give a fuck.
actually do any
if
of that.
capitalism
See?
was worse than communism,
It's what I said. They don't care. I mean, mostly with these kids, they don't care because they look like they're too young to vote. But a lot of these people that Mamdani is targeting are more poor people who rely on, more socialist aligned programs. So it makes sense that if they hear that Mamdani is saying, abolishing private property is better than our current system, why would they care? They don't own it. They've never had the ability to own it. They don't have the opportunity, whatever your argument is. it doesn't affect them, so they don't care. This kid just said the same thing. It makes sense.
And socialism. After the Berlin Wall fell, why did they all run to the capitalist side?
All right, can I ask you
Because
another question?
it was like crazy authoritarian leadership.
Why did the United?
Systems? Why did capitalism? Did we have an authoritarian system? I respect all you guys' energy, by the way. This is all in like good, and I love the helmets.
Why did the United States government fucking execute the prime minister of Cuba when they were communist? Because they were doing very well. They were scared that the rise of communism in a country so close to them, and a good example of communism, would hurt.
Are we talking about Fidel
Cuba's
Castro?
a good example of socialism. They don't have electricity, brother.
Not now. After the United States killed their leader, they were doing.
Whoa.
Ain't no way.
They had a nationalist movement started by Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, and they took back in their own independence their own country. They ran their. Whoa, hold on. I'll let you finish.
Just as they did with Vietnam.
Hold on.
Why do people?
Time out. I want to respond. The United States tried to stop a self-sustaining nationalist movement, let me finish, in Cuba. Cuba has run their own country since then into the ground.
Yeah, I know.
And you're blaming the United States for that?
No,
we tried to prevent
they
that.
haven't been. But
talk about our
are you
interference.
saying
You got some substance there for sure, but that's them.
No. I'm saying now that, but the climate of Cuba now is directly like.
It's all Cuban run.
Yeah, I know, but you can't tell me that the time that the United States assassinated their leader when they were like kind of striving in a socialist society that didn't affect how they're doing now.
No, I see. This is another thing that I don't like this. Like, first of all, dude, I assume you're not Cuban. You weren't there. Second of all, it's not fair. This isn't even a fair argument. In my opinion, it's like kind of insulting to say that the United States inflicted irreparable damage upon the Cuban people. Like, so what? So they're too fragile. They're not intelligent enough to fix it. You're telling me that it's been what? How many? Guys, it's late here, so bear with me. But like, it's been like what, 50 years, and Cuba is just such a weak nation, such a weak people that they have no hope of bettering their country. Like that's crazy. Like, why would you? It just seems like he's insinuating that they can't get back up because of what the United States did, which is, I think, like an insult to the Cuban people. Yeah. We have gotten involved a lot of times, right? Like, I do completely agree with that. It obviously, like, it was a huge problem in the past. We had the whole Red Scare and all of that. Like, I mean, that is it. Yeah. But my point is, like, what this kid is saying and what so many people say is, well, America hurt them. It's America's fault that they are now. What America did maybe was not correct, was, like, fucked up. But, like, we need to have a little bit more faith in, like, these other countries and these other people and their ability to, like, embody resiliency. Like, they're a smart, very community-oriented people. And I think it's disingenuous to say, you know what I'm saying? Like, they just can't make any progress on their own. Like, so, I don't know. In my head, this makes sense.
Which one?
I don't remember the name.
It's still
sorry.
run by a Castro, and they barely have electricity. And their socialist programs are the poster children for why socialism does not work. True socialism, not blended socialism.
America needs to leave the other countries alone. I think most people agree with
We're still talking
that.
about the New York
for sure
debate. I don't know.
We are.
That was just what. That's a good. No, but you can't say that Cuba was striving in the
political energy out here.
when. Fuck, I need to remember the name anyway.
Yeah, I feel like he is gonna win. It's gonna be interesting to see how close it gets.
Well, he's definitely gonna win. He's 46. No matter. Well, we can't vote yet, but no matter how much.
That's so sick. How old are you guys?
And you guys, I'm just curious. I don't know. I could Google it, but I'm too lazy. When they took out Che, like, was he not a threat actively to America? I mean, it wasn't all because it was like, oh, they're socialist. Like, I mean, wasn't he actively a threat? But yeah, all people deserve the ability to determine their own future, right? So that means the United States should not get involved, which is, again, like Darkwater, just for some background, this is another reason I partially like moved to the right side, because I define like when Trump says like nationalism and things like that, it to me, it doesn't mean Germany's form of nationalism, right? It's not expansionism. It is putting your own country first, and that means internally like and externally, right? We don't get involved in shit that doesn't involve us unless it's a direct threat. We leave it alone and we take care of our own first. And so that to me was a pretty big talking point, because obviously every time, you know, barring like World War II and things where America came in and pretty much like fixed it, it doesn't tend to end well. Yeah, but yes, Che was pretty much, it looked to me like that's what I remember too, reading, was that he was pretty much promoting like a armed revolution and stuff. Like, he was a little crazy. Yes, Darkwater, we agree then, because I've said that before. Like, I know some of his cabinet members and stuff have like aligned with white nationalism, and to me that's where you kind of, that's where I raise an eyebrow, because I'm like, what? This is just as bad as the other party saying like, oh, the Yemeni bodega owners, like, let's just leave that part out of it. We don't need any of that. We can just be baseline nationalistic, right? We don't need to be white nationalistic, because that inherently means that you are superior to everyone else under the nationalist umbrella, you know? Yeah, like literally just everyone. We are all the same country. Exactly. Yeah.
I respect like political but so we have no say. But
yeah. I get what you're saying.
You, man. Thank you. Yeah, I think you should.
He's 46 up in polls. No, but all right.
Polls aren't that accurate. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I can tell you guys real quick.
Mamdani's got like a 99 or 98 on Kalshi, bro. He's about to win that
Kalshi
shit.
just came out with a new report saying that when they extrapolate it to only New York City residents, Cuomo is 49% and Mamdani is 40%. And Polymarket, anyone could donate to Polymarket. It is a betting pool. So let's say 99% of the people in Polymarket, let's say there's 100 people that bet on this election, and 99 of them believe that Cuomo is going to win. If one billionaire comes in, and we all know that Mamdani is funded by George Soros, you give him $37 million as soon as he's declared. Hold on. They are. Let me just finish this point. If a billionaire comes in and bets $1 billion in Polymarket, it warps the entire results, and it'll say Mamdani's going to win. That's why you don't trust things like Polymarket, regardless of who it says it's going to vote for. And when they extrapolated and looked at who was voting behind Polymarket, it was big billionaire donors making huge pushes to detract people with this defeatism that the race is already called.
I mean, I don't necessarily believe any of those polls as well. Like, I agree with you. A lot of them are like very like.
Well, they can pull
swayed.
their data, yeah, and they did.
Do these kids think Polymarket is legitimate data? Like, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. We need to go back to square one, brother.
Yeah, it's very swayed, and but I still do think, like, at least from my experience, like, I think Mamdani, if you don't think it's going to win, it's definitely up between Mamdani and Cuomo, but I think Mamdani does have a really good chance of winning. Like, he might win. Like, he probably will win. I just think Cuomo, like, the optics of Cuomo being the mayor of New York after he, like, kind of failed as governor, like, that's just not very good optics for the city.
True.
Like, I understand why so many people, like, just will not vote for him, and I low-key, like, I agree with that. Cuomo, yeah.
That's why you got people out here voting for Sliwa as well.
Sliwa, yeah, but all right. But what I'm saying, the only thing I'm saying.
Hey everybody, it's Superman.
Sliwa, like, sure he'd be great for like 1970s New York, but I don't.
Who do you think this lady voted for? She has the I voted shirt on.
Who did you vote for, miss?
She doesn't want to talk.
No, she's
all good.
She's Sherm, bro.
She's Sherm. Hey, well, appreciate you guys coming out here.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you all.
Yeah, I like.
I can't decide if I think.
Best of luck whenever you guys.
I really can't decide if I think it's really cool that kids this age are involved in politics, or if I think it's super dystopian. Because I just remember growing up, like, we just didn't. Like, we just, like, played outside and, like, did kid shit. Like, we weren't worried about, like, immigration policies. Like, that's low-key crazy. I just haven't decided if I think it's destructive or not yet.
Did you decide to do? Stay in school? Graduate high school? That's an important thing? Yeah. How it going? Superman!
What's up,
You're
everybody?
back, everybody. He's going to be wondering. for those that don't know, this is Superman.
How's it going?
Superman, bodyguard, cameraman.
Hold on.
Oh no.
Just for today. Give me a
Oh,
second.
just for today. He's taking his Superman shirt off.
I got it off.
Everybody
we
loves
go.
Superman. You're a big Curtis Lewa guy. Do you think Curtis has a chance?
He has a chance if everyone's not scared. That's the problem. And this whole campaign is becoming a big scare tactic. Vote for Cuomo. Vote for Cuomo. Yeah, vote for the guy that had to leave office because he had 13 women accuse him of sexually attacking them. Yeah, that. Thank you. Thank you. And no, I am not a guardian angel. I just support him and I support the guardian angels. That's it.
Would you become a guardian angel?
Would I become if I had the time? I'm too busy with you.
Too busy protecting me
I'm
out
too
here.
busy protecting Nick. That's the thing. But yeah, I mean, listen, the problem is with this whole election, people are believing in these stupid polls, which are all rigged, are all paid by billionaires that want their own, who they want, which is either Mamdani or Cuomo. All of Sliwa's friends, who he considered friends, are all dropping out. You know, he had all these ABC, I don't know if you know, but he was a big radio guy in WABC. All of his friends have all been turncoats, going against him and now saying to vote for Cuomo. There's a guy who is a big leader in the Jewish community in New York named Dov Hikind, another guy who supported Sliwa. He too jumped ship. And then what just happened last night where Trump and Elon Musk jumped ship and chose Cuomo. You know, listen, I'm for Donald Trump. I supported him. You know, if we had Harris now, it'd be like a chicken without a head. But listen, from one sexual predator to another, what can I tell you? Curtis has been a guy born in Brooklyn, raised in New York, never left. He literally was on the subway stations midnight last night, literally on the subway stations, walking around the trains. He is a New York guy through and through. He knows the city like the back of his hand. He created the Guardian Angels when the city was in the dumps back in the late 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. I know it's a joke, but he was, targeted by the big mob in New York, the Gottis and the Gambinos, that they did, try to kill him because they wanted to silence him. He's really a New Yorker through and through. He has really good values, really good ideas, realistic ideas to help change the city. And the people I think a lot of people who, listen, the ones who are for Zoran, I can't help you. A lot of you are transplants. You're not real New Yorkers anyway. You came here 10 years ago and, just go to your Sweet Greens or whatever, enjoy your Zoran Magdani. But for the ones that are voting Cuomo, my problem is it's all a fear tactic. They're all just afraid. I'm not even getting paid by Curtis. I'm just a volunteer. I literally just, I have, somebody who was able to get me, a sign, get me a shirt, just to go out there, volunteer, get the word out there. And places like this is not a friendly area for Curtis. I'm in Brooklyn, the outer boroughs, Queens, Brooklyn,
Sorry,
especially
guys.
Staten Island. Those are the places that are really getting the support for Curtis and are through and through, and they know who he is. They know the type of person he is and what he's done for the city and the Guardian Angels have done for the city, and they realize that, know that he would be the best choice out of the bunch. But, speaking to them, and I do get, I get tons of people, yeah, Curtis, but then you get certain people, especially a lot of women that women I'll speak to, like Russian women, and like, oh, Cuomo, I have to vote for Cuomo, I don't want Zoran. It's a scare tactic. You're basically, as they say the saying, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. That's the problem. So, all I can say is for New Yorkers, if you still have time, please go out and vote. Polls should be open till 9 o'clock. There's tons of, polls open right now to see which one is the one that's you're registered at. Go out there and vote. In the end, don't listen to polls. Don't be afraid. Use your mind. You have a brain. If you feel Curtis is the best person for the position and he has the right policies that can help change the city and be realistic for the city, other than Zoran, who has, nut policies. If you feel he's the right one, go out and vote. You're the one that makes the choice. You're the one that makes the power. Don't listen to polls. Don't listen to anybody. Listen to yourself. So.
Wow. Well
I know.
said.
I'm trying to
Superman.
I don't want to be too long. This
well
is
said,
your show.
Superman.
This is
Everyone
your
in the
show.
chat loves Superman.
I know. Thank you. Thank you.
Participates sometimes as a bodyguard for me as well.
Yeah,
So
I feel bad for the guy.
love
You
Superman.
got girls, you got women flinging titties, crackhead Barneys and stuff. No, it's true. Yeah, you got to be.
It's true.
It's
Easy on
hard
that
out
word. They
here.
might censor the video if you use that one. The
Yeah,
T
we know.
word
Sorry
out here.
about that. Sorry about
Might
that.
have got the whole video flagged.
Oh, I did?
Maybe.
Uh-oh.
We'll see what happens.
Sorry about that.
YouTube, forgive us.
Uh-oh, sorry about that. But yeah, go out there and vote if you are a New York City resident. You still have some time. We just have to do it. It is what it is. But you can't be afraid. That's
Superman, we'll be in talk because Superman might be coming to Washington, D.C. tomorrow.
Might be.
Well, we'll see what
All right,
happens.
see you, Nick.
Tomorrow's gonna be a big day. How's it going?
Honestly, Amit, rare
How you
W.
doing?
Yo, can I get a picture?
Yes, sir.
Yo, I'm watching the stream right now.
Let's go. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for this young man.
Also, I don't know the military, the hat, the
Also, shout
lore.
out
I don't
Superman.
know.
Yeah,
I appreciate
we love,
you, bro.
We love Superman.
Yo, protect Nick at all costs.
Who'd you guys vote for?
Appreciate you, bro. I want to
How
say something
old
real
is
quick.
Nick?
I'm Gen Z, and I hate Mamdani. I don't support him. I think he's a communist, and we don't need him. But unfortunately, New York's very liberal, and I think he's gonna win. So.
Yeah, it's gonna be we're gonna see what happens here in New York City. We'll be covering it.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
I support your
God bless
content.
you. Thank you so much. I'll text you later. All right.
All right, we'll talk, my friend.
We're about to end this, I think, in just a few minutes. But well, that's good.
Thank you.
How you doing, young man? Would you vote for Curtis Lee? Of
He's
course, I
only
remember you.
22.
Well, I think that Zoran is a socialist Marxist.
Wow.
He's also an Islam extremist. I think a lot of people are voting for him just because he has a big smile on his face and he's young. He's a populist for the people. But like it's ridiculous what's happening. He's gonna have homogenous grocery
I don't know that I
stores
disagree with you,
across New
Dark,
York City.
I'll be
He's
honest.
gonna be a monopoly.
Dang,
for
this
the
kid's smart right here. Yeah, I think
That
that's
kid
also
said
important
everything,
to
I
about
think.
is what you said, like the Islam thing here.
That
inside New York
actual
City,
child.
the potential rise of Islam. We saw what happened in London. We see what happens in England. For instance, in London, the English aren't even the English aren't even the majority anymore. In Birmingham as well, and also in Manchester and whatnot. It's like, well, what happens on that side of the pond will eventually come over to this side of the pond, and you're seeing it here. And it's just like their core values.
I get you.
At the end of the day, don't align with ours, and it's just a little frightening that here in the biggest city in the United States, they might be electing somebody who has said things such as like the purpose is to make a reimage of the state or something like that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I didn't say it verbatim right there, but it is concerning. What concerns you most as a young man here in New York City?
Well, what concerns me most is definitely his most of his socialism programs, especially with the grocery stores and with like most of consumerism, because like that's what is like mainly what like I buy into and what my family buys and stuff. So it's just gonna be like it's just not gonna be good. He has controls of the prices of grocery stores. He's gonna he also has like multiple videos of I'm not Islamophobic, but he has multiple videos of like speaking in Arabic and other languages. But it's just like he's running for New York, and he's just not. It's not like a perfect candidate for New York, and there's not going to be a perfect candidate. But and I think the biggest thing is socialism. I think we need capitalism here, at least for now. It's bad. It's bad all around, and especially with the safety programs. He wants to give social workers more authority than police. He said he wants to defund the police. He's an oxymoron. He just contradicts himself all the time. So.
Dang, smart young man right here. God bless you, bro. Thanks for coming out today. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
I might see you guys.
All right, yeah, you'll definitely see me around here somewhere in New York City. Thanks for coming out, man. Appreciate you. God bless.
Got good parents.
This guy's out here eating the lettuce. All right, you guys, we're going to end this in just a sec. Remember, become a member. If you're not subscribed, that's the most important thing you can do is subscribe. And then also, if you do want to become a member and support the channel for $5.
Nick Shirley, everybody. Like Nick Shirley. Whether you have the same opinions or not, dude's pretty civil. I really like him, so definitely prefer him to Tommy. I guess we can see what Tommy's up to, just like really quick. I'm not watching this shit for long. What is he on X? Sorry, I like beat the shit out of my microphone. Oh, wrong thing. Sorry, I beat my microphone up earlier. Probably scared the shit out of you guys. We're just gonna go to a random page. He's off. He's off. Butters. There's a weird Indian in my chat. Can you please get him out? Love ya. Maybe we should have let him go, honestly. He was onto something. Oh my god, you guys. What a night. Well, we'll see what happens. Like I said, obviously I really do genuinely wish New York the best. I mean, it's not in my best interest as in America to, like, prey on their downfall. I will be watching. I have my own opinions, but I hope it works out well. Like, I really do. I mean, there's no benefit to not, so that's where we're at.
What?
Let's see how Tommy spent his evening. I changed my mind. His account was created today. I'm shocked. This is why. Like, dude, what do you want to bet that guy wasn't even Indian? He's just saying he's Indian because he, like... Yeah, like, God, good lord. Alright, people. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, seriously, anyone else? Thank you guys for hanging out. Dark, I'm glad we could put aside our crosses. What is this? Woke is back. Oh, because of Mamdani. The pronouns back in the email. Oh my god.
Yeah, I said I feel invisible. It's 100 niggas in the spot. I will keep going. It's 85.
Oh my god, what's going on? This is some wild shit, people. I remember something. I'm just sticking around. Transgender for everyone. Yeah, we can all agree to that. What, Alfie? Were you going to say something? I don't want to cut you off. Did you see the woman getting thrown out of the gym because she didn't feel comfortable with a man in the locker room? No, but I would be willing to bet that it wasn't in a red state. Like, I literally read one of those every day. It's unbelievable. You know what I'm for? Private bathrooms. I'll be honest, I don't want to shit anywhere. Like, I don't want to shit anywhere that anyone else has ever shit in my life. Like, I don't want to be in the same room that someone else has had a bowel movement. That's disgusting. I'm good. I don't care what, like, dick you have. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. What is this? Oh, that guy. Dashboard. Alright, what the fuck? I'm talking to myself. Alright, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I love you. I'll see you all tomorrow. And have a good night. Darkwater, you're a real one. Okay, good night.